He's going to use those emotions to provoke you, right? Sorel is so confusing. He's a genius hunter, something like that. What about our Siron? Aren't you going to help him, Amy? Sorel kept asking her in a panic. She just leaned her head on her hand, resting on the arm of the chair, calmly sipping her drink as she replied, "Why bother? He doesn't need your help. And what do you mean by our Siron?" She suddenly shouted, "You're so heartless. Why are you being so cold to your boyfriend?" Amy frowned, slightly sipped her straw, and quietly said, "No, that's not what I meant." Then she confidently added, "Siron knows what he needs to do." Meanwhile, he was panting heavily, his face drenched in sweat. It turns out he had completed the rapid-fire test. Everyone gasped when they saw the scoreboard on the wall, time out. Level 30 score 700, and time limit was 0 minutes. And Siron was now out of breath. He was squatting down, loosening his tie, looking like he had given it his all. The two people who were previously astonished stood under the podium exclaiming, "I can't believe I saw someone score 700 points in the 5th grade. That brutal guy, a terrifying..." Everyone was buzzing with excitement. To achieve that score, you need to level up 10 times in 10 seconds. Who would have thought it was possible? Siron frowned, limping, as he was almost exhausted. Araki, with his hands in his pockets, strutted over to him and said, "Congratulations, 700 is a high score, not too shabby, right?" Siron gasped, glancing back at him, replying, "Because I want to prove to you what a 4 is." Araki closed his eyes, brushing past him with a smirk. "I knew it," Sorel's voice rang out. "So can Siron win?" Ami was drinking water, looking up at the sky, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "What does winning or losing matter? It's just a test." Hearing that, she looked at Amy in surprise. "What, you're flexing your undefeated reputation, Amy, right?" Then she continued to shout, "I know you defeated Araki. You hold the record with a score of 987. That's the score in the rapid-fire test." Ami frowned in rebuttal. "No, I've never competed with him." She continued to recount some of his tactics, then glanced away. "But if we really competed, I would probably lose," she said seriously. "So is Sorel an idiot?" Her shout echoed, "What?" Back to the abyss, the blackboard displayed only the words over 700 points and 0 minutes. The audience erupted. "So awesome." That was Iraki's result. He was standing there looking at his score when someone shouted loudly, "Another unexpected 1-point score," scoring 700 points, and he remained so calm. What is Iraki's limit? Everyone was curious about that. Siron Huang Mong stood among the crowd, thinking he was definitely done for. He looked up at Araki with a reluctant expression, silently concluding in his heart, "I can't beat him." Siron's bag was carelessly placed on the table. He sat silently on the simple bed inside the spacious room. Sunlight streamed through the window, directly illuminating his face. He looked out the window, deep in thought. After the vacation ends, the test period will begin, and he only has 3 days. Then he closed his eyes, bowed his head, and sighed, "I can't find another way to beat Eroki. Should I give up? It's just a test." Suddenly, he remembered the saying, "Only the weak say that." Then he fell silent, frowning in thought. He thought of Iraki's cold demeanor when he said, "If you don't have skills, then idealize life and pretend you're the best." His expression suddenly changed. Something unwilling flashed across his face. Then he recalled a series of images he had to endure recently, all painful and unfair to him. Then he thought no one would believe what he said, and the last image he remembered was when he was young, witnessing several corpses scattered on the road in the alley. He then struck a match and lit a candle. He sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at the burning candle on the table, pondering, "Have I lost my awareness because I've been studying at the noble school for too long?" In fact, Uki's words were not wrong. And then he thought, "The world will not listen to those without power." Siron's eyes suddenly turned blue, and he silently vowed to himself, "I will not give up." Then he sat up straight, closed his eyes to calm himself to surpass Iraqi. There was no other way but to surpass the numbers. The drops of water slowly diminished and formed larger numbers. A question flashed in his mind. What is a number? In Siron's subconscious, he was surrounded by numbers. He silently asked, "What is a sequence of numbers?" And he gathered the numbers into a circular field, shining brightly in the palm of his hand. He raised it to eye level, looking at it. What is its essence? Then he told himself, "Don't think about those things." After that, he raised his hand straight to the sky and let it go. He continued to think, "If I keep getting lost in those thoughts, I won't be able to observe the whole. I will only," he thought as he relaxed his arm down. The tiny blue lights slowed. More and more solitary bright lights fell and enveloped Siron's body. His body was lying in midair, transparent and glowing blue. His eyes widened as he looked at them. Then he wondered, how far can I count? After that, he thought he could. Siron was flying up to the sky, chasing the source of the light. Then he pondered, how far can I go? He flew to a partition like a choppy water surface. In the middle, there was a hole like a whirlpool. As he flew into it, he thought, what is this? The end of the numbers. No way, numbers are infinite. Sean touched the rocky surface with both hands, bewildered, thinking, so what is this? Suddenly, the space around him began to crack. He was extremely astonished, his mouth wide open. The ground beneath him also started to crack. He looked. Wrong. And then he thought the world would not listen to those without power. Siron's eyes suddenly turned blue, and he silently vowed to himself, I will not give up. Then he sat up straight, closing his eyes. Calming himself to surpass Iraqi. There was no other way but to surpass the numbers. The drops of water slowly diminished and formed larger numbers. A question flashed in his mind. What is a number in Siron's subconscious? He was surrounded by numbers. He silently asked, what is a sequence of numbers? And he gathered the numbers into a circular field shining brightly in the palm of his hand. He raised it to eye level, looking at it. What is its essence? Then he told himself not to think about those things. After that, he raised his hand straight to the sky and let it go. He continued to think that if he kept getting lost in those thoughts, he wouldn't be able to observe the whole. He would only, he thought, while relaxing his arm down. The tiny blue lights slowly fell, and when he felt them, those lights formed. Smaller lights that fell one after another. More and more solitary bright lights fell and enveloped Siron's body. His body was lying in midair, transparent and glowing blue. His eyes widened as he looked at them. Then he wondered how far he could count. After that, he thought he could. Siron was flying up to the sky, chasing the source of the light. Then he pondered how far he could go. He flew to a partition like a choppy water surface. In the middle, there was a hole like a whirlpool. He flew into it while thinking, what is this? The end of the numbers. No way, numbers are infinite. Sean touched the rocky surface with both hands, bewildered, thinking, so what is this? Suddenly, the space around him began to crack. He was extremely astonished, his mouth wide open. The ground beneath him also started to crack. He looked. He could only exclaim in surprise as the crack beneath his feet widened and a large hole formed. He was completely stunned, not knowing what to do, and when he returned to reality, he panicked and opened his eyes, sitting up to catch his breath. Breathing heavily, he thought to himself, have I really arrived? What is this? Is it an illusion? The candle on his table had burned out, leaving only a wax remnant. He pondered, is this because I'm dead? It really feels like an illusion. Why do I feel a strong pulling force? Siron sat cross-legged on the bed, raising both hands. Then he looked out the window in shock. It was hard to explain, but numbers might not only exist to be counted. He looked up at the bright moon above the castle, thinking that Sean realized that 40 hours had passed since he closed his eyes. The next day, a speed shooting test would take place at the training ground. The summary of the day's speed shooting test for the 5th class showed 2 people standing in the middle. The stands around were packed with spectators. The scoreboard hanging on the wall was also operational. Someone sighed and said, I'm so worried, so worried. It was those 2 male students again. The person on the left, confused, asked, why are the lower class students here? The person on the right frowned and replied, they must be here to watch us. I used to do that too. Suddenly, everyone looked towards the door. Oh, over there. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Why are the seniors from the 4th class here too? Among them was Frail. That male student was crying and holding his head. This is too much pressure. The person on the right awkwardly spoke up to reassure him, don't be like that. They all came to watch the match between Siron and Iraqi, right? The people sitting behind didn't dare say a word when Sorel and her friends took someone else's seats. She smiled, squinting her eyes, and said to the friend who lost his spot, thanks. The male student who was crying earlier replied, of course. He looked up at the scoreboard. Today's program has so many events. Someone's voice rang out, the main event today is... The blackboard displayed Iraqi and Siron will compete in Group 20. The pink-haired boy wondered, I wonder who will win. The person sitting in the middle stroked his chin and replied, Iraqi is currently in the lead. Sorel confidently raised her index finger and said, it's still too early to say. Then she looked at them, mischievously smiling, and continued, "Because the test is done in groups, the scores might change. If it's an environment similar to a real scenario, then Siron will win." She said this with confidence. At this point, a minute had passed, and the test had ended. In the first round, the person on the left won with a score of 427. He happily raised 2 fingers and said, "I won." The other person was dissatisfied, saying, "I passed the test, but why am I so mad?" Sorel, sitting in the stands, frowned, resting her chin in thought. "But what should I do? I'm so worried, and a minute has passed. The test has ended." Her group stood wiping sweat, secretly pleased that they did well. "Great job." Ita, standing behind the desk, said, "Good job, Group 19. Then she flipped a page while squinting and said, "Now it's the last group, Group 20. After she finished speaking, the cheers of everyone echoed throughout the ceiling. Araki and Siron stepped into position at the same time. Everyone shouted the names of the 2 Sean Iroki, and it still echoed. Iroki felt anxious inside, standing silently amidst the cheers of everyone. Siron seemed too focused. The 2 friends raised their index fingers to their mouths, signaling him to be quiet. The cheers had completely stopped. The 2 were standing in the center of the arena. Ethel's voice rang out, "You will have 1 minute." She stood behind the 2 and spoke, "Many students are paying attention to you, so I hope you both will do your best." Sean, focusing, nodded slightly. Araki, however, was completely uninterested. Then Ita said, "Well, let's get started." The information board on the wall had 2 buttons yellow for Iraq. Everyone fell silent, watching the arena. Siron began counting in his head. His eyes sparkled with light, just like in a dream, and then his red button beeped too. Both had begun, activating their realms for their battle. The 2 used distinct techniques. Araki's technique was powerful and flowing, while Siron's was decisive and certain. The spectators in the stands were witnessing an intense match. They exclaimed, "This is amazing." Now both were at the same level 12, just in the first 58 seconds. Someone exclaimed, "As soon as it started, all the targets exploded." Siron's eyes emitted a blue light. He focused all his realm energy into his Araki while launching his technique, glanced over at Siron. Someone commented, "Araki's realm is smaller." Indeed, Araki's technique became sharper and quicker, shattering the targets. The person sitting next to Sorel crossed her arms and remarked, "So that's the rumored power of Araki. It's really strong." She continued seriously, "So that's why Amy called him a strong opponent." Siron then made her eyes widen in shock. "What? Siron's score is higher." She looked up at the scoreboard and exclaimed, "Siron's current score is 121, while Araki's is 119. Then she loudly scolded, "That jerk Araki is joking around again. Does he think he can turn the situation around and dare to joke around? I'm really annoyed." At this moment, Araki was still able to smile. Everyone misunderstood. He raised his hand, grinning just as he launched his technique, thinking, from the start, "I did my best." He glanced over at Siron, thinking, "What has this guy done in just 3 days?" Araki looked at Siron, who was focused on launching his technique, and thought that on the podium. Etela watched them intently, not taking her eyes off. She silently said, "I understand now. If you take a path for the first time, it will seem long. But if you go again, you'll get there faster." She silently watched Siron and continued to think, "Counting is the same. You've come a long way already." Siron looked at Araki, smiling the smile of someone who is not normal, and said, "This guy is really crazy." Sean quickly. Etela watched them intently, thinking to herself, "I get it now. The first time you take a path, it feels long, but if you go again, you'll get there faster." She silently looked at Siron. Then she continued to ponder, "Counting numbers is the same, but you've come a long way already." Siron Araki looked at him with a smile that seemed off and said, "This guy is definitely crazy." Sean quickly. He thrust his hand forward, focusing on the realm, making his palm shoot at the target, causing it to explode in turn. Then Siron stared at his palm silently, thinking about releasing it. The eel module outside was extremely surprised. She began to think he is gathering the numbers while performing calculations simultaneously. This tactic can only be used when someone has reached the limit of conscious calculation. She remembered when Siron entered the arena. To achieve this, he must have been in a state of super concentration before stepping in here. But there's something if he does that. At this moment, he was extremely focused to attack as quickly and accurately as possible. He reminded himself that if he got distracted even a little, all his efforts to maintain continuity would be in vain. He had to stay focused at all costs. He frowned and thought. In his mind, a bolt of yellow lightning was flying straight toward the light source over there at the information board. On the wall, the scores of the two were increasing respectively. Siron was leading with a score of 469, while Iraqi's score was 432. The gray-haired person sitting at the same table as Sorel suddenly exclaimed about the score gap. The score was getting further apart. She and the girl next to her leaned on the table, standing up and shouting loudly, "Siren, go for it!" Everyone in the stand stood up and cheered. The blonde girl with two braids directed towards the arena and yelled, "Go faster!" The arena was really intense at this moment. The moves of both were incredibly powerful and swift. Everyone was excitedly praising Iraqi, who was launching attacks to blow up the target, while thinking that this could also be considered a form of encouragement. On the other side, breaking his usual calculating style also meant he had bet everything on this direction. He glanced over at Siron, smirking. "All right, I admit you, Siren, that your spirit is as strong as mine." Then he immediately clenched his hand silently, saying, "But my gamble will always be at a completely different level." Iraqi emphasized that thought. Then he clenched his hand with sharp eyes, focusing the realm around him. A blue lightning bolt appeared. Suddenly everyone was dumbfounded. Some stood up, some rubbed their eyes to see clearly what it was. Something was very strange. Iraqi's score, someone exclaimed in astonishment. His score just skyrocketed. Iraqi's score suddenly increased without breaks, and the level was also one rank higher than Siron. The two people standing next to him were also gaping. The person on the left spoke up, "But I see Siren isn't lagging behind at all, right?" The person on the right also said. The rhythm of Iraqi's explosions suddenly changed strangely. No way Sorel's group of three had all stood up. The pink-haired girl wondered, did everyone see the afterimage of the realm of Iraqi? That seems strange. She frowned and replied, "I see it. It's not just an afterimage." Sorel panicked and pointed forward, shouting, "But he has two realms at once around Iraqi." Two streams of realms surrounded him. Now everyone was very surprised. Someone shouted, "Is that even possible?" Ela, astonished, began to think, the realm is a characteristic sign of the directional shift. A split mind unexpectedly witnessed a student using this direction. Above all, he was simultaneously executing two consecutive chains and recording that process too. She thought to herself, even if he had a North syndrome, that ability would still be extremely rare. Who would have thought a child could hide such a level of power? Then Ela silently said, "An unpredictable variable. Another function has appeared at this magic academy." Sorel and her friends were all intently watching the arena. She murmured, "Ami was right. Iraqi's dual realms pierced through the target and flew all over the space above the ceiling." Sorel's voice rose. "Iraqi is truly a monster." Iraqi raised his hand straight ahead, directing the dual realms to strike the target. The scores of the two suddenly stopped. Iraqi was 845 and Siren was 692. Someone exclaimed, "It's over." Nai's group of three was watching intently. The person on the left said, "So everyone has guessed the result already." He continued, "This time, Siren is really unlucky." He stood silently, struggling to breathe. He helplessly thought, "In the end, I still can't win, even though I bet everything I have." Siren was hovering in front of the cliff in his dream. It was clear he had tried his best, and now he was feeling exhausted. He thought to himself, "But I still can't compare to Iraqi." He sadly reassured himself in his heart, "I tried my best." His hand loosened, but then he clenched his fist again. Siren thought again, "Tried my best, huh?" Sweat trickled down as he bowed his head. He glared at himself. "Not yet, I'm still scared." Siren was afraid whether he was allowed to follow that path. Then he raised his fist into the air and punched hard at the cliff in front of him, but it was no longer an issue. Siren thought that a hole appeared in the cliff as he withdrew his fist. Next, Siron swung his fist up high, gaining momentum. He gritted his teeth, looking at the hole with determined eyes. "I will overcome it myself." A strong force struck the cliff earlier and broke a large hole. Suddenly, it lit up. Sean was stunned to see that. The bright white light reflected on his face and illuminated the entire space. In his subconscious, it was like daytime returning to the arena. Etela was startled and turned her head to look at him. She glanced and wondered, "Siren can't believe that the targets were all quickly pierced through the center by Siron's golden light beams with a diameter measured in millimeters. That light was truly very small. The audience in the stands was once again horrified, their mouths couldn't close. Someone shouted, "Hey, look at Siron, the light is getting brighter and brighter." Sorel's group also anxiously wanted to dive down to the arena, but Sean remained silent. Nothing at all. Just standing there, head down. The light coming from him was so intense that the blue targets turned black, and then they were shattered to pieces by the beam of light. The light emitted from Siron without him having to do anything. Both of their scores were rapidly increasing, but it seemed Siron's was rising faster. Araki turned his head to look at Siron, coughed a little, and then grinned, grinding his teeth, thinking to himself, "No matter how fast you are, I'll definitely calculate faster than you." The remaining time was down to 5 seconds. Araki was still very confident he would calculate every number in this world. However, Siron's domain was still accelerating, and there were 4 seconds left. As Araki's domain hit the target, there were only 3 seconds left. He thought to himself that he was ahead, and he could win with only 2 seconds remaining, just 1 more second. And finally, there was only 1 second left. Araki frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Damn it, why is time moving so slowly?" Everyone stood up and shouted loudly as the match ended. Araki suddenly plopped down on the floor, thinking it was over. He looked up at his score, feeling smug. Wow, that score isn't bad at all. So did I win. His score was 1,247. He turned to Siron, wondering how he was doing. Eri thought to himself, looking at Siron with a confused expression. He still hadn't moved at all. Suddenly, someone ran over, shook his shoulder, and called out, "Siron!" At that moment, he snapped back to reality and let out a heavy breath. It was Sorel who was slowly releasing his shoulder. She worriedly asked, "Siron, are you okay?" The people around also gathered around the two of them, and he spoke up, "Sorel, the test is over." Then she turned to look at the scoreboard on the wall and happily said, "The victory belongs to you." He was extremely surprised. When he looked up at the scoreboard, she continued, "You've set a new record." The score he achieved was 1,273. The students happily gathered around and shouted in unison, "Congratulations, Siron." He was stunned, thinking to himself, "Did I really win?" Suddenly, Araki approached Siron and called out, "Hey, you." He looked at Araki with wide eyes, just as surprised as everyone else. Then Araki continued, "The area-wide magic was banned in the rapid-fire tests." Siron, hearing this, immediately fell silent, thinking right at that moment the entire arena was covered in light, and Araki's voice rang out, "Yeah, you really are dull." Araki had one hand in his pocket, while the other reached out to shake hands with him. He smiled and said, "Just because there's photon emission doesn't mean you're using photon magic. I'm just joking. Congratulations on your victory, everyone." The male student, hearing this, shouted in panic. Araki actually admitted he was defeated. The sun was rising in the west. Siron took his hand and shook it while standing up, saying, "So now you admit what I said, that life is more important than research?" Araki replied seriously, "Yes, you're right." He seemed not to believe his ears and asked again, "Are you serious?" Then Araki calmly responded, "But it seems like you misunderstood something. An explosion doesn't mean violence." Everyone didn't understand what the two were talking about. Araki continued, "An explosion is just a large mass of energy accumulated. To be considered violence, the user's intent must be to harm others." And Sorel, standing beside them, looked on in confusion. He quietly spoke up, but Siron didn't pay attention to him, frowning and countering. "That kind of energy is controlled by humans, and it's still dangerous." Araki said that the person would have to take responsibility for controlling that massive energy. "By the way, speaking of this issue, I have something to ask you." He looked at Siron with a serious expression, saying, "From now on, you have to take responsibility for me." Araki's voice rang out. "An explosion is just like a large amount of energy. Just energy. An uncontrollable energy. But if we can control it, it could be the kind of energy that saves 100,000 lives." He spoke seriously, and a strange light shone down from the pitch-black sky onto a city. Araki stood facing Siron and said, "A new era has opened up. We're not just fighting against nature anymore. Of course, I don't have such noble beliefs." Siron stood silently across from him for a moment before speaking up. "Why didn't you say that from the start? If you had, I wouldn't have misunderstood." Everyone was standing around whispering among themselves. Araki replied, "I want you to know where you belong. That you are the one who possesses power." Hearing this, Siron appeared surprised by his answer. Then he stood seriously and continued, "Or are you just someone who knows only fear?" Sean focused ahead, thinking he understood. Iraqi was afraid that his power would go out of control. He looked at him and thought Iraqi said with eyes full of anguish, "If you defeat me, you will prove your will. So the only one who can stop me is you." Iraqi looked at Siron, who was blank-faced, speaking sincerely. Then he firmly stated that if you can't handle me, I won't take another step. The people behind him felt confused and quietly spoke up. What the heck is he saying? He won't move because he's afraid of his own power. Sean was pondering, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, he said, "So I don't understand anything at all." He looked at Iraqi, worried, not knowing if he was delusional or being realistic. But one thing he knew for sure was that he looked into Iraqi's eyes and thought the fear in his eyes was real. After that, he stepped forward, took Iraqi's hand, and spoke up, "I promise." He looked at him with determined eyes. At that moment, "I will stop you." Everyone in the arena was now wondering what was happening and exclaimed, "Huh?" Meanwhile, 2 streams of tears rushed to the 2 of them, calling out loudly, "You guys!" Then he wrapped his arms around the necks of both of them, pulling them into an embrace and laughing. The person behind him, hearing this, felt confused and quietly said, "Wait, is he saying he doesn't plan to move because he's afraid of his own strength?" Sean was hesitating, unsure of what to do, when suddenly he said, "I don't understand anything at all." He looked at Iraqi, worried whether he was delusional or realistic. But one thing he knew for sure was that he looked into Iraqi's eyes and thought the fear in his gaze was real. Then he stepped forward, took Iraqi's hand, and said, "I promise." He looked at him with determined eyes. "By that time, I will stop you." Everyone in the yard was now unaware of what was happening and collectively exclaimed, "Huh?" Meanwhile, 2 streams of tears rushed to the 2 of them, calling out loudly, "You guys!" Then he wrapped his arms around their necks, pulling them into an embrace and laughing. Twice said, "It's so cool. I'm proud to have you guys as friends." Eel, standing behind the crowd, spoke up, "Siron, come here for a sec." He turned his head back and replied to her, "Yes, ma'am." Meanwhile, Iraqi was feeling a bit choked up. Choking, "I can hardly breathe." He followed Eaton outside, then she suddenly grabbed his shoulder, her tone making him jump. Sean looked at him worriedly and shouted, "Do you even know what you just did? Do you really want to leave here?" He was extremely panicked when he heard her say that. Siron stammered, "Professor Ethla." She frowned and said, "Where you're heading, if you go there, you won't be yourself anymore." Siron gently looked down, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry, I didn't know this was so dangerous." Edel softly called out to Siron, then she bowed her head in thought, advising, "The realm you're stepping into exceeds all numbers and is called the Infinite Realm. The sorcerers often refer to it as the Immortal function." She looked into his eyes and continued, "And our monks named it Nirvana." Sean was shocked when he heard that word. Humans can reach the infinite, but those who reach that point will no longer be anything. He thought to himself, surpassing the numbers he saw there, the vast space that he had shattered. Siron seemed to be pulled forward by some force. He continued to ponder, and it kept drawing him in. Sean was asleep when suddenly he woke up, breathing heavily and holding himself up with his hands. "I'm so tired." He stepped down from the bed, leaning on the table, reflecting on that nightmare again. After entering that place, he had been dreaming of this nightmare every day. He mentioned that he had a strange feeling inside. He picked up a glass of water, but his hands were shaky, causing the glass to tip over. Suddenly, his whole body trembled. He braced himself against the table to stay steady, while his other hand clutched his shirt at the chest. He felt anxious and scared. Thinking about it, I occasionally feel it. I asked Professor Etla, but neither of us could figure out what was wrong with my body. He looked at the puddle of water spilled on the table, worrying about what the hell was happening to him. One afternoon, as the birds were flying home, Siron's voice echoed off the ceiling. "Lately, I think I'm haunted." He sat in a chair, his face clearly showing fatigue from not being able to sleep well. Iraqi and En, sitting nearby, looked at him curiously. The 3 of them were in some room, sitting on a long couch to the left, scratching their heads and laughing awkwardly, saying, "You look serious, so I was really worried." He sat in the middle, lazily replying to him, "I am serious. Isn't this a research group on spiritual science?" Iraqi crossed his arms and chuckled. "Indeed. The level of concern of someone who once defeated me is on another level, so I'm surprised you thought he was serious." Sean smiled wryly and pointed at Iraqi, asking, "Did I ask something dumb?" "Not really." Araki rested his chin on his hand, looking at him, and said, "The dream you mentioned. You said you saw yourself in a dark, empty space, right?" Then he continued, "And the stars were being pulled from somewhere." Siron just nodded, and Araki's voice rang out, and finally that barrier shattered, releasing a beam of light. "Right?" Araki asked. Siron blinked in response. Yeah, that's right." Moving like a heartbeat. Araki sat with his arms crossed, leaning back in his chair, saying, "Considering both the size and speed of the space, it must be a number that no one on this continent can guess." Now, Araki had a new nickname, the Dark Moon. Araki, the spiritual group member, jokingly said, "If we consider that place to be real." Then he said seriously, "It must be outside the universe." Siron jumped up, looking at Araki, both exclaimed, "Outside the universe?" He looked at Araki with a skeptical expression. "Are you talking about the universe mentioned in books? But how could I dream about it when I've never seen it?" En leaned in, looking at him with sharp eyes, not backing down. He raised his hand and said with a very serious face, "I've heard about it." Siron awkwardly exclaimed, "En." And En also had a new nickname, YN. The spiritual group member was responsible for asking questions. He seriously recounted, 200 years ago, a death row inmate underwent a soul exchange experiment. If a person's soul can be materialized, there's a hypothesis that electricity can separate it. It's a closed loop, or in other words, they would put someone in an iron box and run electricity through it. However, due to the inhumane nature of the experiment, it was stopped long ago. That death row inmate survived their consciousness, returned after a month. But let's pause here for a moment. Then he continued. He learned about the situations of countries outside the continent, places he had never been to or heard of. Siron anxiously asked him, "Is that true?" En rested his elbows on his thighs, silently replying, "The information the death row inmate shared has been verified and all confirmed to be true." He glanced over at Siron, scaring him. "The soul has been separated by That's a hypothesis. The strange itching sensation that death row inmate experienced. That's called spiritual sensation. He heard En say that and got goosebumps all over. He hugged his arms tightly, fearfully, exclaiming, "Itching like my symptoms." Araki suddenly stood up, startling Siron, then said loudly, "That's why." Siron could see the universe out there. If your soul was electrified and materialized, leading to quantum phenomena, then the possibility of you transcending space and time would occur. He was puzzled. Transcending space and time. Araki raised his index and thumb, creating a small gap like a pea, and said, "In a microscopic world, even smaller than an electron, could an event beyond human understanding happen, a world defined by probability, a place you cannot observe and measure at the same time if you can." That very power attracted information about the world to the condemned man, right? That's a hypothesis. The strange tingling sensation that condemned man experienced, that's called a spiritual feeling. He heard that and got goosebumps. He hugged his arms tightly, fearfully exclaiming, "Oh, that tingling! It's just like my symptoms." Araki suddenly stood up, startling Siron, who then shouted, "So that's why." Siron could see the universe out there. If your soul is electrified, leading to quantum phenomena, then the possibility of you breaking through space and time will occur. He was puzzled, asking, "Breaking through space and time?" Araki raised his index and thumb, creating a small gap like a pea, and said, "In a microscopic world, even smaller than an electron, an event beyond human understanding could happen, right? A world defined by probability, a place you can't observe and measure at the same time if you think of its weight. The soul is lighter than an electron." An electron ring appeared in Araki's imagination. He continued to say that the connection between space and time would mean nothing at all. And then Araki just pointed his finger at the ceiling, looking at him, concluding that being able to perceive the outside space is possible. So he also pointed at him, excitedly asking him what he thought. "I think that fits your case perfectly." Siron shouted out in admiration. Then he said loudly, "So you figured it out, huh? That's awesome. You two look like a real research team." Siron praised them, grinning widely. Responding, "What's there to figure out?" Araki also smiled smugly, sitting with his arms crossed, telling him it was just a matter of solving it. "If we want to research, we need more information." After that, he even asked why he still hadn't told the truth. He looked confused, not understanding Araki's point. Araki coldly stared at Siron throughout. His own rapid-fire luminescent test had issues, and he also mentioned that after that day, he started having nightmares every night. "Tell us what's going on." Araki genuinely wanted to know what had happened. He awkwardly looked down at the table. Then Siron also told them that Professor Etel had told him a few things. After they both heard, En exclaimed in shock, "What is the immortal function, Araki? Do you know what it is?" Araki stood there without answering, only letting out a light laugh. Siron looked at him slightly panicked. Then he tilted his head back and laughed loudly. "I got it! So it's the immortal function." Araki continued, "I once heard my dad talk about it. This is the dreamland of mathematicians where a function becomes the key to everything in this world." So Siron felt a bit worried upon hearing that. He awkwardly said, "But the professor also said that thing is very dangerous." Araki spread his arms wide and said loudly, "Of course." Then, because everything is nothing, Araki covered his mouth, chuckling, and said, "I know to defeat me, you need the immortal function." Siron looked at Araki both surprised and delighted. He thought in his head that he didn't know why, but seeing them joke around made him feel relieved. Siron said seriously, "I've decided I will join the paranormal science research team." Araki and En both jumped up excitedly when they heard his decision. En spoke up, "Really?" Siron replied, "Yeah, I don't want to be scared anymore. I want to research and confront it directly." Siron stood up, squinting and smiling. "If I'm working with you guys, I'm sure I'll find something." En raised both hands to the sky and shouted, "Awesome! Whether it's the immortal function or whatever, we'll get through it. Now, we have enough people, and we can officially become a team. So we should celebrate until we cry. That means we'll get funding again." Araki also said, "But does the professor allow Siron to join our reputation? Isn't that great?" So En mischievously held up a piece of paper and said, "Just trust me. I'll get it in without the professor knowing." Sean and Araki looked at each other in surprise and said in unison, "Is that really okay?" Then they rushed over to grab the necks of the two, laughing with squinty eyes. "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Let's go get coffee and throw a welcome party for the new member." En continued, "Today I'll treat you guys." Araki coldly reminded him, but he didn't say anything about Siron and just glanced back deep in thought. Now this is his research team. He looked around the research room and thought that. And he told himself to start with cleaning up one afternoon. But it didn't go as expected. The application to form the group was taken by someone, and that person seemed very angry. The scariest professor had discovered it was Sienna. She had a very intimidating expression as she looked at the application and growled. Someone's voice echoed, "Professor, that's the guy who just hugged a stack of papers up to his nose," while glancing back, answering, "Oh, the application to join the research team. Every holiday it's like this." He was walking and talking, so he didn't notice a paper had fallen to the ground, gathering for a while until there was a training point. Then the group just finished quickly. Sienna saw that paper and immediately reminded him, "Professor, you dropped this." He jumped and exclaimed, "Oh no." She picked up the paper to see, and he peeked at it too. Then he frowned and said, Professor, this research team is..." He hesitated, looking at the application to join the Supernatural Soul Science Research Team. His voice was surprised. The Supernatural Soul Science Research Team. Then he added, and his gaze fell on the name Aryan Siron. He glanced at the application and asked, "Isn't that you, Siron?" Sienna's face darkened, and she said nothing. Then she tightened her grip on the application, crumpling it, and smiled a terrifying smile. Deep in the relatively low hills in the mountains, there was a house inside, and someone's voice echoed outside. "I'm sorry, Professor, you're practicing your skills," she said, sitting cross-legged by the tea table, lifting a cup of tea and smiling with squinty eyes. "Since you've come all the way here, it must not be a simple matter, Professor." Sienna realized this was the home of... The atmosphere suddenly fell silent for a moment as the two sat across from each other, lifting their cups of tea and sipping. The surrounding scenery was truly peaceful. Sienna set her cup down and said, "Actually, Siron has joined a research team." Eaton cheerfully asked, "Finally he joined a team, which one?" Sienna leaned forward, her expression serious. "The Supernatural Soul Science Research Team." Eaton, who had just taken a sip of tea, froze and the tea almost spilled out of the cup. Then Xena, both scared and trembling, continued, "As you know, even before we became professors, this team already had a complicated history. Every day I receive many complaints from parents of students." She was getting more and more frightened. "Why, that Team Siron is the future of our school. He should be studying hard." Ela looked at her puzzled, holding her cup of tea. She laughed stupidly and spoke up, "But isn't this group different now? She just raised her index finger and earnestly defended the current president's group, saying that he is a very well-behaved student who gets along with his friends, so there shouldn't be any problems. The troublemakers have graduated already, and the current president of the Tome share beautiful things and learn together. Meanwhile, in his group, he was lying with his head on the couch, looking very relaxed, so he greeted Siron. "Oh, Siron, you're here." He stood outside the door, grimacing and using his sleeve to wipe away the dust that was rising. He was annoyed and spoke up. "You guys from the ceiling Aren't you going to school? I don't feel well today, so I'm lying down with my head resting on my arms and my legs crossed on the couch," he replied. "I'm not well." Today, Araki was sitting on the chair, focused on playing a chess game on the table, telling me that I'm always skipping out, but then he got excited and focused on his game. "Checkmate again," he said quickly. Siron stood behind him, just frozen, watching without saying anything more. Then he turned to the mess on the right and thought to himself that he had cleaned it up before, but now it was messy again. After that, he spoke up. "You guys aren't studying or researching, and you're skipping school too." So he looked up and said, "If you regret it, that..." He walked over to the round table next to the long table, took out some documents, and sat quietly studying. Araki and En both silently watched him. He lay on the couch looking bored, thinking to himself, what a model student. Suddenly, Araki propped his elbows on the table, leaned. Araki's voice rang out and reached Siron's ears. "So, this is an invisibility cloak." While he was jotting down notes, he heard Araki's voice. Those two were chatting so animatedly, it was really amazing. "Right, Siron, you can't concentrate on studying." So he secretly perked up his ears to eavesdrop. It can last for an hour. He couldn't pretend to be silent anymore, so he stood up, looking at the two of them with curiosity, and shouted, "I want to see the reunion of Sienna and Ethan at Etha's house." Sienna calmly lifted her teacup, took a sip, and then spoke up. "We're talking about Nee, so let's conveniently talk about the others too." That little brat Araki. In Sienna's mind, two typical faces appeared, Araki and Siron. Then she continued quietly, "Have you seen his abilities yet?" And Siron defeated that monster Araki. "When these graduates graduate, they will probably become the highlights of our school." After that, she suddenly held her teacup nervously and placed it on her lap, then raised her voice. "But if kids like Araki and becomes rebellious like him, what then? He will become the biggest failure case of the Ela Magic Academy." Hearing this, Ela looked stunned and worried, speaking up about failure. Then Ela casually said, "Oh my, you're really worried." At that moment, in the research room of the three Siron, "Did you make all this?" he asked. "So this is a magic grenade." The three of them were sitting around that wooden hole, resting their hands on the floor, giggling and saying, "I'm saving these for a big show sometime." Sean, sitting next to him, was tugging at the invisibility cloak he was wearing while lifting a round pink grenade. "What?" Araki sighed, then picked up a black book and smiled, saying, "Come on, my dream is to become a magic engineer." That's why he was going to school. Siron, wearing the invisibility cloak, now only had his head collar and two hands holding onto his cloak visible. The rest had turned invisible. Hearing Araki say that use electromagnetism to create these things. Then he wondered, "But what's this red book?" Siron reached for the red book, and Araki and En both glanced at it. He was startled and exclaimed, That's..." Before he could finish, Araki quickly interjected, It's from the Human Body Research Group. Why is it here?" He flipped the book open, but then he looked at the page he just opened and panicked, shouting, "The page that Siron flipped has pictures of two beautiful girls. What the heck is this?" He awkwardly dropped the book to the floor and covered his face with both hands, leaving only his left eye peeking out. "Aren't those students from our school?" Araki looked at the page and frowned, saying, "So this is here too." Then look, Araki said this in a bored tone. "It's just entertainment for those who are free." But he felt something was off, and then he frowned, feeling uncomfortable, wondering why he didn't intervene. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his cheeks flushed red, because he reacted that way because he saw a drawing of Ami in that book. Araki noticed he was silent and immediately asked, "Why isn't Siron saying anything?" Seeing Siron like that, he raised his hand wanting to say something, but only let out a sound before Siron pulled his hand down. "When they graduate, they will probably become the highlights of our school." After that, she suddenly held her teacup nervously and placed it on her lap, then raised her voice. "But if Siron hangs out with kids like Araki and it becomes rebellious like him, what then? He will become the biggest failure case of the Magic Academy. Ela heard this and looked stunned and worried, speaking up about failure. Then Ela casually said, "Oh my, you're really worried." At that moment, in the research room of the three Sirens' deep voice echoed when he saw a pile of strange tools that looked like grenades lying in a wooden box. "Did you make all this?" he asked. "So this is a magic grenade." The three of them were sitting around that wooden hole, resting their hands on the floor, giggling, and saying, "I'm saving these for a big show sometime." Sean, sitting next to him, was tugging at the invisibility cloak he was wearing while lifting a round pink grenade, speaking in a doubtful tone. "But isn't that a bit dangerous?" "What?" Iraqi sighed, then picked up a black book and smiled, saying, "Come on, my dream is to become a magic engineer." That's why he was going to school. Siron, wearing the invisibility cloak, now only had his head collar and two hands holding onto his cloak visible. The rest had turned invisible, hearing Iraqi use electromagnetism to create these things. Then he wondered, "But what's this red book?" Siron reached for the red book, and Iraqi and N both glanced at it. He was startled and exclaimed, "Huh, that's..." Before he could finish, Iraqi quickly interjected, "It's from the Human Body Research Group. Why is it here?" He flipped the book open, but his eyes were on Iraqi as he spoke about the Human Body Research Group. Then he looked at the page he just opened and panicked, shouting, "The page that Siron flipped has pictures of two beautiful girls. What the heck is this?" He awkwardly dropped the book to the floor and covered his face with both hands, leaving only his left eye peeking out. "Aren't those students from our school?" Iraqi looked at the page and frowned, saying, "So this is here too." Then Iraqi said this in a bored tone, "It's just entertainment for those who are free." But he felt something was off, and then he frowned, feeling uncomfortable, wondering why he didn't intervene. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his cheeks flushed red, because he reacted that way, because he saw a drawing of Ami in that book. Iraqi noticed he was silent and immediately asked, "Why isn't Siron saying anything?" Seeing Siron like that, he raised his hand wanting to say something, but only let out a sound before Siron pulled his hand down. "I like this. It's like a document from some shady research group. The drawings are a bit rough, but full of insider information." Iraqi said this in a bored tone. "It's just entertainment for those who are free." But he felt something was off, and then he frowned in discomfort, not intervening. What then? Suddenly, his eyes widened and his cheeks flushed. It turned out he reacted that way because he saw a drawing of Amy in that book. Iraqi noticed he was silent and immediately asked, "Why isn't Siron saying anything? Are you really dating?" He didn't let Iraqi finish and raised both hands to the sky, shyly saying, "You guys can't look at this stuff." What the heck? Seeing Siron like that, he raised his hand wanting to say something but only managed to shout. Then Siron pulled his hands down. Iraqi looked worried and tried to change the subject. "Who runs a group like this anyway?" He calmly replied that it was a shady group, but since most of the members were from the graduating class, he mumbled anxiously about a graduating class having a group like this. Under the eaves of Ia's house, the gentle sunlight reflected softly off her roof. Sienna's voice rang out, "That's right, the Supernatural Soul Research Group is also a shady group." Then she coldly stated that the Dark Sorcerers Group was just child's play. The problem is that it was a prank set up by the smartest and most talented students in the school, each with Sienna continued speaking and then paused, saying they were very advanced and had talents in communication and research. Then she added that they completely avoided the school's investigation system. Sienna sat up straight, her hands clasped together, and seriously explained to Ethel that the reason they didn't touch the Supernatural Soul Research, the bright students were trying to revive the Supernatural Soul Research Group. Then she said with a cold face and sharp eyes that thanks to this opportunity, she would disband this group. Ethel was silent for a moment. Then she closed her eyes, poured tea into a cup, and spoke, "I understand your concern for your students." As she lifted the teapot to pour into the cup, she said, "However, there is a reason the headmaster does not intervene in these groups to help students develop independence. So the research group is seen as an independent group and must take responsibility for its choices." On a high branch, there was a nest of chicks with different colors, unlike the pink of the mother bird perched nearby watching them. Etela continued, "If we adults take away that right from them, they will fear making choices." She calmly asked Sienna why we don't give them a chance. Sienna fell silent, closed her eyes to think for a moment. Then, "I think developing students' talents and preventing them from going down the wrong path is also the responsibility of adults." Etla silently looked at her, pondering. She could see the affection Professor Sienna had for Siron. I want to give Siron enough time to decide for himself, but I can't overlook the professor's intentions. Thinking this, she spoke up. I'm sorry for not mentioning this to you earlier, but this is related to Siron. In the recent speed shooting test, Siron reached Nirvana. Sienna's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. She couldn't believe it was true, and then she shouted loudly. What Sienna's scream echoed through the mountains, startling the birds perched on the tall forest canopy. They panicked and flew up into the sky, while in the research room, the three of them saw the chandelier shake violently, causing the ground to tremble continuously. Siron knelt on the floor, terrified, exclaiming, "Earthquake!" Iraqi hurriedly stuffed his cloak into a wooden box and shouted, "Hide the stuff quickly!" Iraqi also helped gather papers into the wooden box. Only Siron was confused, wondering what was going on. Iraqi was adjusting the couch while replying, "There's a professor controlling the storage room, so hurry up and fix the table." Siron just stood there watching them, anxiously asking, "What should we do now?" Iraqi hurriedly said, "Just sit and wait." A hand placed on the identification machine at the door, and a voice announced it was Sienna standing there waiting for the door to open. She had a serious expression, thinking it took 3 minutes to summon the storage room, hoping for enough time to hide the egg. In the research room, Siron was forced to sit down, and Iraqi shouted in panic, "The professor is coming and we can't greet her." "You should hold on to my arm," he said, looking confused. "It's fine, just act like nothing is happening." Iraqi anxiously reminded him, "If we get caught, it won't just be a suspension." After Siron listened to the two of them, N sat cross-legged in the middle chair, clasping his hands. "If you get scared, it's all over." He sounded a bit doubtful and replied, Okay. Sienna exuded a cold and strong beauty as she pushed the door open and walked in first. Her eyes were on the three people sitting in different positions on the chairs. The room was completely unremarkable. Iraqi sat with his arms crossed, looking up at her with an arrogant expression. N sat upright, resting his hands on the table, slightly bowing his head to glance up at her, while Siron looked serious, staring straight ahead. Sienna frowned, staring at the three of them, and thought to herself, before it's too late, I must disband this group. Sienna's thoughts suddenly hesitated. Why did she anticipate this reaction? But N casually crossed his legs and said, "We're sorry. We're in the middle of a debate." Sienna was displeased with his attitude. "That attitude is a bit annoying, you know." N was sitting with his legs crossed, resting his elbows on the armrest, and intertwining his fingers, grinning as he said, "If you had sent a formal notice before coming here, we would have welcomed you warmly." Senna no longer looked at N, but glanced to the side in annoyance, silently thinking that what drove her crazy was that Siron was also dragged into this. Siron on the outside seemed unaffected. He just sat silently looking down at the table, but inside he was pulling his hair and screaming, "Professor Sienna! Should I just sit here?" Then Sienna smiled brightly and said, "I don't know what the problem is when a guest arrives. Shouldn't you offer tea or drinks?" N immediately smiled and replied to her. Her words, "Oh my gosh, do you really trust us enough to drink tea that we offer?" What Siron sitting between the two of them was frozen, as if he wanted to log out of this place. She used her index and middle fingers. "Just act like nothing is happening." Iraqi anxiously reminded him, "If we get caught, it won't just be a suspension." After Siron listened to the two of them, N sat cross-legged in the middle chair, clasping his hands, reminding him that the research room is our territory. "If you get scared, it's all over." He sounded a bit doubtful and replied, Okay. Sienna exuded a cold and strong beauty as she pushed the door open and walked in first. Her eyes were on the three people sitting in different positions on the chairs. The room was completely unremarkable. Iraqi sat with his arms crossed, looking up at her with an arrogant expression. N sat upright, resting his hands on the table, slightly bowing his head to glance up at her, while Siron looked. Sienna frowned, staring at the three of them, and thought to herself, "Before it's too late, I must disband this group." Sienna's thoughts suddenly hesitated. Why did she anticipate this reaction? But N casually crossed his legs and said, "We're sorry. We're in the middle of a debate." Sienna was displeased with his attitude. "That attitude is a bit annoying, you know." N was sitting with his legs crossed, resting his elbows on the armrest, and intertwining his fingers, grinning as he said, "If you had sent a formal notice before coming here, we would have welcomed you warmly." Senna no longer looked at N, but glanced to the side in annoyance, silently thinking that what drove her crazy was that Siron was also dragged into this. Siron on the outside seemed unaffected. He just sat silently looking down at the table, but inside he was pulling his hair and screaming, "Professor Sienna, should I just sit here?" Then Sienna smiled brightly and said, "I don't know what the problem is when a guest arrives. Shouldn't you offer tea or drinks?" N immediately smiled and replied to her. Her words, "Oh my gosh, do you really trust us enough to drink tea that we offer?" What Siron sitting between the two of them was frozen, as if he wanted to log out of this place. She used her index and middle fingers. "Professor Senna, is it okay if I just sit here?" Then Sienna smiled brightly and said, "I don't know what the problem is when a guest arrives who isn't you guys. Should I offer tea or a drink?" So she smiled with squinty eyes. Her words, "Oh my, do you really trust us enough to drink tea we offer?" Siron, sitting between the two of them, was frozen, as if he wanted to log out of this place. She used her index and middle fingers. With her eyes closed and a light smile, "I'll quickly get to the point before leaving here." She sat in the chair, speaking sternly. "I hope you all will return the research group's room afterward." After she finished speaking, ER just stared at her with a serious face, while then smiled with squinted eyes, and Siron looked at her with a bit of confusion. Then all three of them leaned their heads together wide-eyed and exclaimed in unison. Suddenly, I slammed my hand down on the table, stood up, and shouted in pain, "Return the room! Why is it like this?" Sienna pulled out a document folder, flipped through it, looking for something, and said she had searched through the files and found it hard to find a reason to. "Not to close this research group. The truth is, you all haven't done anything in the second year." Siron was sweating profusely, and Huang Meng looked over at Hiroki, who was equally worried. She continued, "The truth is, you all are in a state of lacking students throughout the entire semester. That reason is enough to close this group. It seems your budget has been cut again, hasn't it?" Sienna flipped through the documents, reading while speaking. "If you can create some value within a month, you can continue the research group. If not, you should suddenly kneel on the table and clasp your hands, bowing your head down." I begged her in front of Siron's astonished expression. "I'll do anything, but it can't be the research results." He knelt down with his head bowed earnestly, pleading for the supernatural research topic, saying honestly that the topics cannot be proven right. "Do you really want to close the only research group that would shatter the magical society which relies too much on science and logic? We will do everything, except for the research results." "Please," Sienna, holding the document folder against my face. Looking down, I said, "If you want it that way, I have another proposal." N seriously spoke up. "Yes, I will do everything." Sienna looked sternly at N, then ordered Siron out of the group. After she finished speaking, N immediately raised his head, surprised to look at her. Siron and Iraqi were also very astonished. All three of them were equally shocked when faced with her conditions. Then they all shouted in unison. "Why?" After a while of discussion, Sienna spoke up. "Have you all known yet?" N and Iraqi sat upright in their chairs, wondering how to choose. Meanwhile, Siron was forced to sit in the chair opposite. He was also very confused. Sienna stood behind the chair, arms crossed, saying that the issue of immortality is a big problem that students cannot even solve. It's extremely dangerous for a young student to handle. Siron looked up at her, both worried and dissatisfied, replying, "I already know it's dangerous, but I won't do it again." She turned to him with a serious face, saying, "That's not all. The real problem is overload." Following that, she looked at N and Iraqi, asking overload of what? So it seemed they were scared. They didn't answer, while Iraqi frowned, explaining to him, "I should say it's like a disease that geniuses suffer from, right? I had it when I was 8, but it wasn't too severe." He recounted what his father had told him. His father said he was crazy, so just shut up and live with it. Speaking with curiosity, he said, "I don't know anything about it." Sienna put her hand on her forehead and sighed, saying, "I call it a problem because you all see it that way. An overload is a phenomenon that occurs when your mind cannot fully control the amount of information coming from the sudden awakening of that person's brain. Something will accumulate in there and shine outward." She said it's like a dam that cannot stop an excessive flow of water. It's a terrible symptom that can shatter your consciousness, but because of the mistake of considering it a disease that geniuses suffer from. A mother has a child who is seriously ill in bed, but the mother, hearing it's a genius's disease, feels both happy and worried and treats it. Sienna Continued, many children have missed the best time for treatment and live in suffering for life because of it. Think about overload as the cause of immortality. Your teacher here never wants to imagine how dangerous it would be. He heard her say that and frowned worriedly, thinking about collapsing consciousness. Perhaps it's like that the nightmare he dreams of every night. His body often feels uncomfortable, like a series of cylindrical strings are rampaging inside him. Then he thought maybe he had gone crazy. No, Sienna stood there frowning, trying to persuade. I think I'll let Siron focus on psychological treatment while affecting his studies as little as possible. He sadly lowered his head. She continued, I will adjust myself to leave no traces behind. So if you all really care about your friend, you should kick Siron out. Suddenly N shouted loudly, interrupting her. No. She looked up in shock. He spoke in a very determined and firm tone, yet still mixed with humor on his face. That's the president. I don't think you know everything. She angrily bent down, shouting, What's this? Is it time to get angry? But Araki was the one who spoke up in response to her. Isn't this something Siron decides for himself? Siron was stunned when he heard him say that. Then he spoke up saying, I know you're worried. Then what N, sitting beside him, angrily stood up. Right, can you tell me why you're going this far? Professor, because she likes him, likes what he hesitated, then angrily shouted, because she likes Siron, right? Sienna was taken aback, immediately replying to him, Yeah, what's the problem? After hearing her answer, N felt like he had been struck by lightning. He stood holding his head, looking up at the sky, and shouted, Of course that's a problem. I didn't think a professor would be attracted to a student. His face turned so red it seemed to steam. His eyes became hazy dazed, and he said, If that's the case, then it must be impossible. You like me, right? Sienna coldly replied very quickly, No, not at all. Painfully falling face down into a pool of blood on the table, lamenting harshly. Siron stood beside, flustered, exclaiming, President, it's over. Siron, right? Sienna was taken aback, immediately replying, Yeah, what's the problem? Hearing her response felt like thunder striking his ears. He stood holding his head, tilting his neck back and shouting, Of course that's a problem. I can't believe a professor is being charmed by a student, right? His face turned so red it was like smoke was rising. His eyes became dazed and he stammered, If that's the case, then is it impossible? You like me, don't you? Sienna coldly replied very quickly, No, not at all. Painfully, he fell face first into the puddle of blood on the table, lamenting harshly. Siron stood beside him, panicking and exclaiming, President, it's over. Seeing that I spoke up, I'm not getting dragged into that right or wrong argument. Stop being stubborn and accept reality. Araki stood there looking at her and said, Professor, if Siron can't handle it, being overloaded like that means he can only go that far. Why hasn't he died yet? Siron stood dumbfounded when he heard that question. Sienna seriously replied, I think you already know this. Because you've experienced it before. This isn't normal. This is the power of immortality. Araki frowned, wondering about immortality, a field that has never been clearly understood. That's where Siron had taken a step in. Shouldn't we trust and wait for him? Are you worried he might push beyond his limits? The professor then seriously emphasized that, and that's what everyone calls an obsession. Senna, after hearing that, just silently looked down, slightly biting her lip. She began to think about obsession, remembering a childhood memory when someone called her name. Sienna, you have to leave here. She recalled a time when she was little, sitting alone in the middle of the forest, panicking and holding her head. Suddenly, Siron spoke up, As you think that's something you have to decide for yourself. Sienna, startled, worried, turned to look at him. He said, That actually I'm just as scared as you said. There was a time I thought I was going crazy. She panicked and said, Then, starting from now. But Siron interrupted her. But, no, I felt really great. Sienna looked at him in shock. How Siron just placed his left hand on his chest, where his heart was beating, and said in that friendly tone, That's not something everyone can experience. But it happened to you, right? I'm really scared that the nightmares will disappear. If the nightmares disappear, then I can't learn about the secrets hidden deep inside me anymore. After that, he looked up at her with eyes full of confidence. If this is a question posed just for me, I want to find the answer. I don't want to run away, but we'll face it. Sienna silently thought that like him, she remembered a blonde boy who once reached out to help her. That person once said, Don't run away, look straight ahead, and then she silently thought in her heart, he's like that person. After a moment, Sienna nodded, saying, I understand now. I respect Siron's decision and will never think about him giving up again. The three of them, upon hearing that, were both astonished and happy inside. So from Under the table, someone raised their head and said, then she replied, yes, that's right. After that, she turned around, waved her hand, and smiled brightly. We're going back to the initial conditions you will show the results in. The next round, right? So he frowned, dumbfounded, then he couldn't smile anymore, and looked gloomy. Right now, the three of them were sitting on a bench by the waterfall, all looking dazed. Looking in 3 different directions while he seemed to be out of it. Siron exclaimed in confusion, what should we do? So we have to show the research results within a month, right? Do you have any notes about past research? Well, the soul has already flown away, so I can't answer him. Araki frowned, thinking, from what I know, SPSRG hasn't researched anything at all. If there was something like science about supernatural souls, it would be in the textbook already. There's no evidence to prove the existence of souls at all, Araki said helplessly. En finally spoke up. But it's very strange, his face pale, as he said, I'm sorry, the former president of the research group will end with this generation. And he said many more things, but it couldn't be heard. Siron cried out, but still encouraged him keep trying. Suddenly, Araki, who was bored, leaned back in his chair, sat up, and said with bright eyes, look at that beautiful girl. Siron spoke up, now is not the time to focus on that while he remained lifeless like that. But then he heard beautiful girl and jumped up, raising his hand to his eyes to focus his gaze, continuously asking where they were looking at a girl in a long dress with long purple hair. It was Lot walking over there. He didn't take his eyes off and exclaimed, who is that? Is there anyone like that in the advanced class? Why Araki raising his hand to touch? He guessed there's no one like that in the advanced class. Did she graduate already, Siron? Looking at the two of them, he wondered, Araki, do you remember every girl's face in the advanced class? Suddenly, Siron saw that girl. She looked very much like Sienna. He frowned and blushed, letting out a sound. After that, Siron and En looked toward that girl and shouted in unison. It's Professor Sienna Ni shouted loudly, how could a person change so much? Why Araki looked at Siron and asked, Siron, do you have a thing for girls? Huh, a pervert. He panicked and explained, no, it's not like that. Then he wondered, but where is she going this weekend? And she's wearing makeup too. They watched Sienna's figure as they discussed among themselves. Araki teased, is she going on a date? Anyway, she's of age now. He didn't believe she had a boyfriend. Suddenly he stood up, mumbling, this is a meeting. Siron, sitting next to him, wondered what he was planning to do. En then excitedly said, after pursuing Professor Sienna and finding her weakness, we will use it to stop disbanding the research group. Araki seriously spoke up, pursuing a certified 6th level mage isn't easy, but we have the invisibility cloak saying that they both ran off while leaving instructions for him. Araki said, I'll follow the professor, you go with En. And En pointed directly at his face and yelled, I'm going to get the cloak from the research room. You know how to keep your distance from the target, right? This is the only way to save the research group. They only left those words, and Siron stood there confused, not understanding anything. After that, he cried out, use your brains for studying. At this moment, was stopping, looking around very cautiously and warily. The three of Siron were hiding under the invisibility cloak behind the apple shelf. Araki spoke up, she's very alert, was stopping to look around cautiously and warily. Siron's trio was hiding under an invisibility cloak behind the apple shelf. Araki spoke up, she's very alert, we almost got caught, so he was really into this. He smirked and said, it looks like something's going on. Who is she planning to meet? And he was dissatisfied, asking why they had to do this. But then, he worriedly continued, but there's something. When a noble goes on a date, the 4 of them were in a large crowded market. Siron wondered if they should avoid the commoners. Sienna walked while constantly glancing around as if she was on guard against someone. She even carefully looked back when she noticed something suspicious. Then Sienna quickly stepped through the stalls in the street. Araki voiced her opinion. There's definitely something shady going on. She was very alert around her, worried about the fate of the documents. I wonder if the professor is selling some weird equipment for money. Siron looked at him with a judging gaze, thinking, does she think she's like him? Sienna stood in front of a residential building in the neighborhood, smiling as the door opened. A man reached out to hug her, expressing his joy. The 3 of them were surprised and exclaimed together, is that an excited man witnessing his girlfriend's secret boyfriend? That's hot news. Is this the secret love forbidden by the family? Both Araki and Siron turned their eyes towards her inside, and we should stop here. However, unable to hide her curiosity, she quickly jumped out and ran down the street with excitement. What are you talking about? We have to follow the professor and find evidence for the survival of the research group. Iraqi and Siron felt helpless against her decision, signaling to Iraqi. Iraqi, it's time. Iraqi cleared her throat, preparing herself. A beam of blue light entered the iron keyholes outside the door. The pressure from the power created opened it, causing her to joyfully shout, "We did it! The door is open!" He swung the door wide, boasting about his prediction. "I knew the basement door was the loosest. Let's go in." She and Iraqi quickly explored the floors of the house. The first floor had nothing at all great. "Let's break into the second floor. Use your directional field to check the hallway first." Siron could only stand there, smiling helplessly at his friend's innocence. Why don't these two use their extraordinary intelligence and motivation for studying? The three of them used invisibility cloaks, sneaking along the walls, listening around the house. Suddenly signaling to stop, I heard a woman's voice coming from that room. The front room was closed, making the sound she could hear. Siron felt like things were about to get out of hand. She cried out, "Please come back, I'm begging you." She spoke up to stop it. Professor Zena was the one who started the conflict, and we had no other choice but to lean close to the door to listen in. Sienna's voice rose. "Don't you need to change clothes?" Amin inside gently replied, "I still prefer wearing this outfit today." Sienna continued inside, "Should I change?" Then Amin decided to let her keep it on. "Just wear this, you look great." Iraqi and Siron outside blushed, feeling embarrassed, and said, "I think we should stop listening." Sienna inside asked again, "When will your wife be back?" Amin replied, "Probably in about 2 hours." The three of them were shocked and exclaimed, "Is the professor dating someone who's already married?" Amin inside quickly organized, "Great, let's get to work." Iraqi spoke up, "This is even worse than that weakness." They were stunned by what they just heard. "I think we can't let this happen." He quickly twisted the doorknob, determined to stop this wrongdoing. "We have to prevent this from happening." The three of them rushed into the room, tears streaming down their faces to stop the unwanted event. "Professor, don't do this." The three of them said in unison, then gradually quieted down. "That's really wrong, sir." All three were stunned by the scene before them. The door couldn't withstand the pressure from the three and swung open, revealing Amin sitting and painting. Leaving all three dumbfounded painting, Sienna trembled and said, "You guys." The sudden appearance of her students in front of her current scene made her furious, shouting, "What are you doing here?" Immediately after, all three were punished. Raising their hands, their trembling arms had been in the air for who knows how long. The leader spoke up to take the blame. "I'm sorry, ma'am, we thought—" He continued, "You're doing adult things." Sienna was taken aback by his justification. "What do you really think I would do something like that?" She angrily ordered, "Go back to school, or you'll see my wrath got it." Iraqi sighed helplessly. "There definitely has to be a punishment." Iraqi quickly dragged the leader out in front of the gun. He's the ringleader. Siron quickly provided evidence. The invisibility cloak is also his. He was caught in the middle, unable to react to the betrayal from his two friends. "You traitors, you didn't oppose anything." Amin quickly came to the rescue for the three. "Don't scold them anymore, I'm fine, and the door is fixed." Sienna still felt guilty towards him, but Amin explained, "Your students followed along because they were worried about you." "Right, Zena." Amin smiled and gestured, "It's okay, even if I'm being watched." "It's definitely my fault for being careless. Breaking into someone else's house is wrong. Those kids surely didn't think and barged in because their teacher was here." He slowly stepped outside, saying back, "I'll go make tea, you all chat for a bit." The Siron group quickly replied, "Thank you." The three looked at Amin with admiration. He's truly an angel. Watching Amin's slow actions made Siron realize something and wonder, is he blind? Suddenly, the shift in his brain made Siron hold his head in thought. But why does my head feel so heavy all of a sudden? Could this be related to feelings of regret? Sienna helplessly raised her hand to her forehead, saying, "Thank goodness, Amin is generous." Siron immediately asked about the professor. "May I politely ask, who is that?" One side couldn't hide their curiosity. "Right, what kind of relationship do you two have that makes you so cautious about meeting him?" Sienna was feeling overwhelmed with her students, but had to answer that Amin was a senior she studied with. The Magic Academy with her when she was younger. Iraqi wondered, so he's a wizard too, but how did he lose his sight? Sienna suddenly sighed, hesitating to say, "Amin." She lowered her voice. The atmosphere became noticeably heavy. Not being able to see anymore was because of her. Sienna remembered that day running in the pouring rain when she was young. She had also experienced an overload of images crying. Loudly in the rain mixed with her narration throughout that hellish day, the only thing she could do was run away. Amin at that moment was a boy running fast while shouting, "Zena! It's dangerous, the water level there is really high." Sienna saw this and stubbornly ran away from Amin. "Don't come near me." Right after that, she lost her footing. Sienna was swept away by the water along with her cries. Above, Amin quickly jumped into the water below. The two of them grabbed onto a large piece of wood. At that moment, Zena was scared and cried loudly. Amin immediately reassured her, "Hold on tight. If we can endure until we reach the downstream, we'll be saved." Amin suddenly saw a scene ahead, a pile of huge logs stacked on top of each other with branches sticking out dangerously. Amin quickly instructed Sienna, "We have to dive down. You can do it right, Sienna." Tears were still flowing. Fearfully, she said, "I can't." Amin, there isn't much time left, immediately pushed her head down, continuously reassuring her, "Try to hold your breath. I'll push you down so you won't float up again. If we hold on tight, we will survive." Sienna obediently followed. "Okay." Alone, Amin faced the large logs ahead with a flicker of hope inside. "Yes, we will survive." The speed increased as the log rushed straight towards the big trees, along with the thought, "At least you must survive." Amin's tears fell as he waited for what would happen next to the two of them. Sienna bitterly recounted that story. The genius of the Magic Academy, Amin had lost his eyes. Like that, he had given up on becoming a wizard, even though both of them had survived. Everyone looked at Amin with pity when they heard his story. Sienna continued, "When I heard he became a painter, you guys have no idea how shocked I was." So that's how it turned out. Iraqi understood and realized why she had been so worried about the overload. At that moment, Amin entered, breaking the gloomy atmosphere. "Sienna, you complain a lot, don't you?" Sienna unexpectedly said. Amin's Siron quickly chimed in, "Thank you, sir." Amin continued, "But even if you complain, Sienna definitely cares a lot about those kids. All day long she talks about her students." So she pretended to be shy, scratching her head. "We respect her a lot, sir." Iraqi on the side took a sip of tea. Innocently said, "It's iced tea." Siron moved closer to the painting Amin was working on, expressing a desire. "If it's not too much trouble, can we watch you paint, sir?" This surprised Amin a bit. "You want to watch me paint?" "I want to see too." Iraqi expressed his curiosity. "How do you paint when you can't see anything?" Sienna saw her students being a bit rude and spoke up to correct them. "You guys shouldn't speak so bluntly." Amin gently soothed Sienna. "I'm fine. There's not much time left. I have to keep painting." "Sienna, you agree, right?" Sienna didn't mind much and immediately agreed, "Of course." Although she felt a bit embarrassed, Sienna shyly posed for Amin to prepare to paint. At that moment, Amin was almost done sketching his painting. Iraqi couldn't stop marveling at Amin's skill. "It's hard to believe. I wonder how he does it." Iraqi thought for a moment and said, "He must be using his domain." Turning to discuss, "That means at least he must be at the jur level." Siron silently observed every gesture of Amin. He slowly stood up, hesitating. Sir Amin Siron asked a question that made Amin stop his actions. "You can see, right?" Amin immediately smiled, turning to look at Siron. He slowly removed the eye-covering cloth, saying, "I've been looking forward to this kid." I wonder if Siron is surprised by the scene before him. Amin, with his bright eyes, looked at him, sharing his thoughts. "Did you discover it?" Amin's eyes sparkled as he just pulled the white cloth off. He moved closer to Siron, making Siron excited. "I'm waiting to see when Siron will notice." Siron kept tapping his head, but received no response. "Iraqi, come here and see this, Sir Amin's eyes." He turned back to see his two friends frozen in shock. Sienna was also still in her sitting posture. Siron went to check each person, surprised. "This is amazing." Amin spoke up from behind, explaining, "It's magic." The bright golden light surrounded Amin, enhancing his authority. "This is called stasis." Siron, unable to believe his eyes, exclaimed, "No way." He thought to himself, "I never expected to witness a wizard who has reached the level of casting time magic at the speed of light." Amin calmly invited Siron to sit down. "Sit down. Just relax and talk because we have plenty of time." Right at that moment, Amin's room had been divided into thousands of different rooms, forming an endless maze. Siron still couldn't believe his eyes, grinning foolishly. Amin sat in the opposite chair, quietly revealing, "To be honest, I've always been worried. I knew you would notice soon." Siron was surprised and asked, You knew I would realize. Yes. Amin pointed to the white cloth wrapped around his eyes, explaining, normal people perceive light with their eyes and then project it into images, but my eyes are already light. He continued, as soon as I saw you, I knew we were alike in one way. Golden light surrounding Amin only increased his authority. This is called stagnation. Sean, in disbelief, exclaimed, no way. He thought he couldn't believe he was about to meet a wizard who had reached the level to perform time magic at the speed of light. Amin calmly invited Siron to sit down, saying, go ahead, let's talk calmly because we have plenty of time. Right now, Amin's room had been divided into thousands of different rooms, forming an endless maze. Siron still couldn't believe his eyes, grinning foolishly as Amin sat in the chair opposite, quietly confessing, to be honest, I've always been worried I knew you would figure it out soon. Siron was surprised and asked, you knew I would realize. Yeah, Amin pointed to the white cloth wrapped around his eyes, explaining that normal people receive light through their eyes and then project it back into images, but my eyes are already light. He continued, just by looking at you, I knew we were the same in one way. Siron. The washing machine spoke with its own reasoning, and Amin immediately confirmed it. Yes, he smiled gently, revealing the power of immortality. Siron was just as astonished, feeling hesitant. He asked Amin, can I ask about immortality? Amin didn't hesitate to explain to Siron that immortality is the gateway to reincarnation, and those who open that door are called key holders. The light from Amin's eyes pierced through the white cloth in front of Siron, suddenly revealing an unlocked keyhole surrounded by a golden aura. Siron had opened that door below. Amin's explanation was like a stream of emerald light with its circle of power. The mind of the key holder flows into infinity, from which they perceive immense power and liberation. Siron listened carefully to every word, noticing the tension on his face. Amin reassured him, don't worry, as long as you don't go too far, your mind will remain intact, Siron quickly expressed. It's really okay. Actually, I dream about the universe every night. Amin was also surprised by this information. The universe Siron expressed his concern about this matter. Yes, I've kept it from my friends, but because the supernatural sensations make it seem like I'm losing my mind. He hesitated to continue, and it seemed a bit dangerous too. Amin smiled and said to Siron, I understand. It must be a good sign for you. Magic has taken a liking to you, Chiron. This left Siron a bit confused. Amin continued to explain, first of all, your symptoms are unavoidable. The image of Siron floating. In the cosmos, thousands of stars, along with Amin's detailed explanations. The place you reached is the infinite realm, which is the universe. Anyone facing reincarnation and a space, as overwhelming as this will feel fear. A stimulus like fear will lead to enlightenment. Amin simulated the image of Siron unlocking the universe, and most key holders will gain omnipotence. Space, but the fear Siron felt was unrelated to space at all. He faced something very different. Amin gently reassured Siron once again. The moment you know what that is, your worries will fade away. Hearing that, Siron immediately perked up. How can I know that? Amin smiled and said, you'll find a way. Even though I don't know when it could be soon, or it might take a lifetime to realize. This made Siron's mood a bit down. A lifetime, Amin reassured him again, but don't worry. The image of Siron's cosmic soul reflected behind him along with Amin's words. That thing has been inside you all along. You just haven't named it yet. Siron pondered over the statement and then asked, is it something that hasn't been explored yet? The universe exists but is inside me. I don't quite understand. He continued to provide information that surprised Amin. Or does it relate to the light and the threads I used to dream about? Seemingly realizing something, Amin smiled and continued, perhaps it relates to the G symmetry theory. Siron felt like he was being open to new knowledge, the symmetry theory. Amin continued to explain, scholars believe this world is perfect. Humans are influenced by streams of supernatural power and the universe. With Amin's detailed interpretation, the laws of physics are perfect, a world that can be explained mathematically, just like the constant speed of light, so this ideal symmetry seems like a product deliberately arranged by someone. Very elaborate. However, over time, the changing world quickly strayed from its original path, yet the more we study, the more we realize that the symmetry has been broken. Sean turned to observe Iraqi along with his thoughts. Thinking back, Iraqi once told him about the mysterious probability world. Amin continued, the universe we live in is not perfect. We cannot know what has broken that symmetry. He concluded that it was an unnamed existence. But if it's you, Siron, you'll find out. Hearing Amin's encouragement, Siron awkwardly said, "Thank you, Uncle." He seemed to have realized many things, happily affirming to Amin, "Thank you so much, Uncle. Amin, I think I can do it." Siron also hesitantly expressed his regret about following the professor, but he was very happy to meet him. Amin turned to look at Sienna and said, "Take care of Sienna." He kindly told Siron, "She's softer than you think." At that moment, Siron remembered and quickly asked, "Why did you hide your abilities? You could tell her." Amin leaned down slightly, explaining, "Sienna always worries about me because of that guilt, but my eyes can't be restored. So, if she has to waste time on me, that's not good." His thoughts suddenly flashed. "I've also gotten married." Amin turned back to continue drawing. Siron continued his observation work drawing, while Amin reflected on his earlier words, "I want to help Sienna live her life." Sienna sat quietly posing for Amin's painting. Her cheeks were flushed, looking just like the princesses of old. Siron sat silently thinking about the recent conversation alongside Iraqi discussing the riddle. Siron remembered Amin's advice, smiling as a sign of agreement. "So promise me to keep the secret." The painting of Sienna in a dress the color of autumn leaves was completed. Amin expressed his gratitude to Sienna. "Thank you, Sienna." Sienna humbly replied, "It's nothing. We're close siblings." She softly expressed, "Today is the last day. When you settle down elsewhere, I'll write to you." Amin immediately agreed, "Yeah, I'll reply." Then he turned to remind Siron, "You should study well with Iraqi, okay." The three of them cheerfully replied in unison, "Thank you so much, Uncle." Amin smiled and said, "Zena, see you later." Sienna still felt reluctantly saying goodbye. "Then I'm off now." Right after that, a sultry voice called out from afar, "I love you, I just got back from shopping. Have you finished drawing yet?" All four girls, Sienna included, were creating a figure of Amin with inviting voices. "Oh my miss. Sienna, are you really leaving? Stay and have dinner with us first." Sean was amazed by Amin's model. Uncle Amin has such strange taste. She bent down to observe Sienna's face and judged. "Your face is so red, my love. Miss Sienna doesn't look well." Sienna stammered, unable to say a word. Sienna quickly ran away from this awkward atmosphere with my students. "I'm sorry, guys. I'm busy, so I'm leaving first." Amin managed to give a vague farewell. "See you later, Sienna." The red-haired girl behind observed all their actions. Then she spoke in a mocking tone. "I wonder if the higher-ups know that Amin Kwang Nan is acting like this." Amin coldly replied, "Stop nagging. Just report it." She quickly presented, "We need to leave Chris. Even K. Bera has many annoying flies on the road, but what is that compared to Amin Kwang Nan?" Immediately after she spoke to him in a sarcastic tone, "Wait, I should call you the Soul Seeker, the Eternal Realm." Right. Amin quietly walked into the house, saying, "I will do as agreed, so stop talking nonsense." She then spoke up. "Dad asked if you haven't told Sienna yet." Seeing Amin silent. Quiet, she reminded him not to forget the lives of those he loves are at stake. Amin coldly shot back at her, "Don't worry, X doesn't know anything." Sienna was silent. She walked ahead without saying anything. N behind was worried, saying, "This is not good." Siron turned to wonder why N was explaining to this group. Sienna was in a terrible mood as we returned to class. "Our institute will be punished for stalking and breaking in." The research group was disbanded. He suddenly called Sienna, making her stop and turn around. Professor Sienna stepped forward with a cheerful tone. "Please, can we eat before going back?" Iraqi immediately chimed in, "That's right, we're starving." Siron replied kindly, "We finally get to go out, so we should eat something." Sienna looked at her three struggling students and softened, saying, "I guess so. You guys are too hungry, so you haven't been well all day." She quickly agreed and turned to continue, "Let's go eat until we burst." All three behind executed their plan and rejoiced together. "Awesome. So we should head towards our final goal, to lift her spirits and avoid punishment." "Come on, Iraqi." "I'm eyeing the dinner. I'll order something really expensive." Only Siron cared about Sienna's feelings. She was sad about leaving Uncle Amin, so we should encourage her. 2 hours later, the sky gradually darkened. At a restaurant in the city, Sienna's voice rang out, "Get me another one." Continuous panicked sounds were heard. "Professor, I was wrong." "Stop it, miss." Sienna's face flushed from the alcohol. With the wine and the act of holding up the bottle, she loudly said, "Get me another bottle of wine." The students below were terrified. "Please don't drink anymore, miss." A mystery yet to be solved about what was happening with Sienna. Just before her 3 frightened students pleaded with her, the table was set with beautifully arranged, delicious dishes. Seeing Sienna pouring wine into a glass, they wondered, "Professor, are you going to drink?" "Wine." Sienna casually lifted her wine glass, teasing her students. "So what, you guys can break into a stranger's house, but I can't drink wine?" They hurriedly laughed it off. "Easy, not at all. Today is my day off, so go ahead and drink." Siron quickly enjoyed each dish on the table, constantly exclaiming, "So good." Araki laughed at her innocence. "Siron, you look like it's your first time eating this." So eager to please, En quickly poured wine for Sienna. "Let me pour wine for you, miss." She swiftly pulled the bottle back, shooing her students away. "Oh, you're so little. Why are you touching this stuff?" En smiled, but was secretly plotting her plan. "However, I must ensure the professor is happy. He was mysterious with his plan." "I just asked miss." Behind Siren happily shared food with Araki. "Try this dish too." Araki immediately declined. "No thanks, I'm tired of it." So he showed a cunning expression with his plan, grinning slyly. "For sure. I will find her weakness." About an hour later, En cried out, "Ouch!" shedding tears from pain as Sienna pinched his chubby cheek. "You troublesome kid," she playfully teased. "Messing with your 2 chubby cheeks." "Why do your cheeks always look so plump?" Siron and Araki across the table began to feel worried. "She's drunk." Suddenly, Sienna turned to speak to the 2 of them. They both jumped in surprise. "You 2 did great in the speed shooting competition." Sienna held on to En's cheek with one hand pointing at the 2, with the other praising them loudly. Both were very talented. "So at school, what class are you in?" "Is that so?" After that, her voice became a bit softer. Sienna shed tears, saying, "Even if you have talent, how many people can't achieve that dream?" She spoke in a choked tone. "Do you think I'm a bad professor?" "But what about you guys?" Sean then spoke up. "Thong Min right. We don't think that way." Sienna's face was now flushed from the alcohol and filled with unspoken sadness. She seemed to lose her balance and fell straight onto the dining table. Sienna's head dropped onto the table motionless, causing her students to panic, shouting. Professor Iraqi chatted while picking his teeth. "I'm done eating." All 3 looked towards their professor. "I'm thinking the same thing, and she's still not awake," while still chewing her food. "What now? She hasn't paid here yet." Siron went over to shake Sienna, calling her to wake up. "Professor, wake up." Just then, a man spoke up with a hearty laugh. "Oh no, this young lady seems to be quite tipsy. Should I take her home in my carriage?" "Of course." Is just a lady so politely declined without needing to be rude. The uninterested men moved closer to Zena's chair. "This kid should stay out of it. Let the adults handle it. Hurry and help." She walked away, and he raised his hand intending to touch Zena. Looking closely, her figure was quite beautiful. His gaze suddenly changed. It was wonderful. Just as he was about to touch Zena, Siren grabbed his wrist. In a cold tone, he said, "Why haven't you let go yet?" His eyes were firmly fixed on the 2 strange men. "Don't touch our professor." Both men were surprised by Siron's attitude, raising their voices to scold. "What this kid dares. If you guys are students, then why are you sitting here at night? Kids should go home and sleep with their mothers." Siren stood there expressionless, just needing to say, "One sentence. You guys are going to get expelled for sure." Suddenly, a bolt of electric light appeared out of nowhere, causing the man to scream in fear. His pupils were about to pop out, so he stood aside and cast a spell. Threateningly, "I think you should quietly disappear if you don't want to be embarrassed." A man quickly realized and hesitantly said it was magic. The other man began to feel scared. "Don't tell me they come from the Anphis Magic Academy." He thought to himself then, "That's beyond my authority." A voice suddenly rose, the administrative officer, Chiz Sil Dulas. The man turned around. Then he saw his wallet in Iraqi's hand. "My wallet. When did you take it?" Iraqi calmly observed the documents while asking if he was a person of authority. He threw the wallet back towards its owner, then laughed and said, "If you want to expel these guys, go find Miodin. Iraqi will back you up." The wallet hit the man's face, leaving him stunned. He was so surprised that he stuttered in response. Dreaming of the image of a powerful man with immense strength and a rough background left both men astonished. The first-class noble family had been royal advisors for 3 generations, that was Mako. Upon hearing that, the 2 men quickly ran away in fear. They shouldn't have provoked these guys in the first place, and I don't know why they flaunted their power. so I looked at the two men and asked, "Araki, why did you mention the family? I thought you didn't like it." Araki explained that except for those bastards who only think about relationships, it's fine to enjoy good food, but now I'm in a bad mood. Sienna was still fast asleep. Smiling behind that photo, it was quickly printed out with joy. He held the photo in his hand and turned around happily, as if he had struck gold. Look at this perfectionist who got drunk and fell asleep. Shocking news. Araki held the camera in his hand, praising his photography skills. Are you taking pictures? Not bad, so he's happy with his opportunity. Our group can escape the risk of disbanding now. Siron, drenched in sweat, whispered to you guys. On Siron's back was Sienna lying motionless like a large piece of meat. Why do I have to carry Sienna? So I joked back, what's wrong? I'm jealous. Araki quickly explained that he was the strongest among the three. The helpless image of him carrying Sienna on his back while the other person was stepping dead tired. Araki was even weaker than him. He hadn't even taken a step before he ascended. Araki walked up beside Siron. Here's a little tip, try using your power. Siron looked confused, saying you can use it whenever you want. Araki explained if you can use the spirit realm, then you can use that power. Suddenly turning back, as if remembering something. That's right, there are magic swordsmen in the kingdom too. Araki encouraged Siron. I know you have talent. Hearing this, Siron's eyes immediately lit up. Really, I want to learn. Araki quickly guided him. First, close your eyes and focus on yourself. Come on, gently direct Siron. I will ask leading questions, so just follow my voice, okay, Siron? Seriously executed. He gradually sank into the depths of his soul. I need to feel myself first. Deeply reflecting on himself in the quiet space of his soul. Siron heard Araki's voice. Can you hear my voice? Breathe deeply and slow down. Araki stood behind Siron, looking mysterious. Listen carefully and answer. Where did you have your first kiss with Senior Amy? Siron opened his eyes helplessly at his friend's joke and burst out laughing. Laughing heartily. That's hilarious, Siron. Got tricked. The dark purple night, together with the bright crescent moon, creating a beautiful night sky full of stars. The three of them just crossed the bridge, and Siron said, don't use her weakness to beg anymore. He looked dissatisfied. Why do we have to work so hard to get it? Siron softly spoke up. You know, Professor Sienna must have had a tiring day today. Sienna was resting on Siron's back. Araki spoke up, Professor. She hopes we won't have to go through the pain she once did. Just that. They fell silent and avoided eye contact. The eyes of his two friends were on his head, pulling hair. Then he made a decision. All right, but the former president has entrusted the group to me. If we disband, then I should be upset about making that decision. He threw the photo into the river below, so it quickly dissolved into the current. Well, everything should be fine. The three of them faced each other and made a firm resolution. Let's just do what we can. Suddenly, Sienna sat up and spoke, causing the students to be terrified. What's right? Siron awkwardly asked. Professor, are you awake? Sienna quickly said, sorry to bother you kids, I apologize. She quickly put on her coat and calmly said she would keep the secret about them. All three were surprised and asked back, yes. Sienna saw the students didn't understand her meaning and explained that she wouldn't punish them. Got it. All three were astonished and replied in unison. Really then, Sienna pointed at the three and said she would give them a month. She used the tone of a professor assigning homework to her students to show her expectations. Demons or whatever. If you really love your research group, then use that confidence to convince the academy. Sienna passionately said. She meant that you must achieve what you want before the words. Sienna's passionate words seemed to resonate with Siron, who felt something, and softly said, Professor, I'm ready. Emotionally responding quickly, he stood before the professor, determined to present whether or not he had to. The group said, I will prove the value of our research team with confidence and pride. Araki on the side excitedly added, we have to use our brains at least once, right? Sienna encouraged the three of them, saying, you guys can do it. The students were a bit troublesome, but eagerly replied, so don't be too surprised, okay? Standing in front of this scene, Siron smiled contentedly, thinking that nothing had changed. He smiled happily, feeling completely relieved. The four of them then crossed the bridge. At this moment, the students began to question Sienna. Professor, when did you wake up a wizard who passes out after a few drops of alcohol? This made Sienna blush. Oh, what are you talking about? Slowly, a few days later at the academy under the clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds, whispers began to rise within the academy. What's this, a research presentation? A large poster was pinned on the notice board, attracting many students passing by. Since when has Senior Siron been a member of this group? And Senior Iraqi too? Everyone displayed a look of confusion about the name of the research group. But what is the research group on spiritual science? The poster was printed in gray with images evoking mystery for the topic, along with eye-catching text for readers' spiritual science research group. The terrifying truth about the Anfis Magic Academy echoed outside the castle as people asked questions. Did Senior Siron and Iraqi participate too? But is this really an academic presentation? The scene flashed back to 10 days ago at a place called Ist. At the beginning, someone shouted, "I can't think of anything." He leaned back on the sofa, letting out a sigh. On the table full of cards was Iraqi lying back and sighing, while Siron suddenly stretched out on the couch. Iraqi, knowing what to do, touched his nose and said, "No matter how long we stay up discussing, looking at all the topics laid out on the table, including fairies, zombies, exorcism, spiritualism, supernatural senses, ghosts, divine beings, extraterrestrial souls, Ouija boards, the afterlife, transcendental experiences, ghost stories, and the undead," he continued. "There aren't many interesting topics left, so looking at the topic cards in hand, one side is about ghosts, fairies, and exorcism, while the other side is about transcendental experiences, supernatural senses, and souls." With a confused expression, he said, "Even if these things are real during the presentation, we can't recreate them." The topic cards fell scattered, reflecting the confusion and helplessness of the three of them. It had been 3 days since they promised Professor Ken that they would confidently declare to the professor that their presentation would win, but what they were researching was the science of supernatural souls. Remembering the scene where the professor pointed at the three of them saying, "Show me a ghost or something," Siron sighed helplessly, thinking, "How can I show something invisible to the naked eye? This is driving me crazy." That's why he ended up throwing a bunch of photos and wondered why he threw them away. Iraqi said, "Well, I was already crazy, right?" Meanwhile, our main character Siron raised his hand to yawn and said, "I can't do this anymore." Then he suggested they go home, glancing over and falling silent. He jumped up screaming when he saw the image of a ghost looking at him and smiling. Siron, sitting on the chair, fell backward onto the ground, while the shadow behind the chair laughed joyfully, saying, "How do you like that? Or should we fool them this way and tell them this is a ghost?" Iraqi, still lying with his legs crossed on the chair, calmly said, "That's just a shadow." As the lightning bolt raised the chair, Siron turned to say in a panicked voice, "It looked at me, so I got scared." Iraqi sighed and glanced, saying, "A wizard wouldn't be fooled by something like that." So naturally he asked, "What do you mean?" But it fooled Siron, and Iraqi asked back, "If it was only for 2 seconds, can we call that being fooled?" Hearing that Siron was stunned, he immediately stood up, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly, "No need to verify, we don't need to verify." Then he laughed, saying, "Right, so let's find the Professor Cien's weakness." Iraqi pondered, then said, "I think he might have some good ideas." Sean explained, "It's not that I was fooled that scared me, but a fear deep inside me was triggered." Siron, surprised, said, "Can you elaborate a bit?" He said seriously, "Instead of making them believe the evidence we present, we will draw out the hidden fears within them." Iraqi gradually understood and excitedly said, "So you mean we should change our strategy? Instead of proving to them to believe, we will make them believe first, and then prove it." Siron replied, "Exactly. It's a kind of mental challenge." Siron shook his head and shouted, You are the one who will save our group." Siron hated to shout, "You haven't showered in 3 days." Iraqi, resting his chin on his hand, said, "That's a brilliantly inverted concept." Iraqi pointed at Siron's shadow and said, "The problem here is if we show them a scary magic trick like this, those superstitious people probably won't believe it anymore. Can you make it move in a scarier way?" Siron was pushing Iraqi's face away, complaining about how gross it looked. Hearing that, he immediately reacted. "Of course." He began to use both hands to create magic and said, "If I continuously use the shadow lightning like this, watch this." A series of shadows with the same expression as him appeared, and he jumped and sang, "If I use 24 times a second, I could create a more animated scene." The two saw that he hadn't slept for 3 days and was dancing around. Siron, feeling bored, turned his head and said, "We can't use this method." Iraqi then asked, "Can we make a machine?" Siron stopped scratching his head in confusion and replied, "I thought of that. With such terrifying magic, you guys who are superstitious probably won't believe it anymore. Can you make it move to be scarier?" So I was pushed away by Siron because he found it disgusting. Hearing that, he immediately reacted. Of course, he began to use both hands to create magic and said if I continuously used the lightning shadow like this, then shout out loud, "Look at this." A series of shadows, with the same expression as him, appeared simultaneously, so he jumped and sang. If I used 24 times per second, I could create a more animated effect. The two saw him, who hadn't slept for 3 days, jumping around. Siron, bored, turned his head and said, "We can't use this method." Eriki then asked if we could make a machine. So I stopped, scratched my head in confusion, and replied, "I thought of that method already, but there's one." The issue he just mentioned and explained illustrates that I can input the program into the machine and move the projection. For example, a person walking into the forest unexpectedly encounters a ghost and reacts immediately, startled, screaming. It's a ghost. But if someone doesn't react, they won't be fooled. At that moment, they will just be alert, wondering if this is fake. Siron thought about it and said, "You're right." I was very surprised because he looked at me at that moment. There was a hand raised along with a voice saying, that person is Eroki. He confidently said, "I think I can solve that problem." The other two were startled and asked, "Can you really do it, Eroki? How?" Eroki pointed up and said, "Just predict their reactions and it can be done. We'll use the complex system theory." Siron repeated, "Predict their reactions," and continued illustrating his words with images of Siron's daily habits. Eroki continued, "After analyzing most of the reaction habits, we will program it. For example, if we predict that Siron will look to the left, then a spirit on the left will look at him. When that happens, if Siron gets scared and runs away, there will be 2 choices presented: chase after him or continue staring." Hearing that, he exclaimed, "Can you really do it?" Eroki continued, "Everyone's habits at the academy are similar, so it can be done. But we need a lot of data." He continued explaining, "We also need more memory. But more importantly, we need a method to send the entire program to all machines." Ni pondered, "My lightning energy won't be enough." Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Ni said, "That's right, Siron. You can use luminescence, right?" Siron was also startled and replied, "I can use luminescence," remembering what the professor said in the Ivory Tower, where the latest magic was said to revolutionize information exchange. Siron confirmed, "That's right. Professor Sina said to use it as an intermediary for information exchange." They became excited. "Exactly. We can do it." At that moment, Eroki said, "We can create a perfect ghost, but I don't think just scaring them." Siron replied, "Yeah, but I think." He frowned. "For example, I plan to use this psychological trick." Saying that, Siron put pen to paper. Eroki and N both curiously looked down at Siron. "What's wrong? Is it bad? If it doesn't work, we can add another keyword." N was looking down at the paper and said, "No." He affirmed, making Siron ask again, "Really?" N confidently replied, "I didn't think we could use it like that in the presentation." Eroki then said, "If it works, I guarantee the whole academy will be turned upside down 180 degrees. Siron excitedly exclaimed, "Really? So let's decide. I'll go create the machine right away. Eroki will write the program, and Siron will prepare the luminescence." Sean and N were thrilled. "This is great. We can save the group." Eroki pondered and then said, "But do you guys know why?" Siron was startled and asked, "What now?" Eroki seriously said, "I calculated the amount of luminescence needed to send the data." Siron asked, "How much do we need?" Eroki raised both hands in front of him and said, 3 times the amount we currently have, and you need to maintain it for 10 minutes. He asked Siron, "What do you think, is it possible?" Siron and N's faces changed. Siron stammered, his expression filled with confusion. 10 minutes. 10 days later at Istas. N's anxious face pushed the door open, calling loudly, "Hey, you two, I'm going to hang up some posters." Oh my God. Inside the room, Eroki had written the action-habit equation all day, looking up while Siron had been practicing luminescence all day, turning back to ask, "What's going on?" "It's going to make a big splash. Everyone is saying they will come to see." Siron wiped the sweat off his face after seeing the poster, and they said they would come to see it. Eroki suspiciously asked, "Oh no, is it because we put our names on it? It will be chaotic. If too many people come, the workload will increase." He wondered how many people would come feeling extremely happy. "I'm not sure, but more than half the academy for sure." Outside, there were sounds of people shouting. Eroki, Siron, calm down. About 17 days until the presentation of the research group on supernatural spirits. Someone was striding down the hall. Lumina was walking walking along the corridor when she heard people chatting around her, thinking it would be fun, right? Exactly who would have guessed that both seniors Siron and Iraqi would be presenting? I'm sure that presentation won't be ordinary at all. I wonder what they'll show us. All the sounds of people chatting fell into her ears. Lumina walked along, casting a shadow between the buildings. Suddenly, someone standing in the corner hidden asked, "Is it true that the supernatural spirit group will present something?" She replied. She directed the person into the hidden corner, continuing, "According to my information, if the presentation fails, the Academy will revoke the research room." The person in the hidden corner said, "Of course that group is done for. Its glorious past is no more." Another short-haired person, also hiding in the dark corner, said, "But we still don't know." The other person sneered, "They are still just low-level students. What we need to worry about is what will happen after that." The girl continued walking straight ahead, proving that the battle of the shady research group to become the second master of Istas had begun in a dark room. The sound of grinding teeth suddenly made the bricks on the wall automatically separate. Instantly, light from outside crept in, illuminating the dim room. Following the dim light, one could see the handsome face of... As Lumina strides down the hallway, she hears everyone chatting around her and thinks it must be really fun, right? Exactly who would have guessed that both seniors Siron and Iraqi would be presenting? I'm sure that presentation won't be ordinary at all. I wonder what they'll show us next. All the chatter from everyone falls into her ears as Lumina walks down the path, casting a shadow. Suddenly, someone stands in the corner hidden from view and asks, "Is it true that the supernatural spirit group will present something?" She replies, "Not decided yet, the group might be revived." Will they be able to... She directs the person in the shadowed corner, continuing, "According to my source, if the presentation fails, the Academy will revoke their research room." The person in the corner says, "Of course that group is done for. Their glorious past is no more." Another short-haired person hiding in the dark corner says, "But we still don't know if Iraqi has savant syndrome and Siron has driven away the dark sorcerer. We can't underestimate that person's abilities." The other scoffs, saying, "They're still just low-level students. What we need to worry about is what will happen next." The girl continues walking straight ahead, proving that the battle of the shady research group to become the second master of Istas has begun in a dark room. The sound of grinding teeth suddenly fills the air as the bricks on the wall automatically separate. Instantly, light from outside seeps in, illuminating the gloomy room. In the dim light, one can see the handsome face of... Suddenly, the bricks on the wall creaked and automatically separated. Light from outside streamed in, illuminating the dark room. In the dim light, Tuan Tu's face could be seen. Siron was incredibly tense, grinding his teeth and furrowing his brow. He was concentrating intensely to perform a method that would help restore his two hands, stretching them forward with magical energy. From his hands, a powerful beam of light was instantly released. After a while, Siron's hands were sweating, and he seemed exhausted as he slumped down on the floor, his face clearly showing signs of fatigue. Siron recalled that this was called mental restoration. It was an extreme method aimed at rapidly increasing magical output. Once the mental energy reached its limit, it would need about 20 minutes to recover, and you would continuously deplete it until you hit your limit. The average mental energy consumption for each spell would require continuous focus, lasting 40 minutes. So, this was considered a foolish method that could kill the user. Thinking about this, Siron glanced at the pendulum clock in his hand, silently thinking that if the professor knew, he wouldn't let it slide. The timer read 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Siron felt a bit melancholic. This was bad. The purpose of pushing his mental energy to the limit like this was so he could use the light spell within 5 minutes the next day for the presentation. Siron frowned, determined to achieve the 10-minute goal. He had no choice but to continue until his consciousness was completely shattered. Siron drifted into thought. Could he really do it? Just then En poked his head into the room, looking worried as he asked Siron, "Are you okay?" Startled by the sudden call, Siron jumped and awkwardly replied, "Of course I'll make it before the deadline." En looked sad, tears welling up as he muttered that the goals seemed too far-fetched beyond the reach of their 5th grade class. "But if you fail, our group will..." En hesitated to continue, as both understood the outcome would be disastrous for the group. Siron understood En's implication and quickly reassured him. "I told you, don't worry." He skillfully changed the subject. "How about you? Have you finished your part?" Hearing Siron's question, En suddenly remembered. Oh right, I'm getting ready to test it out now. Sean followed N into a room. As soon as he stepped in, he froze, startled by the sight of Iraqi with dark circles under his eyes, frantically writing an essay. Siron gasped and shouted, "Iraqi, are you okay?" He stepped forward, patting him on the shoulder repeatedly. "Are you all right?" Iraqi continued to write rapidly, his eyes wide open as he replied mechanically, "Oh, don't worry, I'll make the deadline." Siron was momentarily speechless, feeling helpless as he thought he couldn't stop him. "This is crazy." Yin suddenly broke the silence. "Here it is." After seeing N's results, Siron couldn't help but be amazed. He eagerly asked N, "Is this a prototype?" N laughed and explained the test. "It'll eventually be with your light spell. I need to check the performance of the light cable that Iraqi's dad sent us." N guided Siron on how to conduct the test. "Hold that orb and use your magic to try it." Sean followed N's instructions. He held the glass orb with both hands, and once he felt ready, he signaled that he was good to go. Siron closed his eyes to focus his mind on channeling magical energy into the orb. In an instant, the orb radiated a dazzling light. The light from the orb traveled down a connecting tube. Siron exclaimed with joy, "Oh, this is amazing." N stood beside him, grinning with squinted eyes. "How's that?" Your voice carried a sense of satisfaction. "Not bad, right?" Indeed, it was not bad. Looking at the results before him, Siron was confident that their group had succeeded halfway. In the following days, on a rainy night, hurried footsteps echoed on the muddy ground. N had just returned from outside. As soon as he stepped into the house, N took a deep breath, feeling a bit of rainwater on him. The first thing N did after returning was to head to Siron's room. He peeked inside and called out, "It's almost time for the presentation. Are you ready?" Inside, it was unusually quiet. N softly called out once more. Suddenly, the pendulum clock that Siron often used slid across the floor, landing right at N's feet. He bent down to pick it up, and immediately N's pupils dilated. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, Siron!" His voice couldn't hide his excitement. "Did you do it?" Siron stepped out of the room, beads of sweat on his face, but a bright smile on his lips. Siron gave a thumbs up to N excitedly, saying, "Let's do this together." Before long, the presentation day arrived. The Spiritual Science Research Group gathered at the Academy. Everyone was eagerly waiting for this day. Laughter and chatter filled the air. It was so much fun. The surrounding booths were just as lively. "Who wants some food? Please wait in line." A waitress carrying a tray of drinks called out, offering the Academy's famous peach juice. In front of a girl with pink hair holding a flyer, she said, "Please take a flyer." Amidst the festive atmosphere, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed, accompanied by a rough, gruff voice. There's an event today." It turned out to be Slider the demon, who had been suspended for 2 months. He grumbled, "Why are there so many people here?" The pink-haired girl stepped forward and handed him a flyer, saying, "Please take a flyer and wait in line." Mark awkwardly replied, Thanks." Holding the flyer in his hand, Mark silently commented on how childish the flyer looked. Suddenly, he focused intently on a detail on the advertisement. Besides the spooky image, there was a bold headline. The Spiritual Science Research Group, The introductory headline. Although it was very intriguing, what Mark was more concerned about was the name Arian. Siron couldn't forget this name. He frowned, expressing his anger as he thought, the presentation only 2 months. He must be annoyed, saying, "Why are there so many people here?" A girl with pink hair steps up to hand him a flyer, saying, "Hey, please take this flyer and wait in line." Max awkwardly replies, Thanks." Holding the flyer in his hand, he silently comments, "What kind of flyer looks like a kid drew it?" Suddenly, he focuses intently on a detail on the advertisement. Besides the spooky image, there are bold letters with a headline. The Paranormal Science Research Group, the chilling truth behind the Anfis Magic Academy. The secrets the school wants to hide will soon be revealed. The introduction headline. Although it's very intriguing, what the MC is more concerned about is the name Arian. Siron, that name I can't forget. He furrows his brow, showing anger as he thinks, a presentation like, "What is this girl? Who would want to watch it? I thought he was a genius. But look at Maria, she's also suspended like Thang," peeking at the advertisement in his hand, she exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, is it the senior Siron? Let's go check it out." Maria turned to tug at M's sleeve and said cheerfully, "You're going too right." Right come on faced with Maria's excited expression, M reluctantly replied, Of course, if I go there, I might learn something, not giving the MC a chance to escape. Maria decisively pulled MC along, rushing off. She cheerfully shouted to line up over here. Maria and MC had received special education from the suspension. More specifically, MC was stuck there and had to endure a lot more education. While Maria dragged M to see Siron's presentation, a group of female students gathered and buzzed with chatter. One of them was a girl with chestnut-colored hair. She pointed in shock at Amy and exclaimed, "Huh guys, isn't that the graduation class?" The girl with black hair standing next to her couldn't believe it. She asked in disbelief, "What, the seniors from the graduation class?" Another girl chimed in, Where?" Soon all eyes were focused on Ami, and the students excitedly shouted, "It's seniors Ami and Sorel!" The students couldn't help but wonder why the graduation class students were there to watch the advanced class presentation. A quiet shh interrupted, "Senior Siron is her boyfriend." Immediately everyone understood and yelled out. Amid the students' discussions, Sorel innocently offered a piece of cake to Ami, saying, "Ami, open your mouth." Ami, already embarrassed to death, couldn't hold back anymore. She shyly said loud. Sorel giggled and replied, "Oh my, how long are you going to say that? Because it's your boyfriend's presentation." At the same time, she deliberately emphasized the phrase, boyfriend. Ami, feeling shy, covered her face with her hands, silently regretting, "So embarrassing. This is truly a case of karma." Suddenly, the students shifted their attention to one side. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, is a senior from Class 1 coming?" Another person asked in shock, "Why would such a rare person come?" Ami also didn't. Sorel pointed ahead and called out loudly, "Ami over there!" The person arriving was wearing the prestigious school badge on a black suit. The crowd behind was utterly astonished. They asked each other, "Why is Senior PH here? Don't tell me he's here to watch the presentation." The students gasped in amazement. Not only that, but it was also Senior Jose from the electromagnetic department, and Senior Jaken, known as the electromagnetic monster. The appearance of these outstanding figures not only amazed the students, but even Sorel was taken aback. Why are the Class 1 students here? Ami, on the other hand, wasn't too surprised. She casually asked, "Sorel, what do you think they have in common?" Sorel frowned and asked, "Commonality." Ami looked at Sorel and casually said, "Yes, all of them." According to Ami, there were rumors that they were all members of a shady research group called Golden Ancient. She was astonished and stuttered, "What wind brought you here?" Principal Anpas smiled warmly, waved at her, and explained, "The students have worked hard to prepare for the presentation, so of course I have to come." Sienna immediately became respectful and flustered. "Please, Principal, take a seat in the most honored row." Of course. After 10 days of sitting, Anpas smiled and sat down next to the elderly teacher. Behind that gentle smile, Anpas squinted his sharp eyes and thought, "Well, what will these kids show me?" In front of the presentation hall, the seating area was now packed. A few people sighed. "No more seats. Please don't fill it up anymore." Ami looked around. She silently evaluated this presentation. Ami suddenly saw Mac and Maria sitting next to each other in the distance, while Phi's group was in the front row, of course reserved for Anpas Sienna and the esteemed German teachers of the school. With the full presence of influential figures in the school, Ami could... The voice of the host rose, "Ladies and gentlemen," in the center of the stage, dressed in a formal suit, taking on the role of the host, addressing the audience, solemnly introduced the presentation about spiritual science. "May I raise my hand declaring the start of the ambitious spiritual science research group's presentation has begun." And 30 minutes later, contrary to everyone, the students took turns crumpling paper into balls and throwing them straight onto the stage. They shouted angrily, "What the hell did I expect from Class 5? Focus on studying, wasting time. This is what you call a presentation. Ugh." Ami seemed to be stunned. Sorel, sitting next to her, softly called, "Ami." On stage, the technical staff was adjusting the lights to focus on the presenter. Below the presentation was Boy Jaken, known as the electromagnetic monster, along with Senior Richard from the alchemy department and Senior Sidon. The students couldn't believe their eyes. They were utterly shocked, exclaiming, "What the heck is happening?" The appearance of these outstanding figures not only astonished the students, but even Sorel was taken aback. Why are the first-year students here? Ami, on the other hand, wasn't too surprised. She casually asked, "Sorel, what do you think they have in common?" Sorel frowned and asked, "In common?" Ami looked at Sorel and said nonchalantly, "Yes, all of them." According to Ami, there are rumors that they are all members of a shady research group called the Golden Ancient Temple. At this moment in the presentation hall, all the students had found their seats. Sienna was bringing a tea tray to invite a silver-haired teacher. She was so surprised that she stuttered, "What wind brought you here?" Principal Anpas smiled warmly, waved at her, and explained, "The students have worked hard to prepare for the presentation, so of course I have to come." Sienna immediately bowed, respectfully flustered. "Please have a seat in the most honored row, Principal, of course." After sitting down, Anpas smiled as he sat beside the teacher. Hidden behind that gentle smile, Anpas squinted his sharp eyes, calculating, "Well, what will these kids show me?" In front of the presentation hall, the seating area was now packed. A few people sighed. "No more seats. Please don't fill it up anymore." Ami looked around silently, assessing this presentation. Suddenly, she spotted Max and Maria sitting next to each other in the distance, while Phi's group occupied the front row, of course reserved for Anpas, Sienna, and the esteemed teachers of the school. With the full presence of influential figures in the school, Ami couldn't help but wonder, is there something I don't know? Not long after the entire presentation hall turned off the lights, leaving only the spotlight shining on the center of the stage. The voice of the host rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen," in the center of the stage, dressed in a formal suit. Taking on the role of the host, he addressed the audience solemnly, introducing the presentation on paranormal science. "Please raise your hands. I declare the ambitious Paranormal Science Research Group's presentation has begun." And 30 minutes later, contrary to everyone's expectations, there was not a single sound of applause. Instead, a rain of paper and terrible curses erupted from the audience below. Damn it! Students competed to crumple paper into balls and throw them straight onto the stage. They shouted angrily, "What the hell did I expect from a 5th grade class? Focus on studying? What a waste of time. Is this what you call a presentation? Ugh." Ami seemed to be stunned. Sorel, sitting next to her, softly called Ami. On stage, the technical staff was adjusting the lights to focus on the below. They began the presentation. "Thank you all for being here today." He briefly introduced himself. "Today, I will take on the role of MC for this presentation. I am the team leader." The students took turns crumpling paper into balls and throwing them straight onto the stage. They shouted angrily, "What the heck am I supposed to expect from the 5th grade? Focus on studying? You're wasting time. This is what you call a presentation." Oh, they were fooled. Ami seemed to be stunned. Sorel, sitting next to her, whispered, "Ami." On stage, the technicians were adjusting the lights to focus on them. It was about to begin. The presentation started. "Thank you all for being here today." He briefly introduced himself. "Today, I will be the host for this presentation. I am the group leader." The spiritual science research on stage echoed with a confident voice. "So today, our main topic is spirits." The host, sitting below the stage, frowned and said, "Spirits. The Great Spirit is like a soul." In contrast, Maria, sitting next to him, gazed admiringly at the stage. On stage, he continued his presentation. Some audience members might feel scared, so be very careful while watching. Just as he finished speaking, all the lights on stage turned on at once. The yellow, blue, and red lights intertwined, illuminating the stage with a magnificent scene. The entire audience erupted in a prolonged "wow" from the spectators below. Principal Anpas smiled widely, praising the students for their technical preparation. Miss Sienna reluctantly replied yes, while internally evaluating the idea. "It's quite impressive, isn't it?" Waiting for Xena to change her mind, what were they planning to do on stage? An image of a grand school, like an ancient castle, appeared on the screen. Holding the microphone, his voice was full of emotion as he asked, "Has everyone ever heard the story of how this school was built? It was 200 years ago." Saying that, he snapped his fingers, and suddenly the screen on stage shifted to a scene of an ancient village. He looked up at the screen and recounted that this was once a small village of farmers. The scene on stage changed. The peaceful village was suddenly engulfed in a scene of chaotic turmoil. Nai's voice was slow and steady. However, the entire continent had gone through the famous crusade. He continued, "The people there fled by going deep into the mountains. The commoners and, of course, the soldiers who didn't want to participate in the battle were no exception." And when he mentioned this, the lights on stage went completely out. The surrounding auditorium was enveloped in a gloomy darkness. The students sitting below were a bit surprised. They looked up above and instinctively said, "Huh." The lights' voice echoed no longer calm and composed. Instead, it had a dark, frightening tone. Non-human entities had appeared. Just then, a shrill scream interrupted his narration. Some students with weak nerves turned pale, their hair standing on end. They tried to calm themselves. Surely nothing scary would jump out, right? On stage, the footsteps, stained with blood, of an armored knight suddenly appeared. His voice became deep. That was the armored knight suddenly screaming, flailing his arms covered in blood, looking just like a zombie. According to him, the knight in armor was a person possessed by an evil spirit. The students who were scared earlier now burst into laughter. A guy even pointed at the armored knight mockingly. "Isn't that Iraqi? What is he doing there?" On stage, Iraqi staggered awkwardly. He walked while groaning, looking scary, but also quite pitiful. However, the audience below laughed uncontrollably. Cariol was laughing so hard she could hardly breathe. She commented, "This is too funny." Ami, sitting next to her, frowned and said, "Wait, is this a presentation or a play?" On stage, the story continued to be narrated by him. And then, one night, the stage lights turned a cold blue. The once beautiful village was now shrouded in a desolate atmosphere. His voice suddenly rang out with a mournful tone. "Where is my love, Olia? Damn it, to escape the war. I came here, but I lost you, the most precious person to me." At this point, he clutched his heart with an expression of utter pain. Maria, sitting in the audience, clenched her fists, immersed in the play on stage. It seemed he had lost his lover while fleeing. Matt, however, was not like Maria. His mouth twisted as he commented, "What the hell is this? Isn't this a presentation? And when would that person come out?" Just then, the person he was thinking of finally appeared. Siron's voice rang out, nearly making him choke on his saliva. "Noah, I'm here." At Siron's call, the audience collectively turned their gaze toward him. In the dim stage lights, Siron's figure appeared in a beautiful white dress. He placed a hand on his heart, his voice gentle with infinite love. "My love." The auditorium nearly exploded with the screams of the audience below. "Senior Siron." The female students blushed, unable to believe their eyes. "Is that really Siron?" The male students were doubled over with laughter. Below the stage, Sorel frowned and called out to Ami, "Siron is pretending to be a girl." At this moment, Ami was so stunned by the sweet scene on stage that she was left speechless. Sorel hurriedly shook her. "Ami, snap out of it." Meanwhile, under the stage lights, Siron rushed into En's arms. En affectionately hugged Siron's shoulders, saying, "Olia, I miss you." Siron harmoniously replied, "Let's never be apart again, Noah." At this point, both En and Siron exchanged affectionate glances. Sean leaned forward. Noah gently bent down, as if the two were about to share a warm kiss. The complexion of Maria turned pale. She blushed all over, stammering, "Don't say it can't be." The male students strained their eyes, focusing on them, determined not to miss any moment on stage. From this moment, Siron and En were almost lips to lips. Sorel exclaimed, "Really?" Ami trembled, saying, "In plays, they do it for real." Just at the crucial moment, Iraqi suddenly appeared in blood-stained armor, standing right behind En. He opened his mouth wide, looking ready to devour En alive. En gasped as Iraqi bit into his shoulder. The sound of En screaming in agony rang out, "Help me!" Witnessing the bloody scene on stage, the audience below was collectively shocked, eyes wide open, mouths agape. The entire auditorium instantly fell silent. The lights in the auditorium went completely dark. Maria fearfully leaned against Matt. "What the hell is that?" The bloody image on stage left the audience below wide-eyed and speechless. The entire auditorium fell silent, and the lights in the auditorium simultaneously dimmed. Maria fearfully leaned against Max. "That's a bit scary." Maria leaned against the MC, and at that moment, the lights in the center of the stage lit up, revealing an ancient book she held up. 6 months ago, the origin of this story was an old diary found during research on the Academy's history. Excitedly, our research team started studying it right away, and the result was quite shocking. The souls had become malevolent because they were infected by other evil spirits. Now they wander the underworld looking for someone to possess. Hearing this, some students began to feel uneasy. Their gazes sharpened, until today, suddenly, a huge bell appeared right behind them. The bell rang deeply, causing the students sitting below to exclaim, Isn't that the bell that rings at midnight? It's not even 7 o'clock yet." Standing on stage, his voice carried an eerie tone as he spoke about midnight, when the lights would completely go out, and only then would the evil spirits appear below. Maria was scared by him, while Mac, as usual, couldn't hide his disdain. On stage, in a wicked smile. "You guys have never seen an evil spirit at midnight, have you? It might be because the souls only show themselves to those they want to see them. But through our presentation, surely you all have a bit more curiosity about those evil spirits, right? In other words, you will get used to the presence of spirits. Tonight, when the bell rings at midnight, please look around you. You might see an evil spirit lurking around. Hearing this, the audience below couldn't help but feel confused. They anxiously said, "What? That's scary." Some people pretended to be brave, boldly declaring that it was a lie. "I have to stay in the library until midnight." Amidst the noisy discussions, he suddenly declared, "Of course, that's if you are lucky. We conclude our presentation here." The entire room fell silent for a few seconds. Then suddenly the stage lights were turned on, illuminating the hall. The students were bewildered, saying, the lights are back on." Everyone couldn't believe it. They were confused, asking, "Is that all?" Right after that, a rain of paper flew onto the stage, followed by a barrage of curses. "Damn it. You call this a presentation?" The students protested vehemently. "There's no evidence or results at all. You didn't show us anything. I knew it would be like this, trusting Siron and Araki. Forget about those spirits." Ami angrily tossed her coat and left. She shouted in frustration, "So embarrassing. I knew this would happen being near those weirdos." Sorel hurriedly ran after Amy, calling her. The group of students rumored to be part of the alchemy club also quietly stood up to leave. Only Phi remained seated in the VIP row. Sienna nervously spoke to Anpas. "I'm sorry, Principal." Sienna bowed hastily, saying, "I will punish those students." She tried to smile awkwardly. "That's the spiritual group, so it's understandable." Anpas, on the other hand, showed no reaction. He just waved his hand as if nothing serious had happened. "Don't worry. Why would they do that?" Sienna put her hand to her forehead and sighed. She lamented, wondering if she was wrong to trust them. "I will punish those students." She forced a smile. "That's the paranormal group, so it's understandable." Anpas, on the other hand, showed no reaction. He just waved his hand dismissively, as if it didn't matter. "What a big deal. Don't worry. Why are they doing this?" Sienna raised her hand to her forehead and sighed. She lamented, wondering if she was wrong to trust them. Anpas walked to the front of the stage, deep in thought. If they intended to end like this, they shouldn't have started in the first place, right? Siron Anpas suddenly smiled. His gaze radiated confidence behind the wings and burst into laughter. He turned to Araki and asked with a grin, "Did you see their expressions?" Araki nodded. "Yeah, I totally did." Looking at their bewildered, confused faces, Maria's worry, and Mac's disdainful gaze. All of that, according to Araki, was already the seeds that had been sown. The mysterious atmosphere on stage would also play an important role in this endeavor. Sean saying to En and Iroki, "Step 1 has succeeded." Sean enthusiastically said, "Let's show them what a spirit is like." The midnight hour is drawing near, and the prestigious academy is shrouded in silent darkness. The purple clouds in the sky made the atmosphere here even more eerily mysterious. The wall clock ticked, signaling that it was now past 11:30. En stood outside Siron's room, reminding, "It's time." "Siron, have you completed your meditation yet?" Siron turned back and nodded slightly. Then he stepped outside with En. It turned out that a few days ago, En had gone out in the rain. He walked around the school to carry out a very important task, which was to install hundreds of 3D projectors all around the school. The projectors were connected to underground cables, and those Araki's actions. Walking beneath a basement located underground, En walked stealthily and carefully. He reminded Siron, "Be careful as you walk." Araki looked at the clock, counting down that there were 15 minutes left until midnight. "Wait just a second. We can't be too early or too late. We have to show them the ghost right at midnight." Araki raised his hand, signaling, "Let's proceed as soon as I signal." En adjusted a few parameters on the control panel while saying to Siron, "It's your turn now. It's all up to you." Siron stepped forward, placing both hands on the white crystal ball. Araki, on the other side, raised his hand, signaling, "Ready," and nervously glanced at Siron. He raised his voice, "Now, immediately." Siron channeled his magical energy into the crystal ball. Instantly, the light from the ball shone brilliantly. En covered his eyes with his hand, exclaiming, "What a fantastic source of energy." Araki couldn't help but admire Siron. He cheered, "Just as expected from you, Siron." However, Siron on the other side did not show any joy. He frowned tightly, muttering, "Strange, it feels like I've poured water into a bottomless bowl." Tense. N glanced nervously at Siron, raising his voice. Now immediately, Siron channeled his magical energy crackling into the crystal ball. Instantly, light radiated brilliantly from the sphere. It was necessary to cover one's eyes with a hand, feeling amazed. What an incredible source of power. Araki couldn't help but admire Siron. He had really developed his magical strength so much in just 1 month. So excited, he exclaimed, "Just as expected from you, Siron!" However, Siron, on the other side, did not show any signs of joy. He frowned tightly, muttering, "Strange, it feels like I've poured water into a bottomless bowl." So I heard Siron say, and I was startled, exclaiming, "Don't tell me he's rushing to the control panel." You panicked and shouted, "What's wrong with this?" Araki anxiously asked what was going on. The output level didn't increase. Indeed, the needle couldn't move past 18. Araki was immediately scared. "How could this happen? Can you fix this?" he said, trying not to panic. "I don't know the calculations." "My calculations are perfect, but what the heck is going on?" The main reason was that the rats had chewed through the transmission pipes, preventing Siron's energy from reaching the projector. After a moment of struggling, Araki said in disappointment, "That's it. We've failed." The pendulum clock in Araki's hand indicated that there were only a few seconds left until midnight. He hung his head, thinking, "It's all my fault. I'm so stupid and careless, and I couldn't even create a decent device." Araki softly called out to Na, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'm sorry for making you all a joke." As he spoke, he wiped his tears away. "I'll take full responsibility no matter what." He turned to Siron and said, "Stop it, Siron. Let me take the blame." But Siron firmly replied, "No." He slowly said, "We've all worked very hard, sacrificing our sleep. Ned and Araki, give it your all." Siron's eyes radiated intense determination. "I can't let it end like this." It seemed Araki sensed that Siron was about to do something dangerous and shouted, "Stop, Siron." He was still in shock. After a few seconds of clarity, he immediately realized and stammered, "No, no way." Is he going to use the anti-gravity ability? Sure enough, Siron began to activate the energy from within him. His eyes lit up as he entered an infinite spiral dimension. Araki and Ned protested vehemently. "Siron, stop, don't continue." Araki, losing patience, shook Siron hard. "Damn it, why isn't it stopping?" He grabbed Siron's hand, which was holding the sphere, and pulled hard. He cried, "Please, Siron, stop, you'll disappear." "We can abandon this research group, but I don't want to lose you," Siron gently called out to him. His expression was surprisingly calm. "I don't feel scared anymore." A blue lightning bolt flashed in Siron's consciousness. He felt a powerful force invading his entire body, a force so terrifying that Siron couldn't endure it. He gritted his teeth, and a painful groan escaped through his clenched jaws. Siron recalled what Amin had said, "I won't disappear." Siron screamed in agony as his whole body began to disintegrate into dust. He told himself he needed to remember every beautiful memory that flashed before his eyes like a fast-forwarded film. From the moment he rushed into his parents' arms, Jenna and Ron's bright smiles, the first meeting with Amy and Sorel, the days spent as friends with Araki, and the trusting gaze of Principal Anpas. The countless moments of life and death, the relentless efforts for this moment all reminded Siron of who he was. When he realized who he was, the immortal energy within him awakened, and his disintegration process slowed down. Indeed, as Amin had said, Siron did not disappear. He opened his eyes, promising himself he wouldn't run away anymore. Siron shouted and in panic asked, "Siron, are you okay?" Siron suddenly yelled, "Araki!" Just in time, Araki reacted. He turned and shouted, "Nah!" Na rushed to the control panel, startled, exclaiming, "Wait, I can't believe my eyes." No way. The needle was moving, and the current reading reached 157. Na was in tears, quickly signaling to Araki. At that moment, Araki was holding a switch responding to Na's signal. Araki decisively flipped the switch. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Maria's gentle voice rang out. "What's going on? Is it already midnight?" Maria, now a 7th grade student, closed her book and said regretfully, "I really should go to sleep. I have class tomorrow." Suddenly, Maria shivered, remembering something that sent chills down her spine. "I forgot I just remembered the story about the spirit that says, 'I'll see a ghost at midnight.'" After saying that, she let out a long breath. Siron, is there really such a thing as a spirit? After finishing her sentence, Maria happened to glance out the window, where a ghost suddenly appeared hovering by the window. The ghost looked fierce, with a gaunt face made entirely of bones drooling as it pressed its face against the glass. Maria looked horrified as she heard Amy's terrified scream from the other side, "Get out!" followed by the sound of a glass vase shattering. In front of Ami stood a tall, dark figure. Ami trembled and yelled, "What are you? How did you get in?" The dark figure was a ghost dressed as a knight. It hadn't attacked Ami yet. Ami's eyes widened in shock, thinking, did it just smile? Suddenly, Ami turned and ran screaming, "Sorel!" From the next room, Sorel rushed into Amy's room shouting, "A ghost just appeared!" Ami, astonished, asked, "You saw it too?" Sorel, panicking, said, "That means..." Both Sorel and Ami turned to look behind them. Sure enough, all the girls from the other rooms rushed out like bees from a broken hive, screaming loudly, "There's a ghost run!" Behind them was an army of terrifying ghostly figures in bizarre shapes. The entire campus was engulfed in darkness as all the rooms lit up and the academy shook violently. The screams echoed everywhere. "I see a ghost." Just as the threat had been warned, at midnight all the evil spirits appeared in their most terrifying forms, and the wailing and howling filled the air, terrifying everyone. The evil spirits were everywhere. Turning around, sure enough, all the female students from the classrooms rushed out like bees from a broken hive. The screams echoed loudly, "Run away!" They were a legion of spirits with all sorts of bizarre shapes. Terrifying in the school grounds, the entire area lit up brightly, shaking the academy with the sounds of screams and shouts everywhere. I saw spirits just as threatened. In the presentation, when the clock struck midnight, the evil spirits appeared in their most horrifying forms. The moans and wails were incredibly frightening. Evil spirit. During the presentation, when the clock struck 12, the evil spirits all appeared in their most terrifying forms. The sounds of groaning and screaming were incredibly scary. Evil spirits were present everywhere. Everywhere from the school's perimeter to the classrooms and students' dorms, the screams of "Save me" echoed even in the sky. The entire school was shaken that night by the chaos caused by the evil spirits. Everyone was in a panic. "Why do they keep chasing us? Don't come near here." The ancient tower of the school had not been disturbed like this in a long time. The students rushed out to the yard, gathering into a group. The girls hugged each other tightly, sobbing about something. The boys tried to use magic to fight back against the evil spirits. A boy with light brown hair awkwardly said, "They're everywhere, let's attack." The footsteps of the evil spirits thundered. They were indeed too many, and their appearance was terrifying. The students had lost their will to fight. They burst into tears, running around in panic. Just then, the evil spirits suddenly disappeared. The students looked around in confusion and asked, "They disappeared?" Boy was still crying, skeptically saying, "Light." The boy next to him looked up. There's someone on the roof." On the roof, 3 people, Siron, N, and Araki, stood proudly looking down at the students below. N clapped a few times casually, saying, "You all still came even though our presentation is late." N placed a hand on his chest solemnly, thanking them. Suddenly, an angry voice shouted, "Out! You kids are Sienna!" She ran over angrily, scolding, "Get down here right now! Look, it's midnight! Why is it so chaotic?" In Sienna's hand was the projector that N had set up earlier. She huffed loudly. "I was taking a shower and got startled." On the roof, N saw this and waved, winking at Sienna teasingly. "It's a beautiful night, Professor." Seeing the projector that Sienna brought the students, suddenly realized, a 3-dimensional projector, so those ghosts were all fake. Someone laughed. Sienna turned around and saw it was Anpas. She was surprised and asked, "Principal, why are you here?" Anpas calmly replied to her, "I think the presentation isn't over yet, so let's listen to it all." On the roof, Anne excitedly posed a question to all the students below. "All right, everyone, according to our research group, souls do exist. Do you believe in the supernatural?" The students below immediately protested vehemently. Led by a boy at N's group, "Those frauds are still talking. What do you mean they exist? They're all fake, using shallow tricks that even a 3-year-old could use." After saying the words "shallow," the boy suddenly felt something was off. 2 girls behind him turned to discuss, "But how did they do it?" The boy quickly turned around eagerly, saying, "What are you talking about? Of course they used 3-dimensional magic." The girls still didn't find the boy's answer satisfactory. They explained, "That's strange. How can those 3-dimensional projections move differently?" Instantly, the entire schoolyard buzzed with chatter. The students turned to enthusiastically discuss. Since I found out they were fake, I've been thinking about it, but I still don't get it. I think they used projections from the machine. But can they do that? Scolded Group N. Those frauds are still talking. How can they exist? They're all fake, using cheap tricks that even a 3-year-old could use. After saying the words cheap tricks, the male student suddenly felt something was off. The two girls behind him turned to discuss. But how did they do it? So the male student turned around quickly, eagerly saying, "What are you talking about?" Of course, they used 3-dimensional magic. The female student still didn't find the male student's answer satisfactory. They explained, "That's strange. How can the 3-dimensional projections move differently?" Immediately, the school grounds buzzed with excitement. The students turned to enthusiastically discuss, "Since I found out they were fake, I've been thinking about it, but I still don't know. I think they use projections from a machine. But can they do that all over the school? They need a huge amount of data and energy. Umpas used his magical projecting from the machine. But can they do this throughout the whole school? They need a huge amount of data and energy." Anpas used his spiritual power to create a funny ghost, and he laughed, asking Sienna, "So, what do you think?" Anpas humorously asked Sienna, "Can you explain the tricks they used, Professor?" Sienna smiled helplessly, pushing up her glasses, carefully choosing her words. Their jokes are at quite a high level. On the roof, standing behind Siron chuckled quietly, thinking to himself, what wizards value most is intelligence. They couldn't suppress their curiosity and were drawn in. This is what the oldest ancient texts have concluded. The boys who had mocked N's group earlier were now extremely angry. "I got tricked by 5th graders. This is so frustrating." Meanwhile, the boy with light brown hair was trembling with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging, but I don't know what mechanism they used. Although N's group's performance was impressive, it still didn't completely convince Sienna. She frowned and turned to Anpas, saying, "Their tricks are hard to pull off, but it's still not to the point where we can accept it." Their research group responded to her. Anpas just chuckled. He gently said to Sienna, "Actually, this trick isn't important." Anpas's words left Sienna momentarily confused. Over there, the students continued to criticize N's group. "They're still fake. How can there be souls?" Still, the boy with light brown hair was the most agitated. He pointed at N, shouting, "Fake souls and supernatural research have nothing to do with each other." N laughed. "Oh, come on. You guys still don't believe in..." The oldest ancient one has concluded. The male students who mocked Group N earlier were now extremely angry. "I was fooled by a 5th grader, so frustrating." And the male student with light brown hair was trembling, veins bulging on his forehead. "But I don't know what mechanism they used." Although Group N's performance was very impressive, it still didn't completely convince Sienna. She frowned, turning to Anpas and saying, "Their tricks are hard to pull off, but it's still not to the point where we can accept it." Their research group responded to her. Anpas just chuckled. He calmly said to Sienna, "Actually, this trick isn't important." Anpas's words momentarily confused Sienna. On the other side, the students continued to criticize Group N. "They're still fake? How can there be a soul?" It was still the male student with light brown hair who was the most agitated. He pointed at N, shouting, "Fake souls with supernatural research. What do they have to do with each other?" N laughed. "Oh, wow. You still don't believe in supernatural research? This point isn't important." Anpas's statement left Sienna confused for a moment. Meanwhile, the students continued to criticize Group N. "They're just fakes. There's no such thing as a soul." The boy with light brown hair was the most agitated, pointing at N and shouting, "What does a fake soul have to do with supernatural research?" N laughed. "Oh, wow, you guys still don't believe in supernatural research." The students below replied in unison, "Of course not. That was just a performance trick." N calmly said, "Then let me ask you, why are all of you here?" The entire student body was stunned by N's question. N continued to ask, "What were you afraid of that made you run away? If souls or ghosts aren't real?" The students below stammered. Both Ami and Sorel could only remain silent. At this moment, N narrowed his eyes and said, "Your feelings right now are the core of the scientific research group on supernatural souls." N's voice was slow, but struck right at the heart of the students. "All of you, those who don't believe in souls, when you see a ghost, you feel scared. That's because the seed of doubt that perhaps souls and ghosts do exist is within you." And using his oratory skills, gradually persuaded them. "All we did was show you that little doubt. Me, Both Ami and Sorel could only remain silent. At this moment, N narrowed his eyes and said, "Your feelings right now are the core of the scientific research group on supernatural souls." N's voice slowly, but hit straight to the core of the students' hearts. All of you, those who do not believe in souls, as soon as you see a ghost, you feel scared. That's because the seed of doubt about whether souls and ghosts exist is within you. N used his oratory skills, gradually convincing souls and ghosts exist within you. N used his oratory skills, gradually convincing them. All we did was show you that tiny bit of doubt. Don't know whether they exist or not, but we are researching that doubt, and the meaning of research is just that. While N was presenting Siron, and Iraqi nodded silently. Together below, a female student with chestnut-colored hair covered her mouth and whispered, "That's right, there was a time when the information we knew was considered true, but now it's seen as a lie in the past." In the school, her voice rang out powerfully. Because everyone showed us that doubt, we proved that our research team is valuable, and so it is. The presentation of the Supernatural Science Research Team has ended. At this point, all three of them, Sean, Na, and Iraqi, bowed to all the students and teachers below. "Thank you very much." The students turned to each other and smiled. The male student with light brown hair smirked right after, and the whole campus erupted in cheers from the students. "Awesome. We agree. If it's a special event like this, I'm ready to be fooled by you guys as many times as it takes." Standing behind the students were the teachers Anpas with their hands clasped behind their backs, their voices steady but exuding the authority of a leader. Where do we come from, and how are we heading into the future? Some are exploring doubts and revealing to everyone what cannot be seen, the teachers think. What Sienna remained silent. Anpas smiled and remarked, "I think this presentation is meaningful." Standing beside, he respectfully said, "I have no objection, sir." Ina sighed, "I understand now." Then Sienna stood upright, and Miss Trin Trong announced that the professors had decided to recognize the presentation of the scientific research team on souls. Upon hearing this, the three members of the group couldn't hide their excitement. But then Sienna suddenly turned furious, yelling, "Instead, you guys are suspended for 3 days, you fools!" Ignoring the suspension order, all three of them, Iraqi and Siron, hugged each other tightly, bursting with ultimate joy. "We did it. We succeeded. We did it." Below, the students also joined them in congratulating, "Do your best." Sienna, feeling completely ignored, angrily said, "Are you guys even listening to your professor? I said you're suspended." Maria turned to McWow. Senior Siron really is the MC, then concluded with a cool line, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Senior Siron is a genius." Sorel also looked at Siron's group with admiration. "Oh my gosh, they're so cool." Seriously, everyone wants to do that at least once. At least once to make the world gasp. Ami stood beside, silently thinking to herself that she never expected when she was needing to bury herself in studying to graduate, he would spend time on something so useless. Looking at Siren's radiant smile, Amy pouted. She huffed, looking up at the twinkling stars in the sky. In her heart, she silently said, "I'm a little jealous, just a tiny bit." In a hidden corner, some people in black clothes with unclear faces felt resentful seeing Siron's group succeed. One of them clicked his tongue. "Those skinny little brats are even bigger than horses. Those who have graduated let a bunch of snotty kids do this." Another one crossed his arms, annoyed, saying, "Forget about taking ISTA. Do your own thing. My ant language research team is here to save the day." Another one chimed in, "They're still just 5th graders. Don't tell me you're going to run away with your tail between your legs." The guy from the ant language research team exploded. "What? But they'll soon be graduating." A guy with a girlish demeanor covered his mouth, laughing mockingly. "If you don't want to face them next year, then you better graduate this year." The guy from the ant language research team trembled with anger and said, "You better shut your mouth, doll research team." Out of anger, the guy from the ant language research team started to provoke the others. You too, the hide-and-seek game research team, who had been silent with crossed arms, now spoke up, interrupting the voice of him, calmly showing the authority of a leader. "All right, stop it. Let's stop here because we will attract the attention of others." Phi smirked, his words deviously hard to decipher. "All of us. Being here like this will only harm ourselves. Just wait for the right opportunity, far away." Sienna quietly observed Phi's group, sighing, thinking about those little brats from those shady research teams. Sienna wanted to cry, shouting, "Grow up, use your brain." Anpas reached out to use the magic that Siron used to create the evil spirits. He chuckled, praising how beautiful it was. Anpas stroked his beard, smiling in appreciation. Even I, an expert in light magic, am amazed. The way it's used surprises me. Looking up at the sky, admiring the ethereal beauty of the bright stars, Anpas happily remarked, "You have completed a rather difficult task, Siron. At that time, I thought you couldn't do it. This child only has limits like this, but unexpectedly." Speaking of which, he looked down at the relic in Anpas's hand and whispered, "In the future, you may have the ability to fulfill my dream." After saying that, Anpas tightly grasped the relic in his hand. At this moment, Siron was lying on the grass. He smiled happily, truly joyful. Nen lying next to Siron, he patted him a few times worriedly, asking, "But are you really okay? You're still normal, right?" Siron smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine." Araki remembered and sat up teasing, "Siron, you're crazy. Who would risk their life for this game?" Hearing Iroki's tease, Siron just chuckled. Iroki glanced at Siron, "But you really are the best you know." Sitting up, T agreed with Araki, saying, "If Siron didn't use his gifted ability, it wouldn't have been completed. But thinking about risking your life for that is really..." Araki lay back down, laughing. "It's all just luck to get through." Thinking about how Siron could possibly vanish when using his immortal power, Araki once again affirmed, "But you really..." Is a guy named Siron, hearing his two friends praise him non-stop. He can't help but blush with embarrassment. He awkwardly says, "Why are you guys only praising me? You all are geniuses too, just like Araki predicted." The reaction of students throughout the school being like you is just too impressive. Araki, being praised, looks shy and glances away. Siron continues to compliment him, saying, "You can do it. You can create a large number of machines, but that's just the beginning." Just like Araki, he feels embarrassed, his face turning as red as a tomato. All three of them feel their faces heating up, feeling swollen all over. Araki loses his composure. Naturally, he says, "Oh, I didn't think you could be so humble." And feeling flustered, speaks up, "You guys know you're making me really embarrassed." Siron reaches out his hand as if he wants to touch the twinkling stars far away in the sky, sharing with me, "I want to climb higher, just like those bright stars up there." Speaking of this, Siron's eyes sparkle with faith and hope. Araki also looks up at the high sky. "So, what's the plan?" he asks. "Since I've been playing a lot already, should I start thinking about a higher career?" Hearing this, En sits up excitedly and says, "Yeah, that sounds good. The three of us have to graduate together once we integrate into the society out there. After graduation, I'm pretty sure there will be tons of fun waiting for us out there." Sean raises an eyebrow, looking at En, mumbling about society out there. Araki, hearing En, sits up straight, smiling and saying, "That sounds good. Isn't it time for us to live confidently and comfortably?" He excitedly raises his hand to make a promise. He boldly declares, "We will go all the way together." Siron places his hand on En's hand, responding, "Yeah, we will become the strongest." Araki is the last to place his hand, quietly asking, "But what should we use?" To cheer up our spirits and make a promise now, we should just say whatever we see. Suddenly, En comes up with an idea, pointing at the brightest star in the sky and shouting, "Science! Supernatural long live!" Araki immediately chimes in, "So don't give up, okay?" The three sheep Siron reaches out enthusiastically, showing their determination to graduate together. En suddenly points at Araki, teasing him. "What kind of trick is that?" Araki laughs, saying, "I just said we will try to be like the three sheep." Sean, sitting in the middle, laughs until he cries, secretly wishing that together we will become the strongest wizards. Tonight, the stars are really beautiful. The starlight shines down on the academy campus, promising a bright future ahead. The next day, in the boys' dormitory, someone calls out, "Siron, wake up." He shakes him while saying, "Are you really going to waste this precious suspended time like this? Just going out to play?" Araki stands beside En, observing Siron's expression, guessing that he must be exhausted and hasn't gotten up yet. He tries to shake Siron a few more times, but Siron still doesn't respond, lying still with his eyes tightly shut. Siron doesn't want to wake up. He just feels like he's being crushed by a heavy weight, unable to move at all. He thinks to himself, "Right, once again, I'm stuck in a nightmare, and like last time, I'm heading into the endless dark space along with the movements of the stars and the destination." Eventually, a gigantic galaxy with twisted lights surrounding it is waiting for him. But this time, something feels different. He always wakes up at this moment, but something is slightly off. What Siren refers to is a chain of shimmering golden lights colliding with each other. There's something like a cracked mirror, and Siren isn't sure what it is. He opens his eyes, and in front of him is an incredibly mystical scene that's hard to describe in words. Siren's whole body suddenly vanishes, and he breaks out in a sweat, waking up. He panics, realizing the dream has changed. He groggily wonders, what is this? Did yesterday's experience bring about a change? On the wall, the clock is ticking close to 1 in the afternoon. Siren still hasn't come to his senses. He lies still on the bed, eyes wide open, mouth mumbling. But above him, a string of dazzling golden beads is swirling in continuous circles around Siron. His hands grip the blanket tightly, confused, asking, what's happening with these? Sean quickly got out of bed, holding the note from N and Iraqi. It said, we're heading to the casino. As long as we can predict Iraqi's behavior, we'll still be rich. Below it, there were 2 smiling faces drawn of the 2 of them. Siren reluctantly exclaimed, oh man. He whispered the casino. It felt like they were going to come back empty-handed anyway. So a 3-day suspension, huh? What should I do now? Siren thought about his parents back home. He considered whether he should take this chance to go home. He was sure his parents would be shocked. Then they would bombard him with questions like, what do you mean suspended? Are you being punished? Thinking about this, he firmly dismissed that thought. No, I definitely need to keep this a secret. After a while, Siren dressed neatly and stood in front of the mirror, smiling as he carefully adjusted his cuffs. Siron smiled happily because he felt excited inside. I just remembered there's something I really want to do, and for some reason, my heart is racing. After saying that, Siren turned and left. He didn't notice the mysterious golden particles that now followed his silhouette, forming an image of Siren standing sideways in front of the mirror as if he were standing there. Soon, Sean stopped in front of a well-kept bookstore. He reached for the doorknob, feeling a flutter of excitement. The past few years, he had been studying non-stop, and now he wanted to buy a novel for himself. Remembering those old days, the painful memories suddenly flooded back to Siron's mind. The bossy voice of the bookstore owner echoed in his ears, as if it had just happened. Where do you think you're putting those dirty fingers? Back then, Siren was just a poor kid in ragged clothes. Even though he was different now, the haunting fear of being looked down upon still ran deep in the young man's soul. Siren worriedly wondered what he would do if they told him not to touch anything anymore. After a few seconds of hesitation, Siron finally made up his mind to step into the bookstore. It was still the same owner from years ago with the same curly orange hair and green dress, but her haughty attitude had been replaced with a warm smile. She cheerfully said, "Oh, my welcome, handsome customer. It's such an honor to have you here. Are you here to pick up some items?" The owner's enthusiasm left Siron momentarily flustered. "No, I'm just here to buy a book." The owner happily replied, "Oh, I see. Feel free to choose." "Oh my, you're really handsome." Siren was truly not used to such friendly treatment. He stammered, "Thank you." Siren was surprised that she completely didn't recognize him. It had only been 5 years yet. Looking at the owner's back, he thought to himself, have I really changed that much after he picked out a book he liked? Siron walked up to pay the owner. Looking at the gold coins he handed her, the owner flattered him. "Oh my, you're so generous. Thank you so much." Holding the book titled, Raising Dragons to Defeat the Demon Lord. This was the book he had always dreamed of since he was a kid. Siren happily exclaimed, "Finally, I can buy this brilliant novel of mine." It was the first book he thought of. Holding the book in his hand, Siron joyfully spun around, causing passers-by to shake their heads in disbelief. How could a young master be so crazy? He hugged the book to his chest, grinning. Luckily, he had saved the allowance his family had sent him. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. Siren felt a girl unexpectedly hug his arm. She looked at him, her face bright with a smile, and asked, "You're Siren, right?" Caught off guard by the hug, Siren's face turned red and he panicked, asking, "Who are you?" The girl didn't answer his question, but didn't let go either. She turned around and waved at someone. "That's him, guys." After a moment of observation, Siron was astonished to realize that the girl in front of him was someone he knew. Her sweet voice had not changed a bit. She was the innocent girl who used to watch Siren intently whenever he read books. "Siren, are you reading again?" When he was little, every time Siron sat under a tree reading, a group of kids would tease him. Now, meeting again, he could still recognize them, and they immediately recognized him too. The muscular guy at the front called out to him, "Siren, is that really you?" Siron widened his eyes and called out, "Entho." He turned to the girl beside him, calling her by her name. "Oh, so you're Lumina." "Is that you?" Siron exclaimed, eyes wide, calling out to Antho. He turned to the girl next to him, calling her by her name. "Oh, so you're Lumina." Lumina felt happy that Siron still remembered her and said, "That's right, you forgot my face." Siron stammered, "I totally didn't recognize you. You're so pretty now." Siron recalled that when they were kids, Lumina's nickname was Jan Ninos. Hearing him say that, Lumina looked a bit displeased. She raised her fist. "What do you mean when we were kids you said I wasn't pretty?" Siron immediately laughed awkwardly. No, not really." The childhood friends surrounded Siron, each taking turns asking him a ton of questions. "Oh, what's up with you? Why are you dressed like a noble? Is it expensive? Has your dad changed a lot?" Suddenly surrounded Siron couldn't help but feel flustered. He awkwardly replied, "This is..." Just when Siron didn't know what to do, Antho, the leader of the kids in the village, greeted him. "Siron, it's been a while since I've seen you. How have you been?" He asked if he had seen Vincent, but he hadn't heard anything from him. Sean looked at Antho. He didn't know how to explain. "What should I tell them?" Siron hesitated. That's, he thought. Anyway, they would come to find out about me eventually. If I lie now, it would hurt them, especially since, in the end, Siron chose to be honest and said, "During this time, I've been studying at the Magic Academy." Hearing him, everyone gasped in unison, "Magic, the Magic Academy." Antho's expression suddenly turned grim. He thought to himself as Siron, the crowd gasped in unison, "Magic, the Magic Academy." Antho's face suddenly turned grim. He thought to himself as Siron reminisced about the old days from when they were kids. Antho had already formed a shape. Strong and charismatic, that's why he naturally became the leader of the kids. At that time, Antho was 10 years old. Antho and the kids from the village were heading into the woods together. Suddenly, looking into the distance, he exclaimed, "Siron." He continued to ask, "Are you reading again?" Siron, hearing the familiar voice, quickly turned around and replied, "And those words just seem to exist in my mind." However, perhaps his weakness lies in his pride. The attention of the others suddenly shifted to the thick book in Siron's hands, and they exclaimed, "So many words, he must be really smart. We don't even know how to read books like that." Hearing the whispers of admiration from the two friends behind him, Antho could only stand silently and watch. Then he quickly approached Siron and snatched the book from his hand, saying loudly, "You don't even go to school. Why are you reading this stuff?" Faced with that strong force, Siron could do nothing but flinch, letting out a few yelps. Antho placed the small axe on his shoulder, looking mature and fierce, as he said, "You have to train your strength to be useful to society." In a small village in the mountains where danger lurked, there was a rule you had to know. That is... Thinking of this, the small figure of Siron appeared in his mind, smiling gently and softly, responding, "That's right, I understand." And though the memories that seemed to stop suddenly continued to emerge. Listening to the leader's words returning to that scene, Antho's expression showed that he saw such a reaction and fell silent. Then he took a long breath as if he had just released a heavy burden. After that, Antho returned the book to Siron and said, "As long as you understand." The leader protects the village and everyone listens to the leader. This is how the people here survive. This is the principle that Siron has learned over the months. Next, Antho smiled brightly and reached out to him saying, "I'm going to play soccer, want to join?" Suddenly from afar came a loud shout. Antho, Lumina holding a mop in her hand, ran aggressively towards them while questioning, "Didn't Antho tell you not to Being hit by Lumina, dissatisfied, shouted, "Who's bullying who, you idiot?" She ignored his excuses and continued to raise her voice. "He just got better, and you still say this isn't bullying." Antho, being scolded like that, felt a bit angry and yelled, "If you keep this up, no one will want to marry you." Ending the flashback. Siron silently chuckled to himself, thinking, "Well, that was ages ago." Antho awkwardly spoke up, "I can't believe it. Did you really go to school?" Lumina was equally surprised and asked, "Hey, do you know how to use magic?" The friend next to him was also excited quickly, chiming in, "Can you show us?" Siron, seeing this, shyly replied, "Not really. I just learned it recently, so I'm not very good at it. Plus, using magic outside the academy is against the rules." Upon hearing this, the other friend sighed in disappointment. Bad luck. Suddenly Antho noticed the book he was tightly holding, smiling, and then he reached out to grab the book, saying, "Hey, let me see what the Magic Academy writes." Seeing Antho's sudden action, Siron exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute, deep down he was, panicking. No, this is the novel I just bought for entertainment. And Tho's grip was getting stronger, and he successfully yanked the book from Siron's hand. But in his haste, he slipped and dropped it. Seeing this, Siron instinctively cried out, thinking, "My precious book!" Then Siron reached out in front, trying to catch the book. Just as his hand was about to touch it, memories flashed through his mind. But he was lucky enough to catch the book. The fleeting memory felt so real that it caused the book tightly as he fell to the ground. Everyone around was very worried, asking, "Siron, what happened? Are you okay?" Lumina then turned to question An, though. "Why did you do that again? Aren't you supposed to be grown up now? Still bullying him?" He stammered in reply, "I didn't do anything." Siron spoke up, "No, it was just a coincidence, don't worry." Lumina hearing this, seeing that Antho was fine, Lumina cheerfully said, "All right, let's not stand here anymore, come with us. Let's go eat something delicious." Antho chimed in from behind, "Yeah, Siron," he excitedly added, "to celebrate the discount day at the store, we're throwing a party at Lumina's place. How about it?" The friends quickly agreed, "Awesome, count us in." Seeing them so excited, Siron also smiled back. Then, "Let's go." And Tho gently lifted Siron up happily, saying, "You sit in the front seat." Caught off guard, he exclaimed, "You can lift me up." Hearing this, Tho laughed heartily. "With you being so light, of course I can." Witnessing his performance just now, Siron thought to himself, "And though you jerk during the time we were apart, you've turned into a monster. Now you even know how to be strong." He stared at his friend, guessing, there's a high chance Tho will become the new leader of the village. And so, Siron and the others headed to Lumina's house together. A moment later, Lumina's mother's voice rang out, "Oh my, who is this? Is it my child Siron anymore? Aren't you a kid anymore? Still picking on her, huh?" He stammered. "I didn't do anything." Siron interjected, "No, it was just a coincidence, don't worry." Lumina, hearing this, panicked and said, "Out of nowhere you collapsed, how can I not worry?" "It's not usually that bad." And Tho stood watching the two of them chat, a strange feeling suddenly welling up inside him. Lumina saw him. "It's okay. Let's not stand here anymore. Come with us. We're going to eat something delicious." And Tho chimed in from behind. "Yeah, Siron," he excitedly added, "to celebrate the price drop at the store, we're throwing a party at Lumina's place. What do you guys think?" The friends quickly agreed. "Awesome, sounds good." Seeing their excitement, Siron smiled back. "Guys, we're all throwing a party at Lumina's place. How about we go there and catch up? What do you think?" The other friends quickly agreed. "Awesome, sounds great." Seeing their excitement, Siron couldn't help but smile. "Then let's go." At the same time, he quietly thought, "It's perfect since I have nothing to do, so it should be fine." A moment later, a chubby friend and another buddy brought over a carriage that stopped in front of them. Tho gently lifted Siron up happily, saying, "You sit in the front seat." Caught off guard, he exclaimed, "You can lift me." Hearing this, Tho laughed heartily. "With someone as light as you, it's easy." Witnessing his performance, Siron thought, "And though you jerk while we were apart, you've turned into a monster. Now, you even know how to work." He stared at his friend, guessing, chances are, Tho will become the new leader of the village. Thus Siron and the others, "You still know how to make money." He stared at his friend, guessing, Tho is likely to become the new leader of the village. So Siron and the others moved towards Lumina's house together. A little while later, Lumina's mother's voice rang out, "Oh my, who is this? Is it you, Siron? You're getting more handsome by the day." Lumina must be blushing a lot. Hearing that, she turned red and hurriedly shouted, "Mom, don't say that." After Lumina's enthusiastic greeting, the group of Siron continued their fun. They excitedly raised their glasses, talking about the lavish spread of food prepared for them. In front of him, the brown-haired friend couldn't help but exclaim, "It looks so delicious." Lumina raised her glass of water and said, "Make sure to eat a lot." Siron immediately replied, "Thank you, I'll eat really well too." At that moment, the brown-haired friend, feeling curious, asked, "But is this glass of water really?" Before he could continue, the chubby guy quickly denied, "No way, it's just sparkling barley water." "Over here." Tho slowly sipped his drink, quietly observing everything happening. Then the brown-haired friend suddenly shouted, "Siron, tell us more about school. You're the best in the school, right?" Hearing this, Siron choked on his drink. Tho also spat out his drink because of this comment. He continued, "I'm so curious, did you become a wizard?" The rest of the friends chimed in excitedly. "I heard only nobles get to go to that school. So doesn't that mean you get to study with nobles?" Hearing these questions, Siron felt confused inside. He silently wished, please don't praise me in front of Antho. Plus, with a bit of alcohol from the barley drink, his friends kept talking non-stop. I bet there are a lot of beauties among the nobles, right? Tell us more. Under the intense questioning from them, Siron waved his hands and reluctantly replied, how would I know? Just studying is already enough work. As soon as he finished speaking, Lumina sighed as if she had just survived a disaster. Right after that, Antho suddenly slammed his glass down on the table and said, Siron, going to school is good, but have you thought about the next step? Hearing this, he was startled and turned his head, exclaiming, next step. Antho continued, right now, Vincent is worrying about the family's livelihood. Next, it will be your turn to take responsibility, and you have to get married too. After you finish studying, will you be able to handle it? Hearing these words, Siron fell into deep thought. There was no guarantee that he would definitely graduate. Seeing his reaction, Antho picked up his barley drink, took a sip, and said, you need to be realistic. As he finished speaking, thoughts began to swirl in Siron's head. Looking back, he realized he had spent too much time studying without ever thinking deeply about this. His friends were already helping their families with business, but his father was still struggling. He silently wondered, when will I be able to help my dad? Seeing him like this, Lumina felt a bit worried. At this moment, Antho began to speak. I didn't mean to bring the mood down. Then he opened up. Challenge, hey, Siron, do you want to arm wrestle with me? You were really good at it back in the day. Siron was surprised to hear this. Arm wrestling, the chubby guy got excited and said, yeah, Antho and Siron were evenly matched back then. The brown-haired friend also agreed. Siron looks strong. Remembering this, Siron recalled their childhood. They used to do that a lot. The wrestling match back then made the brown-haired friend exclaim, Siron, you were so good. Antho insisted on having a rematch, but today, saving face for Antho was the right choice. Thinking this, he got into position and replied, all right, how about we make a bet today? Seeing this, Antho smiled excitedly and replied, whoever loses has to pay for this round. Agreed, he responded. The atmosphere between the two heated up again. The friends around them cheered. The battle between the wizard and the warrior is about to begin. Sean tightly gripped Antho's hand, thinking, to save face for Antho, I have to hold on for as long as I can before losing. Then suddenly a voice shouted, start. Immediately the hands of the two locked tightly against each other. Then a loud noise caused the barley drink to shake. Lumina and the friends witnessed a shocking moment. In the end, Siron was sprawled out on the chair, smoke rising from him. The event happened so quickly that he wondered, what just happened? His friend, seeing this, couldn't help but worry and asked, Siron, are you okay? Lumina then shouted, Antho, why did you use so much strength? He hurriedly replied, I didn't expect it to end up like this. He wasn't this weak back in the day. Lumina helplessly exclaimed, oh, Antho. Seeing him like this, Antho felt a bit guilty. Then he spoke up, I'm sorry. Let me pay for today. Siron immediately refused, no way, I'm the one who lost today. Then he awkwardly added, you're much stronger than before. Saying that, Siron pulled out a gold coin from his pocket to prepare to pay, but an incident occurred that made him panic. Out of worry, he accidentally dropped his money bag, revealing the gold coins. His friends saw this and gathered around shouting, look at the money, you have 5 coins. Lumina also joined in, taking a gold coin and asking him, Siron, why do you have so much money? 5 gold coins are all my earnings from trading. Looking at Antho's expression, he told himself, what should I do? I'm done for. Lumina held the gold coin and asked, Siron, where did you get this money? Hearing this, Siron stammered, I got sponsored. As soon as he finished speaking, the brown-haired friend quickly chimed in, what are you going to live the rest of your life without worrying about money? This comment left Siron stunned, denying, no, that's not it. At the same time, he thought, this isn't good. This really triggered Antho. His face turned red, feeling a bit unwilling. But then Antho suddenly let out a long sigh, then stood up like a puffed-up cat and shouted, why are you all making a fuss over just a few? Seeing this, the chubby guy was startled and stammered, sorry. Lumina, noticing his reaction, thought, oh, now I realize that with Antho. The friends around them suddenly reminisced about the past. So much money. 5 gold coins is equal to all my trading profits. Looking at Antho's expression, he thought to himself, what to do? I'm broke. Lumina grabbed the gold coin and asked, Siron, where did you get this money? Hearing that, Siron stammered, I got sponsored. Just as he finished, the brown-haired friend quickly chimed in, where did you get this money? Hearing that, Siron stammered, I got sponsored. As soon as he finished speaking, the brown-haired friend jumped in, what, you're going to live the rest of your life without worrying about money? His words left Siron stunned, denying, no, not like that. At the same time, he thought, not good. This really triggered Antho. His face turned red, a bit unwilling. But then, Antho suddenly took a long breath, stood up like a puffed-up cat, and shouted, why are you all making such a fuss over a few gold coins? His face flushed, feeling a bit unwilling. But then Antho suddenly let out a long sigh, stood up like a puffed-up cat, and shouted, why are you all making such a fuss over a few gold coins? Seeing this, the chubby guy stammered, sorry. Lumina, noticing his reaction, thought, oh, now I'm thinking about that with Antho. The friends suddenly reminisced about the past. They all shared the same thought, right. Ever since we were kids, every time we were near Siron, that topic became a bit sensitive. Antho gradually tried to hold himself back. Then he gently patted his hand. The sound shattered the atmosphere at that moment. Oh, right. Have you guys heard about this? The chubby guy quickly chimed in, saying there are wild beasts appearing in the mountains. The brown-haired friend also added, fun, I heard about that too. Recently, wild animals have been disappearing. Lumina felt secretly happy in her heart, thinking this could be a good distraction, and thanks to this, everyone gradually regained the initial excitement. They eagerly discussed. Dad said it's similar to a bear, right? Siron wasn't an exception. He quickly spoke up saying, yeah, I heard that from Dad too, but why would something from the north come down here? Hearing this, Lumina replied, I know it's the breeding season or something, right? Anyway, they say that every day they go out hunting, so since it hides pretty deep in the forest, it's not necessarily dangerous unless you go in there. At that moment, Antho's gaze suddenly became sharper. He opened up about the idea, how about we go hunt it? Hearing this suggestion, everyone was surprised and exclaimed in unison, us, he confirmed. Yeah, we'll help the villagers. You guys know about it already, right? My skills. Antho confidently continued, if it's just a bear, adults don't need to get involved. Let's go take it down. Seeing his enthusiasm, the brown-haired friend also responded excitedly. Finally, you can hunt a bear by yourself. Antho said, a normal bear will be easy. Siron, unable to believe his ears, was stunned and repeated, wow, really a bear? Observing the admiration on his friends' faces, Antho smiled triumphantly and decided, so we'll set off tomorrow morning, okay? He glanced. Hearing this, Lumina's eyes suddenly sparkled and she exclaimed, Siron too! Antho confirmed, of course he's gone with us before, hasn't he? Siron didn't hesitate to respond, if I can help, I'll join. Antho, seeing this, happily raised his cup and said, awesome, tomorrow morning we'll meet in front of Lumina's house. Lumina, sitting nearby, shouted, got it. Then they all clinked their cups together and shouted loudly, it'll be a bear hunt. Wow, we're going to hunt with Antho. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was dawn. Lumina opened the door and announced, Siron, did you sleep well? It's time for us to go. Siron secured the short knife to one side of his thigh and replied, I'm ready, let's go. The two of them stepped out of the house together. Lumina excitedly waved her hand ahead and shouted, everything. Antho saw them and gently reminded, if you haven't done this in a while and fall behind, we'll leave you behind, okay? Hearing this? Siron laughed and replied, don't worry. Then they all went deeper into the misty morning forest. After a while, they got to work. Drop it there, that's good. Flip it over. The chubby friend was also very diligent, securing the net to a branch. Once done, he signaled to his two friends below, and they worked in sync. Siron couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, he was scouting around and noticed some claw marks on a tree trunk, silently guessing, it seems like the bear has been around here recently. Antho said loudly, from now on, we'll scout this area. If you spot it, don't provoke it, retreat, and report to me immediately. The friends heard the order and immediately responded, understood. Seeing this scene, Siron, wow, his dad is really a cool expert. At the same time, Antho turned around looking closely at someone and smiled. It was Lumina, who was happily humming a song, looking very cute as she took a few steps. Siron suddenly realized, what if we just search for it? Right, if I use my domain, it could help out somehow. He closed his eyes tightly, gathering his energy, and thought help Antho take down that bear faster. In just a moment, Siron had sunk into a focused state. But what appeared in his mind wasn't the image of any. Siron was startled, wondering, what is that? He turned to look at his friends and sensed something was off. I feel like something strange is going on through my senses. Siron unconsciously stepped forward. He placed his hand over his eyes, looking in astonishment, unable to believe it. Siron pushed through the leaves in front of him, and a thought flashed through his mind, repeating, "And no way! No way!" Just as he was about to touch the image that appeared when using his domain, a large hand suddenly clamped down on his shoulder and shouted, "Siron, it's Antho." He yanked Siron's shoulder, questioning, "What are you doing? How could you disappear from our sight without saying anything?" He continued loudly, "Because of you, we—" But before he could finish, the sight before them made Antho fall silent. Beneath their feet lay a massive beast's corpse, and a multitude of dead animals scattered everywhere. Antho was shocked and wondered, "What is all this?" The friends behind them had also caught up. But he hadn't finished speaking when Siron interrupted, "Let's retreat. This isn't something a normal bear could do." Hearing this, Antho exclaimed in shock. What he continued, "We need to—" In the misty forest at dawn. After a while, they began to drop down there. It was time to flip it over. The chubby friend was also diligently securing the net to the branch, and once done, he signaled to his two friends below, showing their good teamwork. Siron couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, you guys set the traps up really fast." The blue-haired friend laughed and replied, "We just set the traps. The hardest part is for Antho." He was currently scouting around and noticed claw marks on the tree trunk, guessing, "It seems like a bear has been around here recently." Antho said loudly, "From now on, we will scout this area," signaling to the two friends below to see how in sync they were. Siron couldn't help but admire how quickly they set up the traps. "You guys are amazing." The blue-haired friend laughed and replied, "We just set the traps, that's all." The hardest part was left to Antho. He was currently scouting around and noticed scratch marks on the tree trunk, silently guessing, "Looks like the bear has been nearby." Antho said loudly, "From now on, we will scout this area. If you spot it, don't provoke it, retreat, and report to me immediately." The friends quickly responded, "Acknowledge, we will scout this area. If you spot it, don't provoke it, retreat, and report to me immediately." The group heard the order and responded right away. Seeing this, Siron silently admired them. "Your dad is really a cool expert." At the same time, Antho turned to look at someone and smiled. It was Lumina, who was happily humming a tune, looking very cute, as she took a few steps. Siron suddenly realized, what if I just search for it? Right, if I use my field, it might help. He closed his eyes tightly, gathering his energy, and thought to help Antho find that bear more quickly. Just in a moment, Siron fell into a focused state, but what appeared in his mind was not the image of a bear at all, but the remains of a creature that had been bitten off a huge... Siron suddenly realized, what if I just searched for it? Right, if I use my spiritual field, it could help. He closed his eyes tightly, gathering his energy, and thought, help Antho find that bear faster. In just a moment, Siron had entered a focused state, but what was present in his mind was not the image of a bear, but the corpse of a creature that had lost a large chunk of flesh. Siron was startled, wondering what that was. He turned to look at his friends and sensed something was off. He felt something. It bit off a huge chunk of flesh. Siron was startled, wondering what that was. He turned to look at his friends and sensed that something was off. He had a feeling that something strange was happening through his instincts. Siron unconsciously took a step forward. He placed his hand over his eyes, looking in disbelief. Siron pushed through the leaves in front of him. A thought flashed through his mind, repeating over and over again, "No way, no way." Just as he was about to touch the image that appeared when using his field, a large hand suddenly slammed down on his shoulder and shouted, "Siron, it's Antho." He yanked Siron's shoulder, questioning, "What are you doing? How could you disappear from our sight without saying anything?" He continued loudly, "Because of you, we—" But before he could finish, the scene before them silenced Antho. Beneath their feet lay a huge beast's corpse, and a multitude of animal carcasses scattered everywhere. Antho was startled, wondering, what is all this? The friends behind them had also caught up. The corpses were not only on the ground, but also hanging limply from the branches. The chubby friend shouted loudly, "What is that? What about Antho?" Antho turned back to respond, "That is..." But before he could say anything, "No way, no way." Just as he was about to touch the image that appeared when using the spiritual field, a large hand suddenly slammed down on his shoulder and shouted, "Siron, it's Antho." He pulled hard on Siron's shoulder, questioning, "What are you doing? How could you disappear from our sight without saying anything?" He continued loudly, "Because of you, we—" But before he could finish, the scene before them made Antho. Siron questioned, "What are you doing? How could you disappear from our sight without saying a word?" He raised his voice, "Because of you, we—" But before he could finish, the scene before them made Antho fall silent. At their feet lay a massive beast's corpse and a multitude of animal carcasses scattered everywhere. Antho was shocked, wondering what all this was. The friends behind them had also caught up. The corpses were not only on the ground, but also hanging limply from the branches. The chubby friend shouted loudly, "What is that? What about Antho?" Antho turned back and replied, "That's—" But before he could say anything, Siron interrupted, "Let's retreat. This is not something a normal bear could do." Hearing that, Antho exclaimed in shock. "What?" He continued, "We need to inform the adults and seal the mountain. We might have to send a request to the city for the soldiers to handle it." This is where the Antho hurriedly grabbed his shoulder, stammering to interrupt. Wait, Siron, wait, soldiers. What he just told us, we don't even know what it is." "So what are you saying? We can handle this ourselves, right?" Siron replied, turning his head. "No way, you just said." "So what? This isn't a bear we can deal with." Seeing his determination, Antho angrily shouted, "What do you know? I'm the captain. Giving orders is my role." Witnessing the two as they clashed, Lumina anxiously clenched her hands and softly said, "Antho." Siron knew this wasn't normal, so he tried to stop them. "Listen to me, just listen." Antho ignored him and continued, yelling, "You're always like this. You never acknowledge me as the captain. Isn't that right? I told you not to treat me like the idiot I used to be." Hearing this, Siron was a bit stunned and exclaimed, "Antho!" But a rustling noise behind him made him freeze. A chill ran down his spine, and his friends felt it too. The chubby guy, scared, spoke up, "Do you guys see that thing? It's coming here." Antho immediately reacted to Kung forward. He tried to pull the bowstring back as far as it could go, ready. The others at the source of the noise. The brown-haired friend was no exception. He trembled as he pulled back his bowstring, but then aimed higher. The sight before him terrified him to the core, his whole body shaking. Trembling, Antho shouted, What is that monster?" Before them appeared a very large wolf, fierce and bloodthirsty. Siron bit his lip, thinking a monster, a mysterious living entity. That doesn't follow the rules of evolution. Thoughts raced through his mind. He had seen it in the monster book he read before. That thing at that moment, Antho shouted, and he shot an arrow at it, yelling, "Die!" But the beast quickly tilted its head to the other side. Witnessing this, the brown-haired friend panicked and shouted, "Did it dodge the arrow?" Siron's expression was not much different from his. He realized it was a werewolf. After its action, he firmly believed it was an intelligent monster. According to what Siron knew, monsters in general are stronger and faster than ordinary beasts. The truth is, some of them even have quite high intelligence. The origin, it is currently hypothesized that they evolve in a unique way due to their completely different living environments compared to other realities. People fearfully stuttered. Did it dodge the arrow? The wolf bared its sharp fangs, looking at the people there with a greedy gaze. It used its sharp eyes to observe and nimbly advanced. The boy's face was full of panic. He barely managed to shout, "Run fast." The others knew it was hard to retreat, and the whole group hurriedly ran. The monster will. At that moment, someone shouted, run up the mountain." Just as everyone was running frantically trying to find a way to escape, Siron still hadn't moved with his weapon in hand. He stood tall, facing the giant beast. Indeed, there was a difference, but Siron didn't back down. His teammate remained highly focused on fighting. Each arrow had been shot, but the giant beast with its rough skin was hardly affected by the damage from the crossbow. It used its claws to counterattack, taking advantage of its small size and agility. Siron successfully dodged that attack. The beast growled angrily, and Siron was fast and was tough too. For everyone to survive, there was only one way left. He had to lure it away. Facing the gigantic beast, Siron remained committed to his initial decision, even though this was quite risky. It lunged at him again, but he managed to escape. Siron dodged back a good distance. The fact that he continuously succeeded in dodging the beast's attacks only made it lose control. Its eyes filled with rage. Something Siron didn't expect was that it suddenly lost interest in attacking him. Turning around, he despondently realized the beast had charged quickly towards the group. Earlier, they still didn't know what horror was about to happen. Following the leader's orders, drop all heavy items and hurry up. The others just hoped to run as fast as they could. Meanwhile, Antho hesitated. He told them to go ahead. Lumina saw this and turned back to ask, Antho, what are you doing? His body trembled, but he still tried to hold back and replied, Siron, I can't leave you behind. Lumina felt like she had been struck by lightning. Tears streamed down her face, speechless. She shouted his name. Antho the beast was now not far from Antho, the moment when the line between life and death was incredibly thin. Antho turned around and witnessed everything, but what he cared about was that there was no way Siron could be dead right. The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Antho blamed himself for telling him to come along. If he had listened to Siron when he said to run, a powerful beam of light shone down on the ferocious beast. Antho didn't understand what was happening before him, but could easily tell that the beast was experiencing immense pain caused by that light. Lumina joyfully ran over and said, It's dead. Their group wondered, That's magic, right? Siron, drenched in sweat, ran over and could only say, Run, run. The monster charged quickly towards the group of people. Just moments ago, they had no idea of the horror that was about to unfold. At the command of the leader, they were told to drop everything heavy and move quickly. The others could only hope to run as fast as they could. But Antho hesitated. He told them to go ahead. Lumina turned back and asked, Antho, what are you doing? Antho's eyes were filled with tears. He trembled, but still managed to respond, Siron, I can't leave you behind. Lumina felt as if lightning had struck her ears, tears streaming down her face, unable to say a word. She shouted his name. Antho was now so close to the monster. The moment when the line between life and death was incredibly thin. Antho turned back and witnessed everything. But what he was concerned about at that moment was, Siron can't be dead, can he? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Antho blamed himself for telling him to come along. If only he had listened to Siron when he said to run. A powerful beam of light shone down on the ferocious monster. Antho didn't understand what was happening in front of him, but could easily tell that the monster was in excruciating pain. Due to the light, Lumina joyfully ran over and said, It's dead. The group wondered if that was magic, right? Siron, drenched in sweat, ran over and could only shout, Run, run! It seems that everything is still far from over. Danger is still lurking nearby, and that's what makes him so flustered. The monster that seemed to have died earlier slowly began to move, sitting up. Quickly regaining her composure, she exuded a sinister aura. Lumina shivered. What that must just be a flash of light, and in an instant that massive figure lunged toward them. It was already too late to run. Antho noticed something was off. He tried to move his legs to be sure, but the result was the same. His body wouldn't move. Lumina desperately tried to run fast under the claws of the beast. Unfortunately, she was no longer steady enough to keep running. In that moment of divine clarity, she could have escaped, but she was careless and fell under the beast's deadly claws. Lumina seemed to have lost all hope, tears streaming down her face. Siron was determined not to let his teammate get hurt, so he did everything he could to hold the monster back. Antho anxiously called out his name. Just as Siron was caught off guard, the beast swung its claws back to attack him. His face was filled with terror, and Siron quickly used his teleportation technique. The monster noticed this. Flustered, it looked up, and the beam of light from earlier reappeared along with a loud explosion. Lumina shouted, Siron! That beam of light gathered an incredibly powerful energy, moving towards and embedding itself deep into the monster. The monster's strength diminished. Siron was confused. Okay, what should I do now? I plan to take it down after releasing the light technique, but if I do that, it will claw me. I can't let it be in my position either. Now both this monster and I are not in the clear light range. Siron came up with an idea to throw it off balance and make it fall. The plans he devised required something special. The light technique. Something that creates gravity. Something that disrupts symmetry. Siron reached out his hand, gently touching his own hand in the other world. He thought he had touched it, and their hands clasped together, creating a blinding light. This is the totality of anonymous intellect. The two-dimensional space has collapsed. Knowing that only Siron stood there now, he thought it was the mass of the furious monster. It was bewildered, staring at Siron, not yet grasping what was happening when he sent it flying. Not stopping there, Siron continued to advance and attack the monster, roaring fiercely. In those brief seconds when Siron impacted the wolf, a small flash of light flickered in his mind. Why does this world exist? Questions kept popping up in Siron's head. What does existence mean? What is mass? Why does matter have mass? He couldn't help but think of the golden light gradually expanding in front of him. It appeared in his dreams as a world of lost balance. Each word echoed simultaneously in the space where the light resided. Suddenly cracks appeared. The beams of light moved more vigorously, and Siron continued. If the universe existed before all things were born, then the way for all types to exist is to break the balance of the universe. He reached out to touch the small crack in the space, and the crack quickly spread. Pieces of space shattered like glass, revealing an open, illusory space before Siron. Mass is what does that, and it can be introduced into the phorons of light, returning to the moment when he impacted the wolf, causing a thunderous sound and a strong aftershock that shook the rocks. In the thick dust, a bright golden point appeared in the air. From where the light emerged, the light flowed backward, revealing Siron's shadow, kneeling on the ground at a speed invisible to the naked eye. He quietly observed the scene before him. The booming sound from the aftershock had not yet ended. Siron waited tensely, his eyes wide open with vigilance, not daring to relax with his rapid breathing. After a moment, he cautiously looked at the giant wolf that lay completely motionless on the ground. Siron was astonished, his eyes wide open as if he had realized something. I understand now. Symmetry can be disrupted by a kind of knowledge about space, also known as unnamed knowledge. There is a mechanism to create mass for matter. If that mechanism is used, light can be given mass. Joy was evident on Siron's face. Finally, I understand. He stared intently at the beast before him. Why would such a dangerous creature appear in this mountainous region? Even as Siron pondered, why didn't I think of that? Suddenly, a terrifying howl cut through his thoughts. It was the wolves. Siron turned abruptly, looking up at the top of the cliff. But I'm not alone, he thought. Meanwhile, above the cliff, Ento and the others looked terrified. Some couldn't help but shed tears. Before them was a pack of ghostly wolves advancing step by step. Leading them was an alpha wolf, its eyes gleaming with a wicked red light. Ento's group was pushed close to the edge of the cliff, their bodies trembling violently, instinctively looking at An-Tu as their spiritual support. Martini trembled, calling out Nt. Meanwhile, Lumina cried out in terror, sobbing. Nt's face wasn't much better. He was suppressing the rising horror. In his eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to run to the other side. You guys go down the cliff. The red-haired boy shouted in panic. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? An-Tu snapped back. That's the only way right now. He turned to look at his friends, tears welling in his eyes. You all have to survive so that my and Siron's sacrifices won't be in vain. As the situation became more intense and tense, a ray of hopeful light flashed above their heads from the high blue sky. It was Siron who had used magic to teleport just in time, surprising his friends. Are you okay? Everyone rushed in. Looking at his friends, tears welled in his eyes. You all have to survive so that my and Siron's sacrifices won't be in vain. As the situation became more intense. Above their heads, a ray of hopeful light flashed from the high blue sky. Descending was Siron, who had used magic to teleport just in time, surprising his friends. Are you okay? Everyone rushed in. In a mix of joy and anxiety, I thought you were dead. Lumina next to me was crying non-stop from being so emotional, while Siron quietly looked at his friend for a moment before apologizing to you, Siron. Ant's voice rang out. He bit his lip tightly, still trying to maintain a calm demeanor, even though the expression on his face betrayed that. Sorry for making you worry, Ant gently patted. Now let me take the hit. Ant looked in shock as he walked step by step towards the pack of wolves. Seeing him approach the pack, Ant shouted he ran too. Siron didn't seem worried at all and replied, It's fine, Siron. Calmly responding, This isn't against the rules. He confidently moved forward, his steps full of determination, facing the danger ahead. The bloodthirsty wolf pack kept making sounds. Their howls echoed, each one charging towards Siron and his friends at an unbelievable speed. The distance between Siron and the lead wolf gradually closed as it crazily rushed towards him. Siron, without flinching, on the contrary, he was extremely calm, gathering energy into a bright sphere in his palm. It was light. Lumina exclaimed in shock, her red hair in disarray, but it seemed different from before. In front of them, Siron let the magical energy surge forth. In the midst of concentration, he conjured a magic circle. The mass was channeled into photons. The light sphere in Siron's hand grew larger. Feeling the powerful magic had gathered enough, he leaned to the side. In an instant, Siron swung his hand and threw the sphere forward. The sphere shot forward rapidly, leaving a trail of light and a whirlwind. In the air, as it aimed straight at the wolf, before it could react, the light sphere slammed into its neck. Immediately, the beam of light pierced through the body of the wolf, followed by the sound of its painful howl. "This is my magic." He was stunned for a moment. His eyes could see another wolf witnessing its companion being knocked away. Enraged, it howled in succession. Each of them became agitated, targeting Siron as they charged. They fiercely extended their sharp claws, just waiting to tear him apart, but Siron would never allow that to happen. He quickly concentrated his magic, unexpectedly dodging the attack and leaping high, causing the wolf to look on in confusion. Sean once again created a light sphere in an instant. In a moment, his eyes sparkled with light, and familiar silhouettes appeared. Boom, boom! A series of lights pierced through the sturdy bodies of the wolves like a meteor shower, catching them off guard. In the midst of the thick dust, the sounds of painful and helpless howls from the wolves echoed continuously. This scene completely left Anne and his friends in shock. One of them unconsciously said it was a wizard and quickly filled in the rest. In front of them, Siron used magic. He skillfully moved in battle, taking down each wolf. After all this magic also consumed a large amount of his mental energy. Siron couldn't help but gasp for breath, but still tried to hold on. Just as he was resting to regain his strength, a wolf suddenly lunged out, intending to ambush him. From behind, without delay, Siron used his magic, instantly knocking it away with light. The wolf's body trembled slightly. It let out whimpers after being attacked. However, it quickly realized that its strength seemed insufficient to seriously injure it like before. A fleeting panic crossed Siron's eyes. The power of the magic had diminished, and on the other side, the cunning wolf smiled. Victorious, it quickly regained its spirit, howling a powerful sound to summon its companions. The other wolves, after recovering each one, seemed to have been injected with adrenaline and all charged forward. This sudden change made Ant's group feel worse. Siron was in danger. Ant shouted a warning while Lumina yelled loudly, "Run, Siron!" looking at the pack of wolves charging towards him, amidst the terrified screams of his friends. The fatigue at this moment enveloped Siron, making his breath grow heavier. The only way left, he frowned slightly, with no intention of giving up. Siron gritted his teeth once more, focusing his mental energy to prepare for the battle. "Can I do this?" Siron panted. He frowned and thought to himself, "I still have one more way." His eyes glimmered. With a jade green looking at the swirling whirlpool before him, he wondered if he could do this, maintaining balance amid such a swirling vortex in front of him. A horde of monsters was running madly towards him. Antho and Lumina panicked. Antho shouted loudly, "Siron is in great danger." Lumina cried while urging Siron, "Please run away." She called out his name, Siron, however Siron seemed to ignore it. He stood firm, bravely facing the horde of beasts rushing towards him. His gaze became sharp. Although his expression couldn't hide the tension, sweat dripped from his forehead. His lips were tightly pressed. Suddenly, Siron's pupils emitted a cold blue light. In the infinite subconscious, he connected with immortal energy. It was the ultimate power, vast, like an infinite black hole. From the black hole, a force of incredible strength was unleashed. Even Siron was pushed back by the pressure of the power. He gritted his teeth, using both hands to shield himself, trying to withstand the overwhelming magical energy. Siron's body began to disintegrate into dust from the influence of the power. Nevertheless, he persisted in focusing his spirit, channeling magic to fight the beasts. In an instant, from Siron's two hands, a stream of supernatural power was released. The beasts still charged aggressively. Instantly, all of them were scattered by the abundant spiritual energy from Siron. Siron's power crystallized into beams of light. Green, directly incinerating the pack of wolves. Although the wolves were numerous, they were still held back by Siron's power. They couldn't advance. Witnessing Siron's terrifying strength, Lumina and the kids, the villagers were left in shock, and Antho was equally stunned by what was happening before his eyes. How could this be, he thought to himself. Even though he was witnessing it firsthand, it still felt incredibly hard to believe all of a sudden. A werewolf with gray-black fur took advantage of the wolves in front and charged forward, extending its sharp claws towards Siron. Fortunately, he managed to use his magical power to push it away just in time. However, Siron gradually felt that he was nearing his limit. He couldn't endure any more energy. If this continued, his mental energy would scatter like the wind. He suddenly remembered something, yes, like that time Sean recalled when he used immortal energy to channel into the crystal ball. His power was gradually transmitted through a tube, and at that time, Siron almost vanished. He tried to remember the actions he had taken to escape the deadly danger that was looming. When placing his hand on the glass ball, he needed to release all the energy within himself. Siron suddenly shouted loudly. He used all his strength. With a strong will, he would unleash everything. With that, Siron's hand reached out, and he decisively released the strongest force he could to strike the pack of werewolves. Siron's power was so great that the surrounding trees shook, the dust swirling in the wind. The enraged werewolves charging forward were completely incinerated by Siron's strength. From Siron, a brilliant golden light shot straight ahead, sweeping away everything in its path. After a while, everything gradually returned to a state of calm. A leaf gently fell to the ground, leaving the scene before him clear. The wide path ahead was filled with weakened, trembling beasts that could not stand after receiving the previous blow. One werewolf stubbornly bared its fangs, and Siron's figure gradually became clearer through the dust. He stood coldly looking at the fierce werewolf, his voice carrying a killing intent. "Get lost." Sean glared at it, warning, "Never come back here." The werewolves were instantly frightened, turning tail and fleeing, taking a few survivors with them, running for their lives without daring to look back. Siron stood still for a moment, but soon after he began to feel exhausted, his body swaying. Finally, Siron could no longer hold on. He fell backward. Antho rushed over to catch Siron. The children in the village saw this and quickly ran over, surrounding Siron. Lumina, with red-rimmed eyes, tears rolling down her cheeks, gently stroked Siron's forehead. Antho sadly told everyone to go home. He looked panting embarrassedly, saying, "This childish hunt is over." As night fell, the lights flickered in the simple thatched roofs. On the grass, Siron looked up at the sky, admiring the twinkling stars. Antho casually walked over to him, slightly curling the corners of his mouth, asking Siron, "When did you come out here?" Then Siron looked at Antho, smiling, and replied, "After taking a deep sleep, I suddenly wanted to stargaze." Antho sat down next to Siron, nodding. "Oh," Siron recalled, "it's been a long time since I've slept so soundly. I can't remember the last time I slept peacefully without nightmares or supernatural visions." Just as he opened his eyes, he saw the village children huddled around the bed, crying desperately when they saw him wake up. Siron blankly asked, "Where is this?" Lumina sniffled and said, "We thought you wouldn't wake up anymore." Siron felt very touched. He had slept like the dead, and the others didn't leave the bed until he woke up. Thinking of this, he turned to ask Antho, "Where are the others?" Antho informed him that they were busy in the kitchen. Then Antho recounted to Siron what happened after he lost consciousness. "Anyway, it's really a relief. Aside from Lumina falling, no one was hurt. Still, we were quite shocked by your power." Hearing this, Siron chuckled, feeling relieved indeed. Antho looked up at the sky absent-mindedly, saying, "Tomorrow I'll help the adults deal with everything. The skins and teeth of those monsters are worth a lot." Antho casually asked Siron, "What did you say their names were?" Siron replied, "I heard their fangs are very expensive." Hearing this, Antho laughed and he heard Antho say, "Huh, no, I also." Antho didn't look at Siron, his eyes gazing far ahead softly, saying, "Actually, I'm just jealous of you." Siron was taken aback. "Huh." Antho recalled a day in the winter when the snow fell heavily. Siron was sitting alone, focused on reading a book. Antho, Lumina, and the village children happened to pass by. A boy wearing glasses commented, "You know, sometimes Siron looks really cool. Why is that?" Hearing the boy say that, Antho also glanced at Siron. Siron's thoughtful, contemplative expression indeed made others feel he was. Antho awkwardly said to Siron, "Your dream." Siron blankly asked, "My dream?" Antho nodded, "Yeah, the dream you're pursuing." At this point, Antho blushed in embarrassment, avoiding Siron's gaze, awkwardly saying, "I hope you achieve it." Hearing Antho's sincere words, Siron smiled brightly. He happily said, "Yeah, thank you." The two sat next to each other like that. Under the bright, shining stars, the scene was truly peaceful. The next morning, in the small village, Lumina regretfully said, "Hey, Siron, did you leave in such a hurry? Why not?" "But I still have a lot of unfinished research at the academy." Antho understood and didn't hold him back. Well, see you again. Siron Anthos stood at the front of the village children sincerely. I wish Siron becomes a great mage. Siron smiled and replied, I will come back to visit you all. See you later. Lumina suddenly ran toward Siron, hugging him tightly, sobbing, You must come back. If you become a mage and deliberately ignore me, you won't get away with it. Siron laughed, remembering he waved goodbye to everyone. Take care. The village children waved goodbye to him. Antho placed his hand on. A lot, but there are still many studies left unfinished at the academy. Antho understood and didn't hold him back. Then see you later. Siron Antho stood at the forefront of the village kids sincerely said, I wish you become a great mage. Siron smiled and replied, I will come back to visit you all. See you later. Lumina suddenly rushed towards Siron, hugging him tightly, sobbing, You have to come back, okay? Once you become a mage and ignore me on purpose, you won't get away with it. Siron laughed, remembering he waved goodbye to everyone. Take care. The village kids waved goodbye to him. Antho placed his hand on. Lumina sighed. He exclaimed, Oh my, look at my little sister crying with red eyes. Antho teased her, If you miss him that much, do you want me to bring him back for you? Lumina wiped her tears with her hand. She whispered, It's not like he's gone forever. She looked up at Siron's back, her voice filled with admiration. Siron is so cool whenever he chases his dreams. Lumina kept watching Siron's back until he disappeared behind some distant trees. After leaving the village, Siron carried a bag to a place called Estas. He took out a book to read. He recalled, I once asked, This thing makes me curious. How can we know the room of our research group in 90 buildings? So, he explained, Since you are the new member of the group, I will show you how to find your way. He pointed to the corner of the wall. You asked him, Do you see the number on the ceiling? Siron replied it was 19. He continued to guide Siron, and then he needed to look at the color of the door. Remembering this, Sean turned his head to the right, where there was a yellow door. He took the opportunity to jot down the prominent features he saw while carefully pondering. Room 19, the yellow door is number 5. So he took a few more steps, mumbling, Then I will encounter a fork in the road. Siron looked left and right, drawing. The conclusion, So that means there are 3 paths connecting to this place, right? He quickly noted everything in his notebook and performed some calculations. Then he needed to replace them one by one with 10 IY and Z, and then create a equation. The answer is what we call the master key of Esta. He still remembered the surprised look on his face when he heard N's instructions. Who could have thought of this? N told me. Rumor has it that one of the founding members has a scholarly syndrome, and that person created this equation. That person remembered all of Esta in something, so he squinted and said, The first time I showed Juki this equation. He said the temporary recollection ended. Siron opened the purple door, and he looked inside, which was a hallway leading to a room with 2 turns on either side. Siron exclaimed, What a fantastic equation! He walked closer to the room at the end of the hallway. In front of the room there was a sign that read, Supernatural Spiritual Science Research Group. Before entering the room, Siron heard someone loudly questioning, Why are you revealing that now? Question person did not back down, immediately retorting, Nonsense! I wasted a ton of time just listening to you. The other person protested, Don't you understand that the bigger the sample size, the higher the accuracy? The other person angrily shouted, That's only if you have unlimited money. Incredible Sean grasped the doorknob and gently turned it. He was also compiling all the clues to find the research group through Esta. The door slowly creaked open and he reflected, I also learned that I need the root cause's valuable connections and every moment beside me. Through that I can take each step. Behind the door, 2 people, N and Iraqi, were engaged in a fierce argument. Siron greeted both of them. So you guys came back after losing everything. Upon seeing Siron, Iraqi quickly called out to him. Siron, N loudly claimed the right to speak first. Siron, listen to what I have. That Siron said nothing, but just smiled. Iraqi curiously asked, Why is he just standing there smiling like that? In Siron's heart, an overwhelming sense of gratitude surged. Everyone thanked him for everything. Thinking of this, he beamed. I'm back now at Training Ground 48. Siron used one hand, channeling his energy to crystallize a glowing golden magic sphere. N clasped his hands behind his head, curiously asking him, So, what you want to show us is light from a star. Are you enhancing the output power, or what? Luminescent magic. It should radiate outward, but this thing radiates inward. and then noticed that Siron suddenly unleashed his power to break the rock in front of him. His incredible strength made En and Iraqi's eyes widen. Both exclaimed. En ran to prepare the crack on the rock. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, what is this? You can drill a hole with light. This is magic. This is definitely magic," Iraqi asked. "So what about the spells I used?" En awkwardly chuckled and replied, "Oh, it was just my joke." Siron explained, "This is a spell I developed." He slowly said, "Types of perception related to luminosity, so it's quite difficult. What kind of spell is this?" Siron suggested, "I will explain, but can we go somewhere else?" Siron mysteriously said, "I also have something I want to tell you." At some restaurant outside the academy, Iraqi displayed an incredulous expression, stammering, "Is it real?" En said, "Siron, did you add mass to the luminosity? That's absurd. Can you do the same with gravity?" En had lost his appetite, putting down his fork, and asked Siron, "It's amazing that you can add mass to a massless particle." En wiped the sweat from his forehead, still unable to believe what Siron had just said. "My head is spinning." In confusion. "So did you really use it?" "A new knowledge, perhaps," Siron casually replied, "and thanks to that, the discomfort has faded away. And finally, I understand the meaning of the light magic. It should have radiated outward, but instead it radiated inward." So at this moment, he noticed Siron unleashing his power to break the rock in front of him. His strength was astonishing, causing Nen and Iraqi to widen their eyes. Both exclaimed in astonishment, "What, you ran to prepare a crack in the rock?" He exclaimed, "Wow, what is this? You can drill a hole using light. This is definitely magic. This is real magic," Iraqi asked. "Then what about the spells I've used?" Nen smiled awkwardly and replied, "Oh, that was just a joke of mine." Siron explained, "This is the spell I developed." He slowly said, "I call it the Radiant Cannon." Iraqi stroked his chin, looking intrigued. "The photon, as I know, is a fusion. Fusion is the perfect combination of two types of matter related to photons, so it's very difficult." "What kind of spell is this?" Siron suggested. "I will explain. But can we go somewhere else?" Siron mysteriously said, "I also have something I want to tell you." At some restaurant outside the academy, Iraqi showed an incredulous expression, stammering, "Is it true?" Nen, sitting beside him, was equally stunned, asking in disbelief, "Siron, did you add mass to the photon? That's impossible. Can you do the same with matter?" Nen had lost his appetite, putting down his fork, talking to Siron. "It's amazing that you can add mass to a massless particle." Nen wiped the sweat from his forehead, still unable to believe what Siron had just said. "My head is spinning like crazy." "So you really used it. A new knowledge, perhaps," Siron calmly replied, "and thanks to that, the discomfort has also faded away. And finally, I understand the meaning of the nightmares haunt me, then hearing him speak makes me unavoidably happy. You really are amazing. If we could rearrange the knowledge and theories and bring them to reality, this would be a world-shattering discovery. Magic? No, it's the whole world, right?" Iraqi still has some doubts. "It really is incredible, but understanding the theory behind it doesn't mean you can use photomancy even if you achieve omnipotent enlightenment, but getting others to understand it like you do is another story, so it makes me sweat. This is really bigger than we can imagine." Siron slowly said, "So I want to ask you guys." He smiled while sharing his plans with the two of them. "So, Iraqi, I want to dig deeper, but we're on break, so we can't go to the library, right? I can go to the Noble Library by myself, so you guys take me there." "Okay," En worriedly asked, "Siron, it's no problem, but why can't you go in? Does it have anything to do with what you wanted to say earlier?" Hearing this, I asked Siron. He closed his eyes in silence for a moment. "If I tell them the truth, will they still treat me like before? But if I let everything stay like this, they can never become my true friends." He looked up at his two close friends in front of him, and after careful consideration, he finally made up his mind. "No, I won't run away anymore." Siron decided to tell the truth to En and Iraqi. "I'm not a noble. I'm just a commoner." Hearing this, En couldn't help but be shocked by every word Siron said, like a bolt from the blue. "Iraqi, when I was a baby, I was abandoned at a horse stable, and then my current parents took me in and raised me. My father is just an ordinary hunter." After Siron shared about his past, all three of them, En, Iraqi, and Siron, fell into silence. No one spoke a word. After a while, En broke the awkward atmosphere. I was wondering why your attitude has suddenly become gloomy lately. So what? Iraqi gloomily interrupted. Why not N turned to face Iraqi. Iraqi coldly said, "You don't understand what this jerk just said, do you?" Iraqi suddenly flared up. He angrily shouted, "Whether it's magic or knowledge, that doesn't mean this guy just started learning a year ago, right? In just 3 months, he climbed all the way to the 5th grade and even defeated me in front of the whole school." N and Siron stared wide-eyed at Iraqi. Even with a disability, not to mention dating a genius sorceress, N decisively covered Iraqi's mouth with his hand, stopping him from causing any more chaos. N smiled brightly at Siron. "Siron, your background doesn't matter to us." N made a heart shape with his hands. He winked at Siron and me. "You're unique, way too special." Siron was silent for a moment, then he was so happy he almost cried. He joyfully said, "Thank you guys." Iraqi disdainfully mocked, "And what do you mean, way too special? Are you gay?" "Wait, you already knew about this." N curiously turned to Siron and asked, "How long have you two known each other?" Siron reluctantly replied, "Since we were kids at first, our relationship." "Wasn't that great?" N excitedly urged, Tell me. "I'm so curious." Flashing back to 5 years ago in the capital of the Tomia Kingdom, in the Bazooka Town, in a slum area called Radom, a child in tattered, dirty clothes was running for his life holding a moldy piece of bread. Behind him was a group of aggressive-looking men wielding knives and clubs chasing after the child. The shouts of anger echoed, "You little bastard dare to steal from us? You want to die, Canis, Canis!" While running, he was panting heavily. Soon, Canis stumbled into a damp, foul-smelling place. He called out for Aaron in a dilapidated room. A frail girl was lying on an old wooden board. Canis gently called Aaron. Her face was extremely pale. She was breathing heavily with difficulty. Canis anxiously asked her, "Are you okay? Does it hurt a lot?" While asking about Aaron, Canis handed her the piece of bread he managed to scrounge. "Look, it's this bread you can't die." Canis was in tears, desperately pleading. "Please, is anyone there?" He turned around, and the 3 men who had chased him were standing right behind him. Their faces exuded cruelty. "Got you now." Immediately, Canis was slapped hard. His skinny body was instantly thrown away. He screamed in agony amidst the savage laughter of the 3 heartless men. He thought this was a place where he shouldn't have been found. Canis weakly struggled against the relentless kicks from the burly man while he cursed at him. "You little brat! Do you think you can run away?" Canis helplessly thought he had been found. The brutal man picked up the bread that Canis had stolen, tearing it into pieces and chewing it noisily. He humiliated Canis terribly. "Canis, you're really a piece of trash, daring to steal this precious meat to eat all by yourself." As he spoke, he laughed gleefully. Behind him, a muscular guy hoisted Aaron over his shoulder, kicking Canis in the face, cursing him for being a filthy brat. Canis, in anger, shouted, "I'll kill you if you dare touch Aaron." He cursed, "I'll kill all of you," to the threat of a little kid. The rough men only saw it as a joke. They laughed heartily as if they had heard the funniest thing in the world. "Did you hear that he wants to kill us?" One of them sat down mocking Canis. "Go ahead and try. Try in your next life." After saying that, he signaled to a blond guy. "What are you waiting for? Deal with him." The blond guy raised the sharp knife in his hand, about to stab Canis. He looked at the sharp blade filled with rage, thinking only, "If only I had power." Aaron saw her brother about to die and cried out in despair. Canis at this moment only wished if only he could. His eyes scanned all 3 of the bastards in front of him at that moment. The 3 bastards suddenly froze. A strange black smoke appeared out of nowhere, and that black smoke could actually take lives in the blink of an eye. The 3 tall, muscular men screamed in panic. "What the hell is this?" Canis lay still, his eyes wide open, staring at the bizarre scene before him. The blood of the 3 bastards echoed. Canis's face was stunned as he wondered what the hell was happening. Blood vessels appeared in Canis's eyes. His pupils dilated, showing that he was experiencing extreme terror after taking action. The 3 men were engulfed by the black shadow, lifting Aaron high up. Aaron lay still amidst the mysterious black smoke. Then the black smoke slowly lowered Aaron down to rest in Canis's arms. The shadow gradually coalesced. Before long, a figure slowly stepped out of the black shadow. Canis stared intently at the person before him. A strange, hoarse voice echoed in his ears. "What do you think? Do you see a mirror in front of Canis?" The face was horrifying, with eyes wide and a mouth painted deep red that stretched to his ears. He asked Canis, "Isn't dark magic fun?" Fresh blood dripped from the shadow's mouth onto Canis's face, and suddenly, Canis smiled. A mad smile. His smile was an acknowledgement to the shadow. In the capital of the Tomiya Basuka kingdom, as night fell and the city lit up, a shadow was quietly observing the museum from the roof of a building opposite. That shadow was none other than Canis. He noted that the security forces here were quite numerous indeed. Guards were taking turns patrolling continuously around the museum. Aaron exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen so many holy relics. Their archaeological value is immense." Canis naturally knew the value of those artifacts. He asked Aaron, "What about our target?" Aaron replied, "Our target is the core of the mana control system, the holy relic Longheart." She revealed that it was located in the steel room, right in the middle of the third floor, with about 15 security personnel guarding it. Aaron particularly reminded Canis, "However, before you can get the holy relic core of the mana control system, you cannot use your mana inside the building." Canis contemplated, "I can't use magic, huh? Then I have to go in there myself." Aaron warned him, "Yeah, be careful." Canis just smiled coldly. He swiftly darted through the museum in the dark of night. Canis was like a ghost. He unleashed his dark magic. Canis's magic was like gigantic black snakes easily piercing through the museum's walls. Canis charged straight toward the museum's glass door, decisively smashing through the glass and bursting inside. To the astonishment of the security personnel, "What the hell is this? There's an intruder!" Hearing the security personnel shout, Canis's gaze sharpened, radiating a fierce aura. He said in a deep voice, "Now." Immediately, Canis used dark magic to eliminate all security personnel blocking his way. Before Canis's strength, the security personnel were all thrown violently against the wall. They exclaimed, "How can he use magic?" In an instant, Canis had taken down nearly all the security. "There's an intruder. Sound the alarm immediately. Capture him. He's a wizard." Aaron urged Canis, "Hurry up, right?" Then Canis accelerated. He effortlessly knocked aside anyone in his way. Before long, the door leading to the mana control core was right in front of him. Canis directly broke the door and charged in. Canis thought to himself, Canis quickly grabbed the core of the system. After holding the core in his hand, Canis looked around the room. Behind him, security personnel had arrived, shouting, "Over here, Canis has taken the core." A terrified security personnel exclaimed, "The core of the mana control system." Before he could finish his sentence, that security personnel was knocked out by Someone's footsteps slowly approached Canis, surrounded by a rich aura of magic. Canis glanced at him and calmly said, "Just in time." Aaron, it turned out, was the one who had come. She turned her head to look around, then looked at Canis and asked, "Canis, wait, you didn't kill anyone, did you?" Canis reassured her, "Don't worry." He pointed at the security personnel, lying sprawled on the floor. The guards had surrounded the area. A middle-aged man's voice rang out, filled with anger. "I don't know how you managed to bypass the mana control system and use magic, but this ends here." The middle-aged man, dressed in a suit, had fiery eyes channeling fire magic. He declared fiercely, "If you don't leave behind everything you've taken, you won't be able to leave here." In the thick smoke, two shadows represented their presence. The suited man was taken aback, stammering, "Dark wizard." Immediately, Canis unleashed a powerful wave of dark energy, completely overwhelming the suited man. He struggled to raise both hands to defend himself. Not long after, when the suited man began to calm down, Canis and Aaron had completely vanished. He was stunned, asking, "Have they disappeared?" Below, a soldier. The suited man immediately ordered him, "There are no signs of teleportation. They must still be around here. Find them quickly." The soldier shouted, "Understood." The suited man. Them and the remaining security staff gradually collapsed. A figure slowly approached Canis, surrounded by a rich aura of dark magic. Canis glanced at him and casually said, "Just in time." Aaron, it turned out that the one who came was Aaron. She turned her head to look around, then looked at Canis and asked, "Canis, wait. You didn't kill anyone, right?" Canis reassured her, "Don't worry." He pointed at the said, "Right on time." Aaron, it turns out the person coming was Aaron. She turned her head to look around, then glanced at Canis and asked, "Canis, wait. You didn't kill anyone, did you?" Canis reassured her, "Don't worry." He pointed to the security personnel lying sprawled on the floor, saying, "I just knocked them out." Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed outside the museum. The guards had surrounded. He pointed at the security personnel sprawled on the floor, saying, "You only knocked them out." Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out outside the museum. The guards had surrounded the area. A middle-aged man's voice rang out, filled with anger. I don't know how you managed to evade the mana control system and use magic, but this ends here. The middle-aged man in a suit, his eyes blazing with fury, wielded fire elemental energy. He declared fiercely, if you don't return everything you've taken, you won't be able to leave here. In the thick smoke, two dark figures represented a presence. Canis and Aaron stood coldly staring at the man in the suit. Canis gradually revealed himself, and soon this place. The middle-aged man in a suit, his eyes blazing with anger, was channeling fire elemental energy. He declared fiercely, if you don't return everything you've taken, you won't be leaving here. Amidst the thick smoke, two dark figures represented their presence. Canis and Aaron stood coldly staring at the suited man. Canis gradually manifested, and soon the two you can't leave here. In the thick smoke and flames, two dark figures representing a presence. Canis and Aaron stood coldly staring at the man in the suit. Canis gradually materialized, and before long, the two brothers Canis and Aaron fully manifested before him. The man in the suit was taken aback, stuttering, "Dark Mage." Immediately, Canis unleashed a surge of power. Powerful wave of dark energy completely overwhelming the man in the suit. He struggled to raise his hands in defense. Before long, as the man in the suit began to calm down, Canis and Aaron had completely vanished. He stood there in shock, asking, have they disappeared? Below, a soldier hurriedly reported to the man in the suit, Commander, the completely vanished. He was stunned, asking, did they disappear? Below, a soldier hurriedly reported to the suited man, Commander, the core of the mana control system has been stolen. The man in the suit ordered him, there are no signs of teleportation, they must still be around here. Find them quickly. The soldier shouted, yes, sir. The man in the suit, furrowing his brow, he couldn't understand how those two young people who were not that old could possibly bypass the mana control system and steal the core. He landed in front of the museum, which was still burning deep in thought. Not to mention, they were incredibly smart. How could they use dark magic here? Suddenly, the Western man remembered there was only one wizard capable of using this kind of magic. He recalled the dark magic that could devour sunlight, a guest wizard who had plunged the entire kingdom into chaos with the night, a darkness that even light couldn't dispel. As he thought of this, the Western man, Trong, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But he should have died in the accident 40 years ago, so why was there someone now? Using his magic, the city museum had gone through a night that was anything but peaceful in the mountains near Bassa. Two people dressed in black walked side by side. Those two were none other than the ones who had just stolen the core, Canis and Aaron. They entered a strange room with a glass coffin in the center. Holding the core of Canis, they respectfully said, we have obtained the final material. Master, the one lying inside the coffin is the great wizard, Victor Axon. Canis placed the core into a mechanism and whispered, with this material, master. Aaron swallowed hard, placing the core in the correct position. Canis said, you will regain the reputation of a great wizard. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, and Canis and Aaron quickly shielded their faces with their hands. After the dust settled, Canis couldn't hide his overwhelming joy. A gnarled hand reached out from the coffin, gripping the edge tightly. Immediately after, a hoarse voice said, it's been 40 years. Finally, I get to see you again. Aaron trembled, kneeling in the corner. Anne growled, you bastard who stole my power. Canis looked up joyfully and said, finally. He gazed up at the old man, filled with hatred, and roared, Ampas, you traitor, 40 years ago in a fire, my screams of rage echoed amidst the flames. No, he couldn't accept it, roaring that this research didn't belong to him. He had poured all his heart and soul into it, and screamed madly, Anpas, how could you do this to me? Anpas turned his back to Anne, silent for a moment, then slowly asked, why? Amidst the roaring flames, Anpas slowly turned around, his eyes filled with tears, laughing maniacally. Anpas, while laughing savagely, coldly declared, this research. Before finishing his sentence, Anpas turned his back and walked away, leaving Ain in the sea of flames. Ain, in despair, cried out, Anpas! The flames gradually singed his clothes, and struggled wildly, but it was futile. His fate was sealed. He was destined to be buried in the sea of flames. Now, upon being resurrected, Ain looked at his hand, still covered in burn marks, the clearest evidence that he had once burned to death. He bitterly said, it took me 40 years to recover. As he spoke, he clenched his fist tightly. His eyes radiated a thick aura. He growled each word. Anpas Mirem, do you think you can live peacefully after doing this? To me from the highest throne. En sat comfortably below, while Aaron and Canis respectfully knelt before him. Aaron greeted him, Master, and beside him Canis also humbly said, Thanks to you, we are still alive. To this day, we have even received immense power, so please command us these two insignificant lives. En glanced at Canis and Aaron, his voice deep. I will place my trust in you. En looked down at Aaron's terrified expression, then turned to Canis. His voice was hoarse, yet dignified. My dear disciples, be careful. There was a time when Anpas was blinded by greed. He was ready to kill to achieve his goals. He is a madman. At this moment in Anpas's office, thunder rumbled, rain poured down in torrents, raindrops sliding down the window. Anpas slowly stood up from his desk, moving to the bookshelf. After hesitating for a moment, Anpas reached out and pulled a book out. Instantly, the bookshelf split apart, revealing a secret passage. Anpas took a lantern and slowly walked into the secret passage. He placed the lantern beside a picture frame. Anpas turned his head to look outside, murmuring, The sky is thundering. His voice carried nostalgia just like that day. As he spoke, Anpas placed the pocket watch he always carried with him. On the shelf, standing in front of the portrait of his old friend, Anpas quietly said, Never forgive me. At the same time, in Basuka, dark clouds covered the sky. Rain poured down like a waterfall onto the city, casting a gloomy hue over the landscape. At the weekly academic meeting organized by the Royal Professors Union in the Grand Hall, the most renowned figures were gathered in a lively discussion. While everyone was enthusiastically debating, that sat still in one spot, lightly scratching his hair, understanding why all the teachers were trying to delay participating in this meeting. How could they discuss and argue for 3 consecutive days? That face was pale, his eyes dark circles. Inside, he was constantly screaming that he wanted to go home. That was present at the academic meeting as a representative of the Magic Academy. Anpas looked at the group of people gathered, sighing. They were truly impressive. Although the debate had officially ended for a while, they continued discussing after the dinner party. Holding a glass of wine, That's face flushed, not entirely from drunkenness, but because he was lovesick. He thought to himself that the only reason he was still here was to talk to her. That silently observed Reina among the crowd, whispering, her name, Reina. He had to recall her outstanding features one by one. She was one of the 99 most talented artists and was a royal pianist, a student of Ji-Du Mu-Hen. Called her name Reina Owen and had to list the outstanding features of Dua. She is a member of the 99 most elite artists and is a royal piano artist, a student of the great maestro Mu-Hen. Stealing a glance at Jenna, lost in thought, he couldn't believe she showed no discomfort being surrounded by a crowd, and he couldn't find a chance to talk to her if Sienna was half-hearted. While she was lost in thought, Jenna unexpectedly turned to look at him. Their eyes met, and he momentarily froze as he spat out all the drink. Drinking out. Shocked, what was she thinking? She was looking at him. He couldn't believe it, and before he could gather his thoughts, Jenna took the initiative to start a conversation with him. Nice to meet you, Professor. He was overly flustered. He awkwardly asked, how do you know who I am? Jenna smiled and replied, Of course you are the professor from the Anpas Magic Academy, right? She even hinted at inviting him to her house, her mansion. Owen was also in glee. Hearing Jenna hinting at inviting him to her house, he appeared flustered, his words coming out a bit clumsy. Oh, really? Inside, he was bursting with joy. Oh my gosh, he never expected to have a chance to talk to her. Don't tell me she's also thinking about coming here. His face turned as red as a tomato. He daydreamed about the scenario of him and Duina happily organizing a wedding, and then they would have kids. He would gently ask her, what should we name our child? And she would smile back at him. How's Siron doing lately? The unexpected answer made him feel awkward. Suddenly it was like a thunderbolt, struck straight into his ears. He cursed silently in his head. He immediately jumped to the name Siron Ariam. He had seen it during the enrollment day. He had paid special attention to this name because this person was staying at Owen's house. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but break out in a sweat. So it was like meeting the parents as a habit. He immediately flipped the switch, entering professor mode, striking a gentlemanly pose. With formal speech, she entrusted us with an exceptionally talented student. He is the pride of the school. Hearing his high praise for Siron, Vina happily said, Oh, really? That's great. Upon hearing this, does he have many friends? He nodded, a smug look on his face. He's famous with both guys and girls. Even the seniors respect him. Even I feel a bit jealous. By the way, that kid also has a girlfriend. She's quite popular among the students. Hearing him say this, Vina's expression suddenly darkened. He added, "Oh, he's studying really hard, so you don't need to worry about that." Vina tried to maintain a smile, but her voice couldn't hide her dissatisfaction. "So he's doing really well, huh? That's nice." At that moment, he realized he might have said something he shouldn't have. "Do you want to send him a message? If you tell me, I will." He hadn't finished his sentence when Jenna interrupted. "It's okay, just hearing that he's doing well makes me happy." Seeing Dua's expression suddenly drop, he quickly spoke up. "To reassure Jenna, you don't need to worry, I'm not bragging, but the Anpas Magic Academy is a wonderful school recognized by the kingdom." He emphasized, "We will do our best. I hope you don't worry." Seeing him show such enthusiasm, Vina was a bit surprised. "Oh," but then she smiled gently and said, "Thank you so much. Please take care of Siron." Jenna's smile was as warm as the morning sun, making him almost lose his mind. He was completely immersed in her sweetness. After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to say to Jenna, "Meeting like this is destiny. Would you like to go back to Chris with me tomorrow? I also want to invite you to eat." Vina happily agreed. "Oh, that would be great," she added, "but I also have to attend a performance at Basuki. I wonder if I'm allowed to come watch." Jenna nodded. "I would be honored if you were there." Inside, he couldn't stop cheering. "So awesome." Vina looked a bit worried and said, "Honestly, I'm worried there will be few participants due to recent events in the capital." He kindly asked, "What event?" Vina replied, "Oh, the most recent one." Dui Na's brow furrowed slightly. She hesitated and said, "The hell was attacked by a level B prisoner. Escaping the culprit is an unidentified dark mage. Because of that, the capital is practically under martial law." Hearing Dui Na say this, his expression suddenly darkened. He mouthed, "Did you just say it was because of sweat dripped down his forehead?" His voice was shaky. "Dark mage." He asked Dui Na, "Could you tell me more about this?" Vina recalled, Well, I heard it was an old man with white hair, and according to Dui Na's description, he had guessed who that old man was." In front of him, the world seemed to turn dark. He quickly bent down and said to Dui Na, "Excuse me, I have to leave." Vina didn't understand what was happening. She looked confused. "Huh?" Without wasting a second, he turned and hurriedly left. Vina called after him from behind. Where are you suddenly going, Professor?" He ran while recalling the recent events. Dark Mage escaped prisoner. He gritted his teeth. There was no doubt anymore it was his plan. Damn it. Why does it always happen when I'm away? The night before at the prison, holding the hell criminals, a fire broke out here. Inside the prison, bodies lay scattered. One person was being choked by dark magic. He struggled in vain, and soon the dark power crushed him. The dark magic transformed into a sharp spear, piercing through the body of that unfortunate man. The one responsible for these horrific deaths was none other than him and his two loyal disciples. Dark magic has two properties, absorption and fusion. While pondering the teachings of Canis, he watched a tiny ant crawling on the ground. The darkness absorbs energy and fuses into a property. Canis smiled thoughtfully, his gaze gradually becoming distant. His fingers reached out to block the ant's path. In his mind, Canis seriously contemplated the dark energy that my mental power receives can cause minor damage. Thinking of this, Canis's magic suddenly. He crushed the ant, but he looked at the remaining ants trying to crawl away from him as far as possible. The ant struggled to crawl until it escaped from the dark magic of Canis at that moment. At that moment, he realized that darkness could not defeat light. A voice from behind Canis rang out, "Well done, Canis." He startled and turned around to find N standing behind him. Canis softly called out "Master" in his mind, knowing that this was their benefactor. "You saved me and Aaron from hell." The great mage Isin looked at Canis and said in a deep voice, "If you try just a little harder." As he spoke, N struck his staff against the ground, and immediately dark magic radiated powerfully, spreading across the ground. No matter how far the ants crawled away, that overwhelming magic would destroy them in an instant. In a moment, darkness completely ruled this place. In Canis's ears, a hoarse yet authoritative voice of N echoed, "You will be able to drown out the light." Listening to An's teachings, Canis smiled wickedly, his eyes radiating a strong aura of death. Those dark eyes and that sinister smile had grown with Canis. Until today, he had become a teenager. But the darkness in his soul had not changed at all. Before Canis lay countless corpses, the sound of pitiful moans rang out, "Help me," along with the desperate screams of the victims. It only excited the demon within Canis more. He became increasingly brutal, killing without a hint of emotion. The screams echoed everywhere, and Canis's magic pierced through the victims like blades, causing them to die, without a complete body witnessing his brutal actions. Aaron stood behind him, softly reminding Canis, "This has nothing to do with avenging Master. Do we really need to go this far?" Hearing Aaron's question, Canis did not turn to look at her. He coldly replied, "Aaron, all I need to do is trust Master." The corners of Canis's mouth curled slightly. "You know that." He turned to look at Aaron without a hint of hesitation, affirming to her that Master would never do anything meaningless. Hearing her brother's words, Aaron lowered her eyes and softly replied, "Okay, I understand." In Aaron's eyes, Canis seemed to transform into a demon with a cruel smile. The three of them, Anne, Canis, and Aaron, stood coldly witnessing the bloody massacre. After eliminating most of the guards, Eason and his two disciples slowly entered the prison. The prison was built very solidly, but Eason just waved his hand, and the sturdy iron bars immediately broke apart. The prisoners inside were released, and one of them exclaimed in astonishment, "Your skills are amazing." But the prisoner tilted his head, using a rude attitude to strike up a conversation with N. "Thanks a lot, are you a mage?" Seeing N leading Canis and Aaron, the prisoner mocked him. "Why are you bringing kids along for a picnic?" He extended his hand to introduce himself to N. "Nice to meet you. I'm Nightcat Kraken." "You know that, right?" N disdainfully looked at Kraken's dirty hand, clicking his tongue. His eyes gradually became sharp. The aura emanating from him with each word he spoke was intense. "Finally, I personally joined the battle, yet here are just a bunch of insignificant brats." Hearing Eason insult them, the prisoners became furious. "What did you say? Did that old man just call us insignificant brats?" The group, not knowing the consequences, bravely charged at Eason. "So what if you're a mage? We will crush you with our numbers." Before they could get close to him, the surroundings suddenly darkened. The prisoners panicked, huddling together. They screamed in confusion. "What? Why is it suddenly so dark? I can't see anything. It feels like the walls are closing in on us." Indeed, the walls were gradually squeezing tightly, crushing the prisoners in between. Soon the horrifying screams of the prisoners rang out desperately. "What is happening? What are you doing? Damn it, get us out of here! Don't push anymore! I can't escape!" The scene was too terrifying. Aaron bit her lip, lowering her head, unable to look any further. Blood from the prisoners splattered everywhere after a moment of silence in the corner of the room. A man with iron chains was sitting. Eason spoke up. "It's all a conspiracy." He emphasized, "You have hidden very well." The man with the chains frowned, staring at Eason, clicking his tongue. The man chained at the shoulders in the shape of a Vietnam American was Lucas. Seeing Eason, he no longer hid. Lucas stepped forward, sighing, "Oh no, I've been caught. Why are you doing this to the people here?" Canis and Aaron silently looked at him, while Eason also quietly observed Lucas. Lucas asked, "Are you planning to rebel against the kingdom?" Not hearing N's response, he sneered, "It seems that's the case." The expressions of Aaron and Canis suddenly became tense as Lucas unexpectedly leaped his eyes, radiating killing intent, charging straight at N. He threw a metal spear at N, who remained calm and stood still. Lucas was momentarily shocked. He could hardly touch him. The spear had been held in place by N's magic, but Lucas did not sense any magic. He could only make a judgment based on his feelings, as if the attack had been absorbed. He wondered who this old man was. At that moment, Eason spoke in a deep voice. "You have passed." Lucas laughed. "What's wrong with you?" he asked Eason. "I didn't apply for anything with you." Eason said nothing, only turned to leave. His magic directly surged towards Lucas, who panicked, raising his hands to defend himself silently, cursing, "Damn it, this is bad." Unexpectedly, the magic had no intent to kill. Instead, it helped Lucas break the chains on him. Eason's eerie voice rang out, "Money is your weakness." And directly proposed, "I will give you a job that pays a lot." He asked Lucas, "Are you interested?" He grinned wickedly. "Now you understand me." Canis silently watched Lucas unconsciously radiating discomfort, while outside the rain poured down like a waterfall. Quietly observed Lucas as he asked, "Are you planning to rebel against the kingdom?" Not hearing a response, he sneered. "Seems like that's the case, huh?" Aaron and Canis's faces suddenly turned tense. Lucas unexpectedly leaped forward, his eyes radiating killing intent as he charged straight at Ian's. He threw a steel spear at the old man, who remained calm and stood still. Lucas was momentarily shocked. He could barely touch him. The spear had been held in place by the old man's magic, but Lucas didn't sense any magic. He could only make a judgment based on his feelings, as if the violent impact had been absorbed. He wondered who this old man was. Just then, the old man spoke in a low voice. "You passed." Lucas laughed. "What's wrong with you?" he asked, confused. "I didn't apply for anything with you guys." The old man said nothing and turned to leave. His magic surged directly toward Lucas, who panicked and raised his hands to defend himself, cursing internally. "Damn it, this isn't good." Unexpectedly, the magic had no intent to kill. Instead, it helped Lucas break the chains binding him. The old man's eerie voice echoed, "Money is your weakness," and directly proposed, "I'll give you a job that pays a lot." He asked Lucas, "Are you interested?" He grinned wickedly. "Now you understand me, huh?" Kinda silently watched Lucas unconsciously. His gaze revealed discomfort as the rain poured down like a waterfall. The horse was trying to rush through the pouring rain, and that inside the carriage was anxiously urging the driver to go faster. "Come on, I've already given you all the gold coins I have." The driver turned back awkwardly, explaining too that no matter how fast I go, we won't reach Chris until tomorrow morning. Hearing this, that couldn't help but feel frustrated, gritting his teeth and banging his hand against the carriage, cursing. Damn it. The driver outside felt helpless as well. God, what am I doing at this hour? Inside the carriage that was bored, his mind all jumbled. I had been freed from prison last night, and he frowned, thinking further. According to him, he would appear to take revenge for the events of 40 years ago. I need to quickly report to the master at the Onpas Magic Academy. The rainy night made the scenery here even more desolate and gloomy. Lucas had changed into another outfit, shivering. "It's so cold." Standing from above, looking down at the Onpas Academy, Lucas complained, "It's raining so hard, do I really have to do this?" Canis stood beside him, coldly, saying, "Stop whining." He told Lucas, "Just do as the agreement states." "Lucas," he said with a smile to Canis, "you better reward me handsomely." Lucas frowned. "If I had known you guys would pull such crazy stunts like this." Ambushing the Magic Academy while Lucas grumbled, Axon had already flown high up, silently observing the entire Onpas Academy. His gaze radiated deep hatred. Below, Lucas still hadn't. "If I had known, I wouldn't have followed you guys." In the rainy night, he flew high, silently watching the Onpas Magic Academy. His gaze exuded intense killing intent, and the heavy rain only added to the academy's gloomy, cold atmosphere. Lucas was annoyed, crossing his arms and muttering, "Damn it, I have nothing to do," and followed them. Because they promised a large sum of money, but isn't this just like a rebellion? Lucas glanced over at Aaron, starting a conversation. "Hey, you don't look like someone who would do this kind of work." He teased, "Aaron, you're too beautiful to be working like a dirty criminal." "Have you thought about coming with me?" Lucas joked with his sister. "Canis, don't interrupt Lucas. Your job is to keep an eye on the hostage," he coldly reminded Lucas. "Just do your job as you were hired." Lucas raised his chin and asked Canis, "So who is this hostage?" Canis didn't want to say much to him. He replied curtly, "You'll find out tomorrow morning." Canis's attitude made Lucas unable to stand him. He clicked his tongue in disgust, and Canis didn't seem to have much fondness for Lucas either. He felt a stomach full of discomfort. Why did the master bring someone like him? A strange voice crept into Lucas's mind. "Seriously." Randy's voice, "Lucas, don't question anything, all of this. Everything is according to his will. He is here, the great wizard ends. In the dark night, the rain like." A bit of dark magic from Ent quietly enveloped the entire Onpas Academy. Meanwhile, at the Royal Library, from the ancient records left behind, everything has its own weight. It is because of this that the symmetry in the universe is broken, and due to countless circumstances resulting from these incidents, the world we know has become vibrant. From the towering pile of books with two dark circled eyes, N shouted, "So in the end, the world we know wouldn't exist without weight, right?" N is currently a 5th grade student, his hair a mess like a crow's nest. He stood up, loudly asking, "Isn't it more important to ask why there was weight from the beginning? I doubt it just appeared suddenly, like boom." Perhaps facing Enyuki, also a 5th grade student, was sprawled out on the table, lazily responding, "It's just weight or something like that." N unwilling retorted, "Are you serious? What you're implying is that God created everything, right? Are you losing?" Your mind. You need to eat some snacks to wake up. No, Iroki completely ignored him, boredly picking his nose. I just said that without knowing anything. Iroki looked up at the library ceiling where the chandelier emitted a sparkling golden light. His voice was somewhat tired, helpless. We've spent all the time we could in this library searching for anything related to weight. But in the end, we still can't understand anything beyond human comprehension. Iraqi sat up, expressing his opinion. I think we've approached it as closely as possible from an omniscient perspective. Speaking of which, Iraqi looked at Siron, who was lying still among the books. He gently called out Siron. Iraqi asked Siron, from your omniscient perspective, what is weight? Siron said nothing, not clear what he was thinking. According to the book, a wizard's omniscient ability helps them form an objective, unbiased perspective. However, the omnipotent power of a wizard completely belongs to the individual. Siron is also currently a 5th grade student. After hearing Iraqi's question, Siron slumped, pulling the bag down from his face. He frowned. It's a bit hard to describe in words, but Siron paused. For a moment, his mind wandered to his experience connecting with immortal energy. At that moment, he reached out, and the mystic crystals fell into his hand. In that moment, in Siron's mind, there was an experience of existence. So Iraqi asked in unison, existence? Siron nodded. Yeah, I can feel a will to exist, a very strong desire as well. He described it as if it was trying. It's best for anyone, anywhere, to know about its existence. Hearing Siron share, Iraqi stroked his chin. That sounds profound. The desire to prove one's existence. Suddenly he shouted, what about? This Sean looked a bit stunned. And excitedly said, Siron, with your omnipotence, how about we call it the molecule of the divine hearing ends idea? Siron's eyes immediately lit up. Iraqi also sat up, nodding. That's a good name. It makes me think. Siron praised. That name is indeed perfect for what I was thinking. Nice, both of my friends praised it. Praising the excitement, how wonderful it is that the omnipotence will become stronger, imagining it more clearly. Siron tightly holds the magical power in his hands, murmuring the name that N had given. For the molecule of the god, Siron happily says, now I will study it more. The next morning, the morning rays of the new day shine on the Anpas Magic Academy. On the campus, 3 people. Siron and Iraqi walk together. N has his hands clasped behind his head, walking while feeling bored. Sighing, I didn't expect our vacation to end like this. Iraqi reluctantly says, is this really the end of that vacation, Siron? Doubtfully asking, you guys haven't forgotten the promise from yesterday, right? Mentioning the bold promise from yesterday, both N and Iraqi's faces darken, both showing fearful and worried expressions as they say, oh, right. We can graduate together, so this time we have to work hard in 4th grade. Siron anxiously reminds the two that it's only been 1 day. Iraqi and N are in tears, panicking at the thought of some scenario where they ask Siron if he has to stay in 5th grade alone. Then Iraqi continues, Siron staying another year isn't so bad, right? Siron, with a quivering voice, says, but both of your grades are higher than mine. I'm the one in the most dangerous situation here. N speaks up. Today is the last day. Do you guys want to stop by the research room? Siron waves his hand, saying he has to go somewhere. You two go ahead. Iraqi tells Siron, remember to come back. After separating from N and Iraqi, Siron leisurely walks while looking up at the clear blue sky. He recalls 6 months ago he was still a first-year male student. Now he has learned about the molecule of the god and gained valuable friends. The gentle wind caresses Siron's golden hair. He feels a bit nostalgic. He remembers the moment he walked alongside Ami. She is my girlfriend. She told everyone about Siron like that. Beautiful memories flash like a slow-motion film in Siron's mind. He remembers bringing a large basket of apples to give to Amy. He smiled at her, saying, I think I should thank you properly. She was very surprised, saying something about apples. In the night, he along with N and Iraqi played pranks to scare the whole school. Ami secretly admired him, and that whole evening she cried while telling him, from now on, don't call me senior anymore. Now, looking back, Siron is silently grateful to Amy. You helped me get here. At this moment in the advanced class, the students are preparing to enter the classroom. Amy and Sorel, as usual, go to class together. Suddenly, Siron unexpectedly appears in front of both of them. Amy, Senior Sorel. Amy and Sorel are immediately startled. Siron smiles brightly, gently asking, did I scare you? I'm sorry, I just wanted to surprise you. Siron feels a bit shy. He looks down at 2 cups of coffee, softly saying, "Thank you, Amy." In response, Amy acts cold and distant. "Why are you talking to me so familiarly?" Siron is taken aback. Even Sorel shows disdain. "Do you even know where you are?" She looks at him with a fierce gaze, warning him. "Kudos to your courage for daring to come to the graduation class, but aren't you overstepping your bounds?" As a dedicated student, Sorel says, "Ami, let's go. I thought we could have some peace for a while." After saying that, Sorel and Ami decisively turn away, leaving Siron behind. He awkwardly calls out, "Senior Sorel, Amy." Siron, panicking, runs after Amy and Sorel, calling out to them. The two are furious with him for not visiting for a Sorel directly pushes Siron, causing 2 cups of hot coffee to spill on the ground. "What the hell?" Siron immediately recognizes him, calling out loudly, "MC." He sees Siron wearing the badge of a senior student, and reflexively MC bows respectfully. "I sincerely apologize, senior." Siron exclaims, "MC, you don't know me." Siron quickly says, "It's me, Siron. We took the teleportation test together." Hearing Siron, MC frowns, responding, Yes, sorry for not recognizing you." Siron can't believe his ears. He is shocked, asking again, "You really don't know me?" Just then, Sienna walks over from a distance, asking, "What's going on?" Siron recognizes Sienna's voice. He turns, looking at her with a pleading gaze. "Professor Sen, oh my," she asks who I am. "Am I a new student? I've never seen you before." Hearing Sienna's question, Siron freezes. Sienna continues, "What's your name, MC?" Seeing Siron as a stranger, clenches his fist, looking like he wants to fight Siron. He asks, "Who is this?" The surrounding students also begin to crowd around Siron, whispering among themselves, "I've never seen him before. Is he a thief? Who the hell is he?" Siron suddenly yells and then turns to run away. MC immediately shouts, "You know that guy is really weird. He looks innocent, but is actually very stubborn." Sorel reassured Ami, "Don't worry too much, you've got a handsome guy." At this point, even Sorel felt something was off. Ami asked in confusion, "Who are you talking about?" Meanwhile, Siron was heavily impacted. He ran headlong without paying attention to his surroundings, accidentally crashing into MC. MC pushed him away, looking annoyed. "What the hell?" Siron immediately recognized him and shouted, "MC." He saw Siron wearing the badge of a senior class student, and reflexively, MC bowed respectfully. "I sincerely apologize, senior." Siron straightened up. "MC, you don't know who I am," Siron hurriedly said. "It's me, Siron. We took the teleportation test together." Hearing this, MC frowned. He replied, "Oh, right," scratching his ear, his gaze evasive. "I'm not sure, but, sorry for not recognizing you." Siron couldn't believe his ears. He was shocked and asked again, "You really don't know who I am?" Just then, Sienna walked over from a distance. She asked, "What's going on here?" Siron recognized Sienna's voice. He turned with a pleading look. Professor Sen exclaimed, "Oh my, who are you? Are you a new student? I've never seen you before." Hearing Sienna's question, Siron froze. Sienna continued asking, "What's your name?" MC, seeing Siron unfamiliar, clenched his fists, looking like he wanted to fight with Siron. He asked, "Who is this?" The students around also began to gather around Siron, whispering to each other, "I've never seen him before. Is he a thief? Who the heck is he?" Siron suddenly shouted and turned to run. MC immediately yelled. The call urged him to stop and catch that guy. He seemed very suspicious as Siron ran while crying. He kept denying it, saying this wasn't real. It was fake. Siron ran without stopping, trying to convince himself it was all a lie. Siron rushed into the group meeting room, bursting through the door. Everyone, including En and Araki, was sitting inside. Siron hurried in, panicking, as he asked En and Aruki, "You guys know me, right?" Siron said in distress. Tears streamed down Siron's face as his expression suddenly turned grim. He asked him, "How did you get in here?" Both En and Araki shot glances at Siron, coldly asking, "Who are you?" At that moment, Siron felt completely hopeless. A thought flashed through his mind. "I've had this thought for a moment. From the very beginning, I never existed in this school. Am I just dreaming?" En sat behind the desk, staring intently. Siron coldly questioned him. "Wait, how does an outsider know the key to Esta?" A barrage of questions from En felt like sharp knives surrounding Siron. "What research group sent you? Who are you?" Siron broke down in tears. He truly didn't know what to do. Even his only friends had forgotten who he was. He was gradually doubting his own existence, feeling like a mere illusion. En and Araki suddenly broke into strange smiles, and then both of them burst out laughing. Iraqi, while laughing, made a ridiculous face. I can't hold it in anymore. So he laughed until tears streamed down his face, pointing at Siron. Oh, look at that face. En turned to ask Iraqi, did you hear that? En deliberately mimicked Siron. You guys know me, right? It's me, Siron. Iraqi joined in, laughing and losing all composure. Stop! It hurts too much. Siron suddenly knelt down, whispering, do you guys remember me? Seeing Siron suddenly collapse, En and Iraqi were startled and quickly got up to check on him, asking, Siron, what's wrong? You're crying again. Iraqi stepped closer to Siron, worried, asking, what's going on? En gently rubbed Siron's back, soothingly saying, I'm sorry for teasing you. Are you okay? After a while of listening to Siron recount the story, they understood the gist. Everyone didn't remember him. He asked Siron, what do you mean? Iraqi, sitting next to Siron, couldn't understand either, but it was true that even Professor Sienna said the same thing. Siron covered his face, sobbing. When I looked into their eyes, they weren't lying. They really don't remember me. Sitting up, he suggested, maybe we should go outside and check. Siron quickly stopped En. What if when we go out, you guys forget me too? Thinking of the scenario where En and Iraqi also forgot him, Siron buried his face in his hands and cried, if that happens, Iraqi suddenly had an idea. What if we write it down? Saying that Iraqi grabbed a pen and wrote on En's hand, if you lose your memory, the one with the North Star symbol is your friend. En's palm had a drawing of the North Star and he smiled. If we do this, even if we forget, it won't matter, right? Siron hesitated. Could this be some kind of supernatural spiritual activity? En shrugged. I don't know. I can't think of anything that would cause memory loss. Iraqi chimed in. Now let's go outside and check. Before long, all three of them, En, Siron, and Iraqi, returned to the Anpas Academy of Magic, taking careful steps. Looking from the outside, the Academy of Magic still appeared as usual solemn and noble. As they approached the school gate, all three of them were stunned, exclaiming, what the heck is going on here? In the schoolyard, all the students were gathered together, their faces dark. En was astonished, saying, this is even stranger than what Siron said. Iraqi curiously asked, what are they doing? En suggested getting closer to see. Siron quickly stopped them. What if getting closer makes us like them? Iraqi didn't think so. He analyzed. The chances are pretty low. Didn't I come into contact with them? Sean thought Iraqi made sense, nodding. Yeah, it should be fine. Just then, En suddenly shouted, hey Gabe, where are you going? Hearing En's voice, Gabe looked up confused. He asked, you know me. En stepped closer and Gabe, stunned, replied, of course I know you. Tell me where you're going. Gabe stared wide-eyed, confused. Tell me who I am and what the heck is this sound I've been hearing? Gabe clutched his head, screaming in agony. I can't hear anything. En asked, what are you hearing now? Iraqi carefully observed Gabe's movements, quickly pulling Siron's hand, saying, I think he doesn't even realize that the voice he's hearing is his own. Gabe continued to scream wildly, and Iraqi guessed. Now he even forgot the language. Gabe yelled, tears and snot streaming down his face. Iraqi concluded, right now he's continuously losing his memories. Suddenly, Gabe went silent. Siron was surprised, saying, oh, he stopped. He glanced at the other students who, like Gabe, had vacant expressions. They moved like puppets. They walked in unison, and the students continued to follow each other out of the academy. Not only were the students controlled, but even the teachers couldn't escape this fate. It seemed like an invisible hand was pulling the strings controlling the students. One by one, they entered the forest. In the woods, Erin, wearing a black cloak, was already waiting. She turned to Canis, saying, I've gathered all of them. Canis nodded in response, signaling for Canis to go. Canis nodded grimly. Lucas let out a breath, mocking, this is really scary. He stood among the students, mocking them. All of them have turned into zombies, unable to think, but still alive. So whatever I do to them should be fine, right? Lucas stepped closer to Amy, teasing her. Wow, I didn't expect to find such a beautiful girl in a place like this. Canis coldly interrupted, shut up. Lucas glared at him with cold eyes, warning him, if you ruin my master's great work with such filth, I'll kill you. Lucas shrugged. Lucas stared at him with cold, sharp eyes, warning him, if you ruin my master's great career with such filth, I will kill you. Lucas shrugged. Don't be so annoying and strict. Can't I just joke around a bit, Canis? Lon Cock repeated the warning. If you dare to continue ignoring my words, I will kill you immediately. Lucas's eyes also burned with anger. He thought to himself, this arrogant little girl. He secretly harbored hatred towards Canis. I don't like him at all. I want to kill him right now. But I'm not stupid enough to fight a wizard in their soul realm. I will kill you the moment you let your guard down. Lucas's hand rested lightly on Amy's shoulder. He clicked his tongue in regret. Then Lucas turned away, pretending to concede to Canis. Fine. After all, it's useless if I'm not getting paid. Canis saw that Lucas stopped causing trouble and turned to leave. The students continued to move deeper into the forest under the guidance of Aaron and Canis. Nearby, they whispered to Siron and Iroki. They are the ones behind this. Should we stop them? Iroki firmly opposed we shouldn't. Confused, he turned back to ask Iroki why. Iroki slowly explained memory manipulation magic is extremely difficult, and they used it on over 500 people. At this point, Iroki's expression darkened. He emphasized, not to mention the fact that those 500 people are extremely intelligent students. Iroki continued to point out the disadvantages. If we directly confront Canis and Aaron, those who have spent their entire lives honing their minds at the Magic Academy, and professors like Sienna, another level 6 wizard, Siron startled added, so they are stronger wizards than us. Iroki agreed with Siron's reasoning. That's right strong enough that we can't even imagine. Iroki believed we should follow their trail now. It will be too late if we intervene when it becomes more dangerous. Siron suddenly spoke up. Not here. Confused, he froze. Huh, Sean exclaimed. The principal and Professor Etel are both not here. At the same time, in a small house deep in the forest, Etel was meditating, sweat pouring down her forehead, her brows furrowed tightly. Suddenly, there was a noise on the roof, and crows flapped their wings and scattered. Etel opened her eyes. She bent over, panting, wondering what was going on. Thousands of demons just overnight. A bird flitted past Etel's porch, she pushed, her glasses up, thinking to herself. And not only that, it's already past class time, and no one has come looking for me. Don't say I can't be at ease. Ela hurriedly left the house. She ran to the school. When she arrived, she was shocked there wasn't a single person around. Ela looked around. She was utterly confused. How could there be no one in the academy? Suddenly, Ia halted, running towards her in a panic. While running, he hurriedly said, Professor Etel, thank goodness you're okay. Realizing the one approaching was that Etel quickly asked what's wrong, that immediately informed her that the academy had been attacked. That panicked, reporting to Aya Miss Itenla, we've been attacked. We've been attacked by dark magic. At this moment, Ela immediately understood, so that means the crime rate spiked overnight. That was running towards Etel, while briefly explaining the situation to her. It will affect the entire academy. Even the gatekeepers have had their memories erased. That seriously told Etel Miss Etel, the one behind all. This is Axon Vitor, the great wizard who once brought disaster to this world a long time ago. Hearing that's words, Etel was shocked. If they are great wizards, then that confirmed. That's right, he continued. They are third-tier wizards. Once a wizard reaches third tier, they are referred to as a great wizard. The ranking of wizards is determined by their achievements and fame. According to that, destroying a monster den can provide up to 500 achievement points, and when receiving an invitation from the Emperor, one can receive 100 fame points, and the requirement to advance from Tier 10 to Tier 1000 points. And the points needed to advance from Tier B to Tier 3 is compared to Anpas SM is currently at Tier 5. Meanwhile, N Vitor is Tier 3. The gap between the two is a colossal number of 280 million points. Axen Vitor is a great monument, a person who, with his powerful dark magic, reached Tier 3 alone in the last century. Hearing about N's extraordinary achievements, Ia confusedly asked that why would someone like that take an interest in our academy. Ethan is currently a level 6 wizard, similar to that he is also a level 6 wizard. Hearing Etel ask, that was momentarily flustered. He wondered whether he should tell the truth to Miss Ela or not. Looking at Ela's confused expression, that truly didn't know what to do. He recalled a few years back when he reviewed Ethan's profile to consider whether to hire her as a lecturer at the academy. Anpas was very surprised. He exclaimed, a bishop from the Cassis Society. A bishop is an important position responsible for protecting 12 achievements. Anpas looked up at Ethan. He asked her confusedly, the strongest bishop that the society has in the kingdom, and a level 6 wizard. Why would someone like you want to come teach at the academy? Itel sat upright facing Anpas. She sincerely shared, "It's because I want to follow the teachings of Bishop Dung Cassis to be like salt and light." Edel stood up, presenting her viewpoint. At other academies, they only focus on training wizards to be as strong as possible. But here, Principal Anpas, sir, respects the autonomy of the students and teaches them how to take responsibility for their power. With a bright smile, Itel candidly said, "I truly respect and support your ideals, Mr. Principal. That's why I want to come to this academy." The spirit and enthusiasm of Itel truly left a special impression on that. Now, looking back, that couldn't help but struggle intensely within. In his mind, he finally made up his mind to call her TH, and he carefully considered his words. "I hope you can stay calm after hearing what I'm about to say. Axon Vitor is Principal Anfas." Hearing that Etla was momentarily stunned, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then slowly opened her eyes and calmly said, "I understand," and strongly declared that no matter who it is, as long as they harm the students of this academy, they must be eliminated. We must protect them. Ia radiated a blue light, shocked. She called out to Ia, then looked in the direction she was describing the situation of. The students were heading towards the mountain range ahead, and the scene in the deep forest appeared. She exclaimed that the mountain range seemed to be leading to an impassable bridge. I noticed 3 people, who seemed to be leading all of them. Aya suddenly stopped and said, "Wait, there are 3 others chasing after them." Edla anxiously asked, "Can you see who they are?" Etla hesitated, not quite sure. But this uniform. She was startled as Etla recognized one of the 3 was Siron from Siron's side. All 3, Siron, Nail, and Iraqi, hid behind a small tree and quietly asked why they were bringing them here. Confused, she asked about the impassable bridge. Did they intend to push everyone off the cliff? Nee shouted angrily, "What the hell? Why would they do that?" Iraqi frowned and analyzed that usually there was no benefit for either side in pushing them off the cliff. Suddenly, Iraqi spoke in a deep voice, "But there is a reason for them to do that when they are children. I will go call for help right now," so I hurried to stop Iraqi. "Calm down, look at those who have been brainwashed over there." Siron seemed calmer. He said that although the principal is not here, there is still Teacher That and Miss Etla. I'm sure someone has grasped the situation and requested assistance already. However, Siron emphasized that if they intend to harm the hostages before help arrives, then we will have to fight. Hearing Siron, both Nee and Iraqi exchanged glances, signaling their agreement with what Siron just said. Iraqi pondered that it would be a risk if we fight them when the numerical advantage is so clear then. Feeling helpless, he voiced that there was no other way. We could only wait. Siron assessed that they also did not seem to intend to push them off the cliff right now. He remarked that they looked like they were waiting for someone. Below, Lucas suddenly shouted, calling Canis. Brad pointed at the students while yelling, "Why hasn't your leader arrived yet? Don't you know that time is very important in a situation like this? Do you want everyone to die, or what, waiting here for so long?" Canis looked at Lucas with disdain and slowly said, "We can't the leader until we get that guy Anpas out. The only thing you need to care about is your contract, that's it." At this moment, Aaron used the mind communication technique to send a message to Canis. Canis thought it had been too long since the leader had contacted them. Why hadn't they returned? Canis glanced at Aaron, silently sending her a message. "I don't know. It's been doubt the leader. It's just that I can't understand that the leader has been looking forward to this moment longer than anyone else. Why hasn't he come yet?" Not to mention Lucas's shout cut through Canis's train of thought. "Damn it, at least let these guys have some fun. Everything is still okay, right?" Canis, he could no longer hold back. Canis turned to yell at Lucas, "You trash." Lucas immediately exploded with rage, shouting, "Are you really asking for it? Are you kidding me?" The strength of this guy should not be underestimated. Even Erin was startled. She thought to herself that the Eye of Death, it's too powerful, even strong enough to make the center of humanity, as Canis knew, was a powerful skill that only those who had committed numerous crimes could possess. Thinking of this, he looked down on Lucas even more. "In Latham, where I grew up, I've met countless trash who look at others as if they were cheap food." Canis narrowed his eyes. He insulted Lucas. "You're just like in Ladam." Hearing Canis insult him terribly, Lucas laughed maniacally. "Now I understand why I never liked you from the start." Lucas sneered, "Do you think we're different? Huh, I'm trash. And you have a noble purpose." He scornfully said, "These zombies may not have reason, but their bodily functions are still working." Lying on the ground, drooling, He casually said that when they can't eat or sleep, they will slowly die even if we don't throw them off this cliff. Suddenly, Lucas grabbed Xena by the neck. He ruthlessly said, "This is what I can feel." Seeing him lift Xena up while watching her struggle, he said bitterly, "Doesn't that mean you want to kill all these people here?" Sienna's legs flailed in the air. Lucas said mercilessly, "Because when this is all over, I'll declare that everyone involved in this is a murderer." Aaron couldn't bear to see Lucas choke Sienna. Canis's gaze was icy as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Lucas, are you going to break your own rules?" Lucas raised an eyebrow. Killing a girl is shameful, but, Suddenly, beneath Lucas's feet, immediately a shocking explosion occurred, and the pressure from the explosion forced Aaron to use both hands to shield herself from harm. Canis remained calm. The human center, as Canis knew, was a powerful skill that only those who had committed countless crimes could possess. Thinking of this, he looked down on Lucas even more in Ladam, where I grew up. I've encountered countless trash who see others as nothing more than cheap food. Canis narrowed his eyes. He insulted Lucas. "You're just like them, a piece of trash. Like you is really common in Ladam." Hearing Canis insult him so harshly, Lucas let out a savage laugh. "Now I understand why I didn't like you from the start." Lucas challenged, "Do you think we're different?" I am trash. And you have some noble purpose." He sneered, "These zombies may lack reason, but their bodily functions are still operational." Lucas glanced at a student lying on the ground drooling. He casually said, "And when they can't eat, drink, or rest, they will slowly die, even if we don't throw them off this cliff." Suddenly, Lucas grabbed Xena by the throat. He ruthlessly said, "This is what I can feel." Seeing him lift Xena while watching her struggle, he spat out harsh words. "Doesn't that mean you want to kill all these people here?" Canis rebutted Lucas. "We didn't bring them here to kill them. They are hostages." Lucas laughed cruelly, "And that's exactly why I want to reduce their numbers." Sienna's legs flailed wildly in the air. Lucas said mercilessly, "Because when this is over, I will declare that all participants in this incident are murderers." Aaron saw Lucas tearing. Sienna's collar, he couldn't bear it either. Canis's gaze was icy as he gritted his teeth and asked Lucas, "Are you going to break your own rules?" Lucas raised an eyebrow. "Killing a girl is shameful, but, Suddenly beneath Lucas's feet, something strange happened. Immediately after a shocking explosion occurred, the pressure from the explosion forced Aaron to use both hands to shield himself from injury. Canis remained calm. However, beneath Lucas's feet, something strange occurred. Suddenly, a shocking explosion happened, and the pressure from the blast forced Aaron to shield herself with both hands to prevent injury. Canis remained calm. Suddenly stood still, using the power of Iraqi to reach out. He clicked his tongue, and Iraqi disdainfully scolded Lucas. "I thought at least I could blow off one or both of your legs." Lucas knelt. One knee on the ground, the guy loudly asked, "So who are you two?" Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from behind him into the sky. It was Siron, who had successfully rescued Sienna from their grasp. "Hey." "Lucas, Siron, I'm so mad," he declared angrily. "I won't let you off the hook." Canis interrupted, "Who the hell are you to interfere here? How can you escape from mind control?" In another scene, deep in the old forest at the entrance of a cave, a figure emerged. It was the old man, slightly surprised. Facing him was Ia, who coldly asked, "Did you come here alone?" Ron insisted, "Yeah, we should leave the hostages to the kids because they are smart. They will buy us some time." After a few seconds of hesitation, Ia finally agreed with his opinion and asked him, "All right, what about us?" Without hesitation, he replied, "We need to find the principal." He said seriously, "We need him to handle this situation." Hearing him, Ia's expression briefly showed tension. "So what I needed to do has already been decided." He frowned. "I beg you, please, what you need to do is confront Ian's directly." Thanks to magic, she quickly found his hiding place, which was a cave deep in the old forest. The suggestion from that echoed in her ears, "Find Endy." When she saw Etla slowly stepping out, he spoke in a deep voice. "You are Sister Ia." She respectfully bowed her head before the Bishop of Cassis. "I am truly honored to meet someone considered a legend." Hearing her introduce herself, he was slightly surprised. The bishop silently assessed her. Just by being able to break the black hole and stand here, she could be considered a true seeker. But a bishop. He couldn't believe his eyes because throughout his life, all the bishops he met were just old men. He immediately understood that Ia was a genius. She had surpassed the Eightfold Path and reached the pinnacle of sainthood at such a young age. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Just as expected, this world is quite interesting. His eyes suddenly radiated a strong aura as he growled, "Where is that unpass? If you want to buy time, it won't work." He asked in surprise, "What?" Etla sharply analyzed. "Because you used a powerful magic last night, you probably don't have much strength left. The only way you have is to wait." The bishop silently stared at Etla. She straightforwardly made a deal with him. "If you lift the magic you cast on the students right now, I will let you face the principal." The corners of his mouth curled up. He laughed maniacally as if he had just heard the funniest story in the world. He mocked Ia, "You think I want to buy time?" With that, Ila looked up. A series of trees suddenly shot up from the ground surrounding her. The mocking words of the bishop echoed in her ears. How foolish. Killing her would be a shame. He cruelly cursed her, "But die." Immediately, the eerie trees began to close in on Etla. On Siron's side, Lucas mocked Canis. "Quite a perfect plan, huh?" He blamed Canis and Aaron with a sarcastic tone. "You guys ignored what I said, and now there are 3 witnesses showing up." Glancing at Siron and Iraqi, who were supporting Sienna, Lucas loudly scolded, "What a ridiculous plan." He took the opportunity to extort. "If you give me more money, I'll fight this battle for you." "What do you think, Canis?" Canis, disgusted, clicked his tongue. Aaron used the poison heart technique to call Canis, telling him, "I'll handle them." Aaron hurriedly insisted, "Let me take care of it." Canis coldly replied, "You handle the hostages." His gaze sharpened. "I'm enough." Lucas sat down on a rock, looking like he was waiting to watch a show. Yeah, keep doing that," he thought to himself, cursing Canis and Aaron, "You fools." He believed that fighting too much would eventually cost them. Canis stepped in front of Siron's group and casually asked, "How did you manage to avoid mind control to get here?" N burst into laughter. "Avoid, we broke that dark magic with our own strength." Canis, of course, didn't believe it. Ridiculous. If that were true, you couldn't be standing here in that condition. As he used his magic, he realized there wasn't much time left. He suggested, "Let's charge in together," trying to act strong. "That magic won't work." Iraqi whispered to Siron, "His killing intent is intense." Siron gently advised, "You should protect Sienna." Siron slowly used his power. "If it's dark magic based on counteraction, then my magic has the advantage." Siron ordered, "I'll fight him. You guys deal with the swordsman." "Are you going alone?" someone asked. "Isn't it safer to attack together? It seems that swordsman won't interfere." Lucas indeed showed an indifferent demeanor. Siron cautiously reminded, "No matter what he says, don't let your guard down. He pushed an innocent person off a cliff." He emphasized, "And he's really strong." Siron could sense the killing intent radiating from Lucas. He also noticed him. "That kid is quite troublesome because he adapts to the situation very quickly." Iraqi silently assessed Siron's words. He was right. That guy usually looks easy to deceive, but in real combat, he's like a different person. Sean stepped closer to Canis, who also moved closer to him. The two powers from different extremes clashed directly. Siron suddenly halted. "What is that?" In front of him, Canis's gaze was so hollow, it made him shiver. He felt he couldn't read Canis's movements. Wherever Canis stepped, darkness spread along with him. He unleashed his powerful magic towards Siron, and he swung his hand to unleash a radiant attack. Siron said, "Siron is right. That name is usually easy to deceive." Looking at Siron's back, Iraqi felt more confident, but in actual combat, he was like a different person. Sean stepped closer to Canis. He also moved closer. The two opposing forces of magic clashed directly. Siron suddenly froze. What is this? In front of him, Canis's gaze was so hollow it made him break out in goosebumps. He felt he couldn't read Canis's footsteps. Wherever he went, darkness spread along with it. He unleashed powerful magic towards Siron, and he swung his hand to release a radiant burst. Light and darkness clashed with each other. Siron was shocked as the light was blocked. How could his own luminescence be obstructed by Canis's dark magic? Siron was pushed back, but he wouldn't give up and used his luminescence again. Siron's spiritual power surged towards Canis, but just like before, all the light was devoured by darkness, and he panicked, shouting out what just happened. Even when hit by the light, the darkness still remained. Canis's expression remained calm. Siron gritted his teeth. Does this mean there is a gap in our strength? Is it large enough to break the laws of nature? Canis coldly spoke. Are you planning to rely on the principle of counteraction with your half-baked skills? Siron was sweating, meaning Canis suddenly sensed something. Siron thought to himself, what if he focused on channeling his spiritual power, releasing an incredibly strong force? Canis reached out, feeling uneasy that something was off. Canis thought to himself, let's see how much stronger I can get. Suddenly he was thrown back. Canis screamed in horror. Even at that moment, he still didn't understand what he had just witnessed. Canis was blasted away by that terrifying force. Aaron shouted in panic, Canis! Aaron was stunned as the light pierced through the barrier, and he was thrown back while Iraqi also gaped in shock. Lucas was also frozen in fear. He wondered what kind of freak that kid was. The scene shifted to a large ancient tree. The sky gradually turned dark, and the wind howled. A flock of birds was using all their strength to fly, as if trying to escape from something. The ancient trees had become sentient, surrounding a girl. She was terrified, only able to watch the branches swirling around her. Boom! Perhaps the girl had been completely swallowed by the tree. Inside, she was trying to observe her surroundings to find a way out, when suddenly a foolish voice echoed, "It's useless." An old figure appeared, pointing at her with disdain, telling her to die. Then he reached out towards her, launching branches at high speed. After observing for a while, she thought the surroundings were dark, and as she thought, she was terrified. But if she used Cecia, the branches were still closing in on her, as if they were about to stab her. Suddenly, her body began to glow. A powerful light was released from within her. At that moment, she felt no fear towards them. After releasing her power, she immediately dashed towards the trees. The branches continuously aimed at her and charged forward. Thanks to her incredible speed, she gracefully dodged all their attacks. As she dodged, the threatening voice from earlier echoed again. He continued, but the darkness had not finished speaking. He conjured a mass of dark hands flying towards her. That voice was everywhere, and this time it seemed his attack had an effect. Her legs were restrained by those hands. However, she remained calm, looking for a way to resolve the situation. She spun around, but after finishing the spin, she could no longer maintain her composure. She was horrified, thinking if she teleported, her legs would be crippled. So as she thought, she closed her eyes as if trying to release something. Meanwhile, the hands continued to charge at her. She kept thinking, then I will only teleport my upper body. Just then, an image reflected from her body flew out. She spun around and kicked at the massive fist charging towards her, then landed on the ground in a stunning pose. Perhaps due to the immense power within her, the area where she landed had a large hole, and dirt flew everywhere. That familiar voice echoed again. It was indeed Bishop Cassis. If she hadn't become a professor at this small school, she might have become a big figure by now. She seemed tired. Her face was dotted with sweat. That voice continued, yet Anpas did not utter a word. He concealed her extraordinary abilities and talents before her astonished gaze. An old man with white hair appeared, but he no longer had the benevolent demeanor of his past. Now he carried a massive aura. He continued to speak, claiming all the credit for himself. She screamed, "What do you want to do?" Suddenly, a wave of darkness shot up from below, attacking her unexpectedly without giving her a chance to react. She was hit, falling backward. It was him. He was unleashing thousands of punches towards the girl. In her eyes, the scene was terrifying. The punches rushed towards her. At the same time, in a distant castle, a voice suddenly rang out. The master in the principal's office, a young man with blonde hair, was panicking, searching, and shouting for his master. He thought to himself he must be nearby. He suddenly remembered something he heard, that the master had built a secret chamber in the principal's office. But where could it be? As he pondered, he searched around. Suddenly a book appeared before him, a book entirely black with the title, Admiring the Darkness. After that, he entered the secret chamber. Upon entering a room, he casually placed the lamp on the table. In the quiet space, his voice echoed as he spoke while searching. He looked up at the bookshelf beside him, surprised as if he had seen something special. Before him was a painting of a girl with black hair and a purple flower in her hair, incredibly beautiful. He stared at the painting, thinking that this person might be contemplating something. Suddenly a voice echoed, "Who is that?" He turned, and his master was unharmed. An old man with white hair and a long beard stepped out. His face darkened as he asked, "Do I know you?" The young man with blonde hair was shocked and terrified. "How could this be? Have you lost your memory?" He thought to himself, but something felt very strange, not like the others. The master still hadn't completely lost his memory. The old man placed his hand on his chin, stroking his beard in thought, asking, "Lost my memory?" Haven't I traveled to the future? The old man panicked, pulling his hair. Oh my, I can't believe I've turned into an old man. Where did my handsome 18-year-old face go? Meanwhile, the young man was bewildered, 18 years old. He panicked, his face pale, thinking that 4 years of his master's memories had vanished. What does this mean for the person before him? After that, you entered the secret hidden chamber. Upon entering a room, you casually placed the lamp on the table. In the quiet space, your voice echoed as you spoke while searching. You looked up. Looking at the bookshelf next to him, he appeared surprised, as if he had seen something special. In front of him was a painting of a girl with black hair and a purple flower tucked in, incredibly beautiful. He stared blankly at the painting. As he looked, he thought this person might be deep in thought. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Who is that?" He turned to see his master, who was still safe and sound. An old man with white hair and a long beard stepped out, his face grim. He asked his master, "Do you seem to know me?" The young man with blonde hair was shocked and terrified. What's going on? Has he lost his memory? He thought to himself, but something felt very strange, not like others. His master hadn't completely lost all his memories. The old man placed his hand on his chin, stroking his beard in thought, and asked, "Lost my memory? Haven't I come to the future?" The old man panicked, pulling at his hair. Oh my, I can't believe I've turned into an old man. Where did my handsome 18-year-old face go? Meanwhile, the young man was bewildered. 18. He panicked, his face turning pale, thinking that 4 years of his master's memories had vanished. What does that mean for the person before? My face is calm now as the old man asks, "Hey, you the notoriously arrogant young Anpas, what trouble have you gotten into?" I honestly replied, "Master has been injured by dark magic and has lost his memory. Not only that, but the safety of the students and professors." Before I could finish, the old man interrupted. "Not that I'm not asking about that." I hesitantly responded, "Yes," with a face. That was extremely scary. He rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Is there something wrong with my work?" I stammered, "Master is the principal of one of the 5 most prestigious academies in the kingdom, the Academy of Magic. Anpas not only respects the students, but also the subordinates in the academy." Upon hearing the old man's answer, I burst out laughing, asking while laughing, "I became a teacher, huh? And respected too." Surprised by this, he asked back, "Me, are you powerless?" Clarifying that I was really humble before I could finish my sentence, he suddenly grabbed my collar and lifted me up, pressing his face close to mine, asking with a cold gaze, "What rank am I?" Seeing that terrifying face right in front of me, I couldn't help but fearfully stammer, "4 people are ranked 4. Hearing that answer, furious that I was only ranked 4, he got so angry that his face turned red, veins bulging and his eyes wide as he shouted, "What do you mean only ranked 4? Ranked 4 a genius like me." While cursing, he turned and punched the bookshelves on the wall, sending books flying everywhere. He shouted, "And not ranked first!" Behind, I showed a look of shock, witnessing the scene unfolding before me. Hearing his curses, I was terrified, thinking, is this what a principal is like? So pathetic. I even kept a picture of the strict lady in the room. As soon as he finished speaking, he yanked the photo off the wall and threw it straight to the ground. I stood frozen in fear, my face pale. The old man continued his rage. "Return my memories right now. I need to know what this idiot has been doing for the past 40 years. I was speechless. "Master, could you not revisit your memories?" As I spoke, my eyes were welling up as if I wanted to cry. The room was a mess. Standing before the old man, he spoke again threateningly. "Yes, if you are my student, then I will be your master. I don't need a weak disciple like you. Do you think the great Anpas would be afraid of his own past?" As he spoke, his rage continued. I fearfully and shakily replied, "Yes." I thought to myself, when a person has to relive a memory twice, does their personality change? I'm scared that my master from before will never return. Right now, I can only trust my master. Sigh, the young man placed his hand on the old man's head, looking worried as he said, "I will remove the dark energy, sealing your memories with light transformation. After that, it depends on you." "All right, master." He sat in the chair, closed his eyes, and calmly replied, "You worried about me. Just do your job properly." My thoughts continued, not to mention those were the 40 most terrifying years of his life. A voice kept ringing, "Sir Anpas, Sir Anpas, Sir Anpas." Before my eyes, beautiful girls were smiling brightly. One of the girls asked, "How are you so smart?" Another girl chimed in, "Sir Anpas, tell us more." The replied, "My ladies, don't worry, tonight will last forever." A beautiful young man with shiny golden hair replied. In my view, a devastated, ruined city appeared, a place where one could easily lose their life over a small mistake. On the battlefield, two children were hugging each other, comforting for a lifetime. Below, flames were consumed. In cloaks, we're looking down at the chaotic scene below. We have to live on the battlefield to survive. We are forced to become swords. In contrast to the previous scene, the image now was of a majestic grand city. Compared to the kids who were given opportunities for good jobs, they couldn't compare to us. Stood frozen. Her vacant gaze spoke to us. A young man with golden hair and bright blue eyes stood straight as hands, as if just casting a spell under a large tree. Another young man was trembling, crouching down there, seemingly having just encountered something very terrifying. I instinctively unleashed dark energy. The boy under the tree thought, what would happen if I was just a strange voice suddenly rang out. You're in quite a difficult situation, Canis? But it seemed that the boy named Canis was not surprised. Whenever that voice spoke, he calmly asked, what just hit me? The strange voice replied, your weight has been absorbed by a source of light carrying weight. Perhaps the golden-haired young man had shot energy into Canis, holding his chest, asked with difficulty, what the hell is this? How can light have weight? The strange voice replied, there is an intermediary that can convert light energy into something with mass. That's completely possible. Canis said seriously, are you kidding? I've never heard of such a thing. The voice thought for a long time and then suddenly spoke, that guy must have figured it out. Canis's face turned dark. Sorry for hurting you. I'm just stating the truth. That guy is pretty strong and special. He has a rather unique way of casting magic for a student of the academy. The voice continued rambling while he was preparing to put on a hat and move on. However, this time, before the voice could finish, he interrupted to ask, I have to be the winner, right? The voice laughed contentedly. Of course, if we work together. Canis began to walk around, enveloped in dark power. A girl exclaimed in surprise, Canis! The gloomy-faced young man with blue hair. Him who was crouched down there. It seemed he had just encountered something very terrifying. I instinctively activated my dark energy. He thought under the tree earlier, if I had been just 1 second late, what would have happened? A strange voice suddenly rang out, you're in quite a difficult situation, Canis. But it seemed that the guy named Canis was not surprised. It was rare for that voice to speak up. He calmly asked, what did I just bump into? The strange voice replied, your weight has been absorbed by a source of light carrying weight. Perhaps the young blonde had shot energy into Canis. What is that? A strange voice replied, your weight has been absorbed by a source of light carrying weight. Perhaps the young blonde guy earlier had shot energy into Canis. Canis held his chest, struggling to ask, what the hell is this? How can light have weight? The strange voice replied, there is an intermediary that can convert light energy into something with mass. That's completely possible. Canis said seriously, are you kidding? I've never heard of anything like that. The voice thought for a long time and then suddenly spoke up. Well, he must have found it. Canis's face darkened. Sorry for hurting you. I'm just stating the truth. That guy is pretty strong and special. He has a rather unique way of casting magic for a student at the academy. The voice continued rambling while he was preparing to put on his hat and move on. However, this time, before the voice could finish, he interjected, I have to be the winner, right? The voice laughed in satisfaction. Of course, if we work together. Canis began to walk around, his dark power enveloping him. A girl exclaimed in surprise, Canis! The young man with green hair had a gloomy face. Shouted the bastard Canis, stepping forward with a provocative expression. You managed to endure that magic attack. Huh. Tisk, you must be pretty disappointed. He calmly continued walking into the arena. Now you only have a few tricks left. I think this match is going to be pretty awesome. Siron, with a gloomy face, continued. Let me enjoy this a bit more. Okay, Siron, confused, he asked. Enjoy, you're holding a hostage, aren't you? You call this a match? As he spoke, his hand conjured a sphere of light, while on the other side, Canis was summoning a dark aura surrounding his body. Your provoking spells don't work on me anymore. Just as he finished speaking, Siron shot towards Canis, saying, then try to block this. Canis slammed his palm down onto the ground, creating a large hole with many black cracks. The dark aura of Canis completely contrasted with the warm light of Siron. The two magical energies clashed, creating a loud noise. Sean, slightly frightened, muttered, using the same method to cast spells. How did you just fly up into the sky and then summon 3 powerful beams of light down on Canis below? The observers were extremely surprised and terrified by the sight of the two, both like fierce beasts fighting. Spells can be divided into 2 types: spells you can dodge and spells you can't. An uncle with a tense expression was trembling, thinking about that flashing beam of light. Just as I thought, I have to eliminate this guy first. Sean was looking down from above at the results of his work, countless holes in the ground, when suddenly he felt something from behind. Yes, it was Canis. He had been behind him all along. Taking advantage of the situation, Canis unleashed dark beams towards Siron. This time he got hit and fell backward, shocked what suddenly appeared from behind. After the shock, it took him a moment to calm down. Sean used the extreme speed of the light to dodge and counter Canis's attacks. Both were continuously appearing from one spot to another. Below, a boy with green hair suddenly shouted, "That's darkness." He's using darkness to move in an endless silent dimension. Canis was leisurely walking in there, while the audience was still buzzing despite the 2 people continuously fighting. Isn't that cheating? He can move anywhere he wants. Someone asked, and another answered, there are still limits. He can only move to places connected to his shadow entity. The green-haired boy was still puzzled, but we still can't guess where he will pop out from unless we analyze the darkness of the entire area. "In an instant did you forget," the guy replied, glaring at the green-haired Siron. "You are the one who can calculate the paths for those powerful magic attacks." Above, both were also fighting fiercely. After a while of battling, Siren thought finally caught him. After thinking this, he shot a powerful beam of light towards the forest. At that moment, Canis emerged from the darkness below, and everyone shouted in unison, "He did it!" Just when everyone thought it would end here, suddenly a high-pitched laugh echoed. A wave of dark power overwhelmed, protecting Canis. The faces of everyone turned gray. Not just the audience, but even Siren was very surprised. What is this?" Canis smiled, but there was not a hint of joy in his eyes. His darkness had enveloped Siren's light. A pair of legs was desperately running away. It was Siren with a terrified face, his clothes tattered, running somewhere. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Hey kid!" A monster with sharp fangs and a long, flickering tongue was introducing something that looked quite delicious. Canis smiled eerily as he introduced the thing that had just emerged from the darkness. This is the ultimate dark magic, a terrifying monster after swallowing Siren's energy shot. The monster and Canis now stood proudly, laughing arrogantly. Look at them. They seem really angry. Over here, Iraqi and Nir, standing behind Siron, looked quite panicked when they saw Canis's monster. It can talk. That's a monster I've seen in books, but I've never heard of it being intelligent. Siren was in a pretty tattered state. He stood there sweating, suddenly exclaiming, "A monster! How Canis could summon a monster to assist him." Alchemists or mages can create many things from items to magical artifacts, but none could decipher this puzzle. That's creating life. The field of research is biological magic. People often say that the difficulty of that field exceeds human imagination. Siren was even more surprised when he realized that the monster could talk and was incredibly intelligent. The monster opposite him laughed heartily and hadn't even retorted after hearing Siren's assessment. "I'm just smart, my butt is also very pretty, but I won't let you see it." Iraqi and Nir were left speechless at the audacity of this damn monster. Canis finally spoke up, responding with a wicked smile. "Of course it's smart. This is a monster with the intelligence of a grand mage. So now do you understand?" Just as Canis finished his sentence, Siron sensed something was coming. He looked up in panic, immediately admitting that you possess very special magic. A dark magic column struck down directly where Siron was standing, but luckily he had noticed in time and quickly jumped out just in time to avoid it. "But you're still just a student." Suddenly, another attack from Canis appeared behind Siron, rushing towards him. Siron dodged the continuous attacks from Canis. He was knocked back quite far, struggling on the ground. He lay there on the ground. The human figure. Siron was even more surprised when he realized that the creature could talk and was incredibly intelligent. The creature stood across from him, laughing heartily, not even retaliating after hearing Siron's assessment. "Am I just smart? My butt is also very pretty, but I won't let you see it." Iraqi and Nir were left speechless by the audacity of this damn creature. How thick-skinned Canis finally spoke up with a wicked smile. "Of course it's smart. This is a creature possessing the intelligence of a grand wizard. And now do you understand?" As soon as Canis finished speaking, Siron felt something approaching. He panicked and looked up immediately, admitting that you possess very special magic. As soon as he finished speaking, Siron sensed something approaching. He looked up in panic and immediately admitted, you possess very special magic. A column of dark magic struck down hard, down at Siron's standing position, but fortunately he noticed it in time and quickly jumped out of the way, just in the nick of time. But you're just a student. Suddenly behind Siron, another attack from Canis came rushing in. Siron dodged the continuous attacks from Canis. He was thrown quite far, struggling on the ground. He lay there. Struggling, he tried to gather magical energy to fight back. Canis's dark magic blocked Siron's counterattack immediately, and he was frustrated accumulating dark magic. I told you already, your magic has gathered enough. He slammed his hand down on the ground, and a wave of dark energy surged forward, easily deflecting Siron's light magic attack. Where am I? The dark magic power of Canis was incredibly strong, attacking Siron. His friends Iraqi and En saw the situation worsening and dangerous, prompting Siron to charge forward to respond. To save him, they shouted and rushed forward alongside Iraqi. Siron's dark magic attack was closing in on him, almost ready to swallow him whole. He felt fear in the face of its power. Worried about what to do now. I'm scared to death. Right now, Siron felt like a small boy terrified of impending death while facing the pressure from Canis's dark magic. The claws shot out from it. Across his shoulder, it made blood flow, but if I lose, everyone will die. Images of everyone flashed in his mind. His two friends, Amy and Sorel, with worried looks. Miss Sienna lay unconscious on the ground. Vincent's eyes were bloodshot, gritting his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, his friends, Iraqi and En, were panicking, trying to reach him. But what can we do now? The magical attack struck Siron, causing blood to splatter everywhere. I have to use everything I have to follow his steps. My quantum energy isn't working. What should I do with that monster? Something suddenly flashed in Siron's mind. In the face of a life and death situation, unexpectedly, Siron's quantum energy burst forth. His face twisted in pain, gritting his teeth as he shouted, veins bulging on his blood-red face. The power surged. The rainbow light helped him break free from the dark binding. Canis stood on the ground, shocked, unable to believe his eyes that Siron could escape. He questioned loudly what he can bend the light to escape, landing powerfully with the aura of the infinite magic flow surrounding him. His friends, Iraqi and En, were running up, shouting Siron's name. Immediately, Siron raised his hand towards his two friends approaching, stopping them from getting closer. Sean focused the light energy in his palm, starting to speak. The monsters won't be able to move if there isn't a source of magic power. On Canis's side, the monster felt a slight tremor upon witnessing Siron escape from the dark magic, so it struggled to confront him, trying to wear down his will. Yes, but we are one. Therefore, if we combine our strength, we can defeat him. Siron replied to Canis and the monster, thinking that way. Just now, I tried that light beam which caused damage to you. You mean the dark monster also has its limits? Hearing Siron, Canis laughed loudly. He replied with a sneer, Are you saying my willpower has limits? At this moment, Siron had gathered enough light energy in his palm. I have to find out to know. Canis, seeing the light from Siron's accumulated energy, widened his eyes in surprise, thinking to himself, that light source is bigger now. Once fully gathered, Siron, furious, gritted his teeth, preparing to unleash an energy attack towards the darkness of Canis and the monster between you and me, not knowing which side will fall first. Sean used all his strength to launch a powerful strike towards Canis's dark monster. The monster braced for Siron's quantum energy technique, but felt at a disadvantage. So it spoke up, advising Canis to retreat to the forest where there are many shadows. Canis was confused by the monster's words and asked back, What are you talking about? We can handle him. The monster mocked Canis for thinking so shallowly. I thought you were very smart, but it turns out you're just a fool. He was about to attack you to drain your willpower. It's unbelievable. Is he planning to use a rock to fight? Canis scoffed at Siron's plan. It was quite a stupid strategy, but there was no need to satisfy his intentions. Lure him into the forest. The monster was acting as a shield against Siron's attack. It and Canis were telepathically planning to lure Siron, and then we would kill him. He is in a hurry, so he will chase after us. You're right, I agree. If I go with this monster, the one possessing the intellect of the master, then I will be the victor. After planning the trap to kill Siron with the monster, Canis quickly jumped into the darkness to escape into the forest, leaving Siron standing. Immediately, Siron activated his speed, darting quickly into the forest, following the shadow of Canis to confront him. Araki and En stood far away, shouting loudly to stop Siron when they realized that the inside of that forest could be the enemy's trap. Siron, it's very dangerous in the forest. He didn't listen and continued to pursue. He gathered energy in his palm, unleashing countless quantum energy blasts ahead. His strike illuminated the entire forest. Araki and En could only helplessly stand outside, lamenting, "We can't do anything. Just let that guy handle Siron." Before he could finish his sentence, Araki suddenly noticed something approaching and quickly turned around. Now, only me and you two should do what we must. We need to act. There was a massive figure holding two swords approaching Araki and En. As he walked, he spoke, "Now it's my turn to start." He walked while pointing his sword at the two friends, accompanied by a wicked smile and a greedy gaze exuding a thick aura of menace. The scene shifted to another place where Clam appeared with an impudent smile, his teeth straight and white like a fish's. "Can I invite you to dance?" His appearance like a pervert frightened the nearby blonde girl, causing her to I have to scream and run away. This scene is from 40 years ago at a party hosted by the Bast family. In the middle of the party during the dance, Mr. Clum had no one to dance with him. The blonde guy approached Mr. Clum and teased, "I told you to find a dance partner, but why did you scare them all away?" Clum replied, Yeah. Clum, looking a bit jealous, remarked that the kid's hair seemed nicer. "Mine is definitely better. If you grow your hair and dress well, you'll be fine." Back then, long hair was in style that was during Mr. Anpas's youth. His good looks drove the girls crazy. Mr. CR seemed pretty bitter about it. Isk and young Mr. Anpas noticed the nearby voice and turned to look. "Oh, a female voice. Hello, I'm Arena." Nearby, there was a girl in a turquoise evening gown who was rejected by a guy for a dance. "Sorry, I'm a bit busy right now." "Huh, why is he avoiding her? She's pretty too." Young Mr. Anpas wondered. Mr. Clam, still feeling bitter, explained, "Well, she's the eldest daughter of the host of today's party, the Bast family. It seems like she's having some issues." "A noble lady, what's wrong? You came here and don't know anything." Young Mr. Clam felt helpless with young Mr. Anpas. Young Mr. Clam seriously stated the girl's current issue. Right now, she's not very smart. When she was younger, she had an accident, and because of that, her intellect got stuck at the age of 10. Usually, the head of the family wouldn't allow her to leave the room, but today, he didn't stop her. Young Mr. Clam was standing there trying to explain to his friend, young Mr. Anpas. Nearby, an old man spoke up, mocking the girl. "Truly a disgrace to the family. Oh my, Arena loves to party, so please hold back a bit." At this moment, young Anpas was thinking just like the old men in his family who mentioned the new nobility. Suddenly remembering, young Anpas started running in her direction. I will help her improve her reputation. His action startled young CL, who wanted to stop him. "Wait," young Clam anxiously spoke up to intervene. "You've gone too far. Pitying her will only make her look even worse. Don't worry. I've never been fake in front of any lady." "Hey, you jerk, are you serious?" Not letting young Clum stop him anymore, young Anpas approached where Arena was sitting and struck up a conversation. He bowed politely. "Dear beautiful lady, tonight is as lovely as you." Young Anpas's sudden appearance shocked Arena. "Hello, I'm Arena, right?" That wasn't the reaction I expected. Outside, a few people whispered as they saw young Anpas trying to talk. "What's he doing with that poor girl?" Don't tell me young Anpas is trying to force a natural smile to talk to her. I wonder if I can invite a beautiful lady to be my friend. As soon as young Anpas finished speaking, Arena suddenly burst into tears and shouted, "Mom!" leaving him stunned in place. Young An was in big trouble after his foolish act. Flashback to 3 years ago, under the night sky, the fake rain was falling in the dark forest. At this moment, Araki was standing in the rain, talking to the figure in front of him. "What are you doing? You jerk, are you planning to—" "Not going to make a move." The guy in front of him remained silent, just standing there. Accompanying the rain were thunderclaps booming after the flashes of lightning. Both of them, Araki kept his eyes on the figure ahead, cautiously not wanting to let him make a move. The person standing in the rain had green hair, seemingly just standing there doing nothing. If possible, he should be sweating and worried. Suddenly, Araki spoke up. "So I get it, no need." Araki understood what he meant. It seemed like this person understood each other quite well, so he said what Araki was thinking while being cautious about the current situation. "You're warning me to be careful, right?" Araki said nothing, just glanced at the His friend, who was deep in thought, indeed in front of the man holding two sharp swords, slowly advancing with a smile and a devilish gaze, a strong killing intent radiated. Those little punks began to stir, moving quickly, making it seem like they were teleporting forward. No matter how careful they were, this was still impossible. He was above them, holding two swords crossed, ready to strike with the utmost force. Araki and En were taken aback by this guy's speed. They had to channel magic into their legs. Just as he swung his sword, they had just enough time to jump away, avoiding his red sword energy blasts in time. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Brat." His eyes were filled with a deadly glare. Theoretically, users can enhance their entire body's strength, but randomly boosting a specific part could throw the user off balance. Therefore, the fake power often follows a few paths. Reinforcement is effective, and they are called tissue models. It is a model focused on tissue, also known as the energy factory of cells, enhancing their strength. It is the most common model as well. The fastest model, he moved, causing his position to exert pressure, making the ground crack into a large circle. He dashed after Araki, sensing danger as that guy was getting close to him. So he shouted and gathered lightning energy to strike at Araki. Araki was careful. The lightning attack shot across his path to prevent that guy from getting closer, forcing him to pause for a moment. Araki also took the chance to strike at that guy. The explosion from their coordination created a blast, making that guy retreat while thinking, "Look at those guys, I'm sure they're just a bunch of chickens." Never fought against a fake power before. Their seamless coordination and response skills made him uncomfortable and frown, so he used lightning magic surrounding himself, moving quickly towards Araki to support each other. Cautiously, the mad fake power user sought ways to counter. He somewhat admired those two, but they were in sync. He continued to retreat, dodging their lightning attacks. They were tense and worried as he continuously dodged both of their attacks. Damn, why is it so hard to hit him? This was even harder than a speed shooting test. He rolled back continuously to avoid the attacks, thinking that the tissue model was draining too much of his strength. He had to strike quickly to win. He continued to channel the tissue model into his muscles to increase his speed to resolve the fight quickly. After enhancing his body, he moved faster and advanced forward, accelerating his metabolism to produce energy. Double time. He moved extremely fast behind Araki before he could react. Araki panicked, realizing it was already too late. That guy was right behind him, and so, after blood was spilled. At the same time, somewhere shrouded in darkness, drops of blood fell to the ground. Nearby, a pair of glasses lay beside a pool of blood. Ila was being restrained by dark chains. The surrounding darkness was just a gloomy black. Currently, her body was battered with wounds. She was gasping for breath, her lips bleeding. Someone's voice was speaking to her. "I really don't appreciate your persistence, but the guy in black is using the darkness to chain her up." An old, dark figure was hovering in the air, chanting a spell to cast a large, dark magic curse. The old man spoke up, saying it was time to die. He unleashed a stream of magic mixed with a deadly poison towards Eel. Luckily, she was still alert enough to dodge death this time. She silently sensed the magical strike just now. Was that poison? If she got hit by that, death would be the obvious outcome. She braced herself, preparing for a counterattack against the other guy. Ethel shouted and unleashed a powerful sonic wave to respond to her attack. It was strong enough to shatter the darkness in front of her. The old dark man had to cover one hand to shield himself from Ila's attack. He couldn't help but admire that strike. A shockwave strong enough to shake the realm. This was the wail of a demon wave when he realized that Ethel's sonic attack had shattered the veil of darkness and punctured a large hole in the wall. After that attack, Ila could see the escape route. She quickly gathered her strength, breaking free from the chains of darkness and flying fast towards the hole in the wall, escaping the realm of darkness. She flew straight outside. Although Eel had suffered quite a bit of damage, she still managed to escape successfully. Now she was hovering in mid-air, looking back at the realm and thinking that when it came to spells, she couldn't compare. She had to. Ethel seemed to have a different plan to confront the old dark man. She slowly retracted the magic, surrounding her body, switching to using physical strength, transitioning to close combat of the fake strategy. Her body was now enveloped in a red aura. She had taken a defensive stance while still in mid-air. Below, the position of the realm was shaking at the hole where Ethel had flown out. Something large and dark had shattered the realm from the inside out. Right at the hole, a giant Dark shadow creature emerged, causing the realm of darkness to explode in all directions. Ethel was also taken aback by the appearance of such a gigantic creature. The creature had just appeared and swung its massive arm, punching towards Ethel, who was in a defensive stance. The old dark man was standing on the creature's shoulder, looking impressed with Ela. After she broke free from the chains of the old fake power, if you like to use that method, then I will do the same. He flew into the air, commanding the creature to prepare for an attack. After Ela managed to block the creature's surprise punch, she had to retreat a bit. She was furious with the old man, preparing to charge at the creature. She gathered her inner strength and lunged forward at the same time as the dark creature threw its punch forward. On one side was the inner strength of the fake power, rushing forward on the other was the powerful punch of the dark creature. The collision between the two in midair created a powerful shockwave. The scene shifted back to 40 years ago at the bastard family's banquet. Ethel's scream caught everyone's attention at the party. They were startled, not knowing what was happening, turning to look. The scream, "Mom, Mom," young Anpas was shocked by Ethel's attitude. "Ethel, why did you do that?" She paled in fear and explained, "Mom said anyone who wants to talk to me is a bad person, so I will use that reason." Young Anpas was stunned. "I'm a bad person just for wanting to talk to you." "What, wait?" Looking straight into my face and calmly, "Let's talk, sir." He was left speechless. "What kind of nonsense is this?" The people around began to murmur. "Is he bothering the host's daughter?" There was a long-haired guy wearing a blue noble outfit named Soph, who was pale, thinking that this crazy guy was bothering the daughter of a respectable family to get famous. The murmurs grew louder. The young lady was scared and someone tried to stop him. Ethel was still in a panic, refusing to let young Anpas talk to her. "I don't want to. I will get scolded if I don't listen to Mom. I shouldn't make Mom angry. I need to hurry back to my room." She trembled, her eyes brimming with tears, wanting to cry. Then young Anpas thought, "No, she isn't afraid of me. She's afraid of being scolded." On the other side, the crowd was still whispering. The butler was calling for guards to protect and capture the guy who had disturbed the young lady. Young Clam was standing there, worried about his friend. "You idiot, why are you sticking your nose into someone else's business? Hurry up and apologize and get out of here before this blows up even more." Suddenly, young Anpas shouted, turning the panicked young lady Ethel towards him, surprising her. "Ethel," he gently softly said to the tearful young lady, "now you're looking at me? Young lady Ethel, are you afraid of something? No one gets scolded for dancing at a party. You haven't done anything wrong." Young Anpas smiled kindly, explaining patiently for her to understand, "Don't you want to dance a little?" Ethel had calmed down. In her eyes, a gentle blonde boy appeared. "You should try. It's so freeing. What do you think?" The image of the banquet, everyone was dancing with each other. Everyone looked beautiful. Young Anpas smiled, extending a hand towards Ethel, politely inviting her to dance with him. "Shall we dance together?" At this moment, Ethel was no longer panicked, but calmly looking closely at the boy in front of her. She gently raised her hand to his. Ethel's face was now sparkling, her cheeks flushed, feeling happy for the first time someone invited her to dance like this. Before, she always had to take the initiative to invite, but no one would dance with her. The grip of their hands now felt more natural, with no awkwardness at all. The moment the energy between the giant punch of the dark creature and Ethel collided, a loud noise echoed, shaking the heavens, inviting her to dance like this. Before, she always had to take the initiative to ask, but no one wanted to dance with her at all. The grip from both sides now felt more natural, with no awkwardness at all. The moment the massive fist of the dark spirit clashed with Etha, a loud noise erupted, shaking the ground. The power collided, compressing into waves of energy, radiating outward. Dust in the air swirled chaotically. The large, dark shadow creature retreated, and at that moment, many smaller dark creatures resembling black spiders rushed towards Ethel. As soon as she landed, she saw the swarm of shadow spiders rushing towards her. She thought to herself, "This is definitely the dark magic I know." Without having time to rest, she immediately took off and charged straight ahead. Her fists rained down continuously like a storm. The old dark elder hovered in the sky next to a giant shadow creature standing still. He looked at the scene below, pleased with himself, thinking, "Yeah, her punches have some power." He stood aside, watching the show and commenting. Ela didn't hesitate at all. Each punch took down a dark spider. At that moment, the giant shadow creature raised both hands high, preparing to attack. It slammed down hard onto the ground, causing the earth to shatter into many cracked pieces, debris flying everywhere, but Ela managed to retreat in time to avoid its attack. The Dark Elder continued to raise a fist, his smile turning grim. Following his motion, the giant shadow creature also punched forward with great force, but Ela quickly dodged again. She continuously evaded the enemy's attacks at lightning speed. I don't need to think much, just focus on taking it down. Taking advantage of the opportunity to dodge, Ela counterattacked, hitting its chest. Her punches unleashed shockwaves of golden energy. The Dark Elder felt the electric current flowing through, frowning and thinking, lightning strikes, huh? An attack capable of destroying the creature from the inside. The continuous lightning strikes would disrupt the internal circulation of its body and amplify the shockwave effect. Waves of shockwaves appeared one after another, feeling the electric shockwaves hitting the creature's body. The Dark Elder laughed loudly, his eyes like a monster's. "This is insane," he shouted madly. "If only you focused on training, you could have stood at the pinnacle of the world. You let your talent fade away." The shadow spiders began to crawl all over the giant dark creature. It's all useless. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his huge hand covered in shadow spiders reached out towards Ela, who was suspended in midair. "A struggling insect like you is nothing compared to my grand plan to dominate." The giant fist of the shadow creature shot towards Ela like lightning. A loud noise echoed as the powerful punch slammed down onto the ground, sending dirt rocks and grass flying everywhere. The Dark Elder looked up in surprise, not knowing when Ela had appeared in midair, right above the giant shadow creature's head. Ela dove down from above her hands in a fighting stance, ready to attack. She was like an arrow, carrying immense energy shooting straight towards the enemy. A palm strike of lightning appeared, followed by continuous lightning strikes relentlessly hitting the giant shadow creature, howling in despair. Ela quickly took the opportunity to retreat. The Dark Elder, attacked by the lightning strikes, also screamed loudly, so that's how it is. He saw Ela up high, frowning down. All those previous attacks were just a prelude for this final move. His hand raised high, as if trying to grab something, but it was shaking violently. This terrible pain suddenly following his motion, the dark creature also raised its hand to punch forward, targeting Ela. She was surprised, furrowing her brows, gritting her teeth, and tightening her fists, preparing to block the blow. The Dark Elder excitedly shouted, the giant fist aimed directly at Ela. She immediately braced for impact, feeling the terrifying power. The impact from the blow was too great. A massive explosion erupted, sweeping away dirt and rock sleeves flying wildly everywhere. On the other side, fresh blood sprayed out. A loud scream rang out. Araki had just used one hand to gather strength, while the other held tightly to his other hand. "Are you okay?" he asked. Araki pressed. His pupils glowed, glancing ahead. "Good job," he said, watching the streams of blue lightning attack the guy wielding two swords. The guy was electrocuted, his mouth wide open, cursing silently, that damn green-haired brat. He pretended to attack, but was actually covering the entire area with a magnet. Araki quickly joined the battle beside him. He gritted his teeth, attacking the enemy. A power like blue flames fell on the guy's head. His eyes widened, gritting his teeth, trying to get up. "No way, I can't lose to these brats." Before he could finish his thought, suddenly a dark force wrapped around his legs. While he was attacking the guy, he immediately sensed something was. The power gathering in his hand flickered for a moment, and then completely vanished. "Huh?" He was stunned, turning his head to look. "Why is it her?" The black-haired girl was panting, raising her hand to control the power to block him. Damn it. Araki saw the situation was not good, so he immediately attacked the guy with two swords. The guy broke free from the binding and immediately leapt forward, dodging Iraki's attack. One of his swords, fast as lightning, slashed towards his neck. He shouted loudly, "It's all your fault." He looked in horror at the sword close to his neck. Araki screamed in panic. A loud noise. The earlier strike was just a stepping stone for this final move. His hand raised high, as if reaching for something, but at that moment it trembled violently. This excruciating pain suddenly made his hand tighten into a fist, his fierce face contorting as he shouted loudly, remembering the time spent competing with the geniuses of his era. As he moved, the dark spirit also swung its fist forward, targeting Ela. She was surprised, furrowing her brows, gritting her teeth, and tightening her fists in preparation to block the attack. The old dark spirit excitedly yelled its massive fist aimed directly at Ela. She immediately braced herself, feeling the terrifying power from the dark spirit's punch. Ela used all her strength to block was the effect of the lightning strike. Still not enough. I thought you would be better than this, master. The impact from the blow was too great. A massive explosion rang out, sending rocks and leaves flying everywhere. On the other side, fresh blood splattered, and a loud scream echoed. Araki had just used one hand to gather strength, while the other hand held tightly to his other hand. "Are you okay?" he asked. Araki pressed his hand against the bleeding wound on his chest and quickly replied, "Just a little scratch." He grinned. His pupils glowed, glancing ahead. "Good job," he said, watching the streams of blue lightning attack the guy holding two swords. The other guy was shocked by the electric shock, his mouth agape, silently cursing that damn green-haired brat. He pretended to attack, but was actually covering the area with a magnetic field. The scene of the previous fight flashed in his mind to stop me. My power is still restraining him. Araki quickly joined the battle as well. He gritted his teeth, attacking the enemy. A power like blue flames fell onto the guy's head. His eyes widened, gritting his teeth, trying to hold on. "No way, I can't let these brats win." Before he could finish his thought, suddenly, a dark force wrapped around his legs. While he was attacking that guy, he immediately sensed something unusual. The power gathering in his hand flickered for a moment, and then completely vanished. He was stunned, turning his head to look. Why is it her? The black-haired girl was panting now, raising her hand to control the restraining force. Damn it. Araki saw the situation was not good and immediately attacked the guy with two swords. That guy broke free from the restraints, immediately leaping forward, dodging Araki's attack. One of his swords sliced towards his neck like lightning. He shouted loudly, "It is all your fault." He looked in horror at the sword so close to his neck. Araki screamed in panic. A loud noise rang out, but it wasn't the sound of flesh being cut. That person was stunned, mouth agape in disbelief, as two ice blocks appeared, blocking the sword that was about to slice Araki's neck. He couldn't believe it and turned to look at the ice magic. Could it really be the work of the two? The sword followed his gaze as footsteps approached the battlefield. A woman walked against the wind, and with each step she took, the ground froze beneath her. It was Sienna somewhere else. A series of sounds echoed as Havi rushed forward, calling out, "Havi, what's going on? Answer me." Havi quickly replied, "I felt a huge shock on the mountainside. It turned back using the dark slave. That was the last move of the master. Could it be that Anpas had appeared? Why didn't Canis turn back?" He continued to rush forward with Havi closely behind. He looked around while responding, "If you think that way, it makes sense. He'll be here soon." Suddenly, an attack flew toward Havi. He raised his hand to block it, saying, "We need to clear this place." Meanwhile, Siron was chasing quickly, becoming a blur among the dense trees. Two shadows, one golden and one black, chased each other. Canis said, "That stubborn bastard, instead of getting stuck in the dark and dying. He blocked all our escape routes." Havi replied, "We're like pieces on a chessboard, so we need to create a change." Suddenly, Canis slammed to a halt, and Havi immediately said, "Got it, I'm coming." Havi enveloped Canis while simultaneously casting dark magic to attack Siron. He also gathered energy, creating a blinding light in his palm, advancing without hesitation back to the other side. Snow fell on the rocky cliff as the guy, wielding two swords, looked at the scene before him, astonished, exclaiming, "The old man's magic was broken." Behind him stood the girl with black hair, thinking to herself, "This is ridiculous. Only high-level cultivators or mages can break my master's Abus Nova." With wide eyes and an astonished face, she was confused, wondering how a teacher could perform such magic. Before her was Sienna. She walked against the wind, and with each step the ground froze into sheets of ice. "Zena, great, you're awake." She wanted to jump for joy. Meanwhile, Araki was still stunned. Suddenly, an arm of his was frozen, shocking him. "It's too cold." He immediately hugged his arm, shivering. Araki frowned at the person in front of him, saying, "Something feels off about her." Many students stood frozen in place, even as snow piled up on them. They remained still trembling. "She hasn't finished speaking." The sharp ice shot out, slicing through the waist of the guy with two swords, causing him to spit blood. "Stop! Are you trying to kill all of us?" He knelt down, using one hand to hold his wound to stop the bleeding, while the other propped up the sword. He wanted to stand up, but the other sword had already fallen to the ground. He looked at the figure before him, revealing a terrified face. Sometimes there are terrible people like her, those monsters. Even when close to death, they could kill without a second thought. Sienna gradually opened her eyes, a light flashing in them. With an expressionless face, she raised a hand. Can that woman really cast spells on her own body? Damn it. Seeing the situation was dire, the guy immediately dropped his remaining sword, stood up, and turned to run using that billion-dollar asset to. What ice blocks kept appearing? He turned and ran straight away, leaving only a red afterimage. Damn it, I'm blacking out. He gritted his teeth and yelled. Suddenly his eyes widened, pupils constricting. Time seemed to stop, his body frozen in place. Sienna remained calm, extending a hand forward. She looked to be around 20, at about level 6, with the most outstanding magic being ice magic absolute 0. She tilted her head back, raising her hand high, as a large ice tornado swirled around her palm, sweeping up small rocks and ice shards everywhere, beneath the feet of the guy wielding 2 swords. The ice quickly formed, binding him to the ground, preventing him from escaping. Gradually, the ice spread up. He fell to the ground, the ice on both legs frozen to his thighs. This was indeed a bizarre school, where both teachers and students were equally miserable. In his eyes reflected the large ice block rushing toward him. On the ground, his legs were frozen, and the massive ice block above him left no escape route. Ice bombs fell from the sky, resembling meteorites crashing down toward the cliff. The girl with black hair looked up in horror. In a moment of crisis, she ran to hug him, dodging to the side. "What are you doing?" he said. "What the hell?" she yelled. "Get a grip. If this keeps up, everyone will die." As he spoke, tears fell from his face onto the girl's. Seeing him cry, she panicked, saying, I don't have enough time. I will handle this." Araki stood in front of the two, suddenly speaking. She immediately asked, "What are you planning to do?" Araki frowned, not answering, but focusing on his thoughts. The weight of the ice block was about 15 to 20 tons. "I need to break it down into thousands of pieces." Thinking that Araki looked up at the massive ice block, a surge of power rising to confront it. At the same time, he would calculate the vector of each piece, splitting from 1 into 2. 2 streams of power surrounded the ice block and tightened, causing it to shatter into many pieces. Looking at the small ice shards flying toward him and the girl, he gasped in astonishment. How is this possible?" The large ice block shattered into many pieces resembling fireworks made of ice. Does the Magic Academy have students who reach this level? After witnessing that scene, the two suddenly froze, realizing their current position was a bit off. "What are you doing?" The girl pushed him away, the corners of his eyes still lingering. Tears streaming down. "I just wanted to save her, but I didn't do anything to her. We're enemies who needs you to save her. Just speak up and don't complain anymore. Calm down. She wants to kill them all." I didn't know her answer would leave me stunned. It was all because of Canis. The girl bowed her head, and the scene from her childhood flashed in her mind. 2 skinny kids lay under the rain. The older brother tried to protect the younger one. Then she suddenly lifted her head, smiling with tears rolling down her cheek. "I don't care what happens to them. What the hell are you thinking?" You hesitated to ask. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. There was an explosion behind the girl, leaving her dumbfounded. The girl turned to see a foot stepping forward, blood dripping with each step. Flowing down to the ground, her eyes widened, tears streaming down as she looked at the person in front of her, Canis. The injured person stepped closer, one hand clutching their stomach. Canis, that girl yelled loudly. Sean was engrossed in reading a book. It seemed like he couldn't pull himself away from that book for even a second. Siron called his 2 friends, En and Araki. "Hey, you guys, look, they're pulling themselves toward him." "What's going on?" All 3 stared intently at the book Siron was holding. En wondered, "Is it the principle of mass energy balance?" Siron replied, "Exactly, mass can be converted into energy." If that's the case, Iroki continued, "You mean energy can also be converted into mass?" Araki continued with this idea, "We could improve the photon cannon." Suddenly, Siron exclaimed, "Wait." His gaze accidentally caught a bold black line of text. He told them that this formula must be the name of the professor, right? "What?" Both of them exclaimed in shock. "Really?" At that moment, a source of golden magic attacked from somewhere. "Havai," yelled that bastard. He added more weight to his attack. Canis exclaimed, "What do you mean? Don't tell me he got stronger in the middle of the fight." Sean flew towards him at the speed of light. Golden orbs floated in the air. Grabbing a nearby orb, his eyes emitted powerful blue sparks. He shot straight down at where Havai was standing. Havai showed no fear, laughing, "Impressive, huh? But You're still too inexperienced. Siron bluntly replied no. Then he flew towards the golden orbs emitting blue sparks. He confidently stated that it was just practice. Havai was extremely shocked to hear him say that. It froze for a few seconds, slowly transforming into a frame, and said to Canis, I can't stop that. Run, Canis. He replied, no. If we run away now, we'll lose everything. Canis shouted, absorb my willpower, hurry. Havai replied calmly, damn, you're in a hurry. A fierce battle broke out. The two sources of power collided fiercely, causing an enormous explosion. The blast left the black-haired girl stunned for a long time. She gradually turned her face to see the explosion, feeling extremely alarmed. Looking closer, she suddenly exclaimed, what is that? Is it the photon cannon? Iraqi was just as shocked as he was. Siron, that bastard, a beam of light shot straight up into the sky along with En and Iraqi discussing Siron. It seemed he had applied the formula he learned just yesterday. Siron gradually descended to the ground. Both of his friends rushed over, calling his name anxiously. Sean saw the wounds on his arm and his face paled. He changed color, his eyes showing concern. He asked him gently, are you okay? Siron replied with difficulty, I'm sorry, guys. Siron looked up, his face showing wounds and a dazed expression. I don't think we can win this. En felt sorry for him and comforted him. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so weak? He replied weakly, I'm serious, that guy is extremely strong. Iraqi added, it seems like this is going to be really tough. En looked at Siron and said, after improving the photon cannon, we still can't win. Both of them stared at Siron, seeming to understand the emotions he was holding inside. They thought that Siron must be under a lot of pressure. There were two corpses lying on the ground. Thoughts about Siron kept flooding their minds. The reason why he spoke up was that we have to handle everything. Here they encouraged him. You're doing great, Siron. Meanwhile, he was sitting there panting heavily because the recent battle had drained his strength and spirit. Now we are together. Iraqi stepped forward, standing tall, speaking to Canis firmly. What are you going to do on this side? Canis was in a state of exhaustion and fatigue. Iraqi's questions echoed in his ears. Do you think you can take on 2 or 3? Accept defeat and spare the students. En shouted angrily. No one is dead yet. It's not too late to surrender. Canis spoke up. The battle isn't over yet. My master will punish you. After hearing him say that, they looked at him with great displeasure. So the first one spoke. Punish, Iraqi added. Do you know what you've done? Canis replied. You can ask Anphis when you meet him in hell. Hearing him say that, all three were stunned. The principal Canis continued with an angry expression. He made an unforgivable mistake. This wretched academy was created after he stole it from my master. Everything you have here was taken from my master. Sean, after hearing him say these words, was extremely shocked. His whole body seemed frozen, unable to believe what he was saying. He shouted, what the hell are you talking about? Iraqi stood in front, reminding both of them behind not to be. This shabby academy was created after he stole it from my master. Everything you have here was taken from my master. Sean was extremely shocked after hearing him say these words. His whole body felt immobilized, unable to believe what he was saying. He shouted, what the hell are you talking about? Iraqi, standing in front, reminded both of them not to be fooled, even if he was speaking the truth. What did the people here do wrong? Canis narrowed his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. Those things didn't matter. An incredibly powerful dark energy surrounded him. He spoke up. I represent my master, and I act according to what I believe is right. At this moment, unable to hold back any longer, he expressed his anger, which did not change his stance. Where Iraqi shouted, so you mean we have to end this here, right? Suddenly, Siron stepped forward, shocking both Nid and Iraqi. He created a sphere of light and raised it right in front of Canis's eyes. When Canis saw him preparing to use force to attack, he showed no fear. He calmly said, do you think force will be more effective than words? He looked pleased at him and then spoke. With a disdainful expression, even so, everything remained the same. The monster's hand gradually surrounded Canis. Canis looked up at the lower position in confusion and asked, what's wrong with it? There's nothing to be afraid of. The lower position replied, he's very dangerous. That attack is anything but normal. Don't tell me he's. Before the lower position could finish, Canis interrupted. What are you talking about? If you absorb enough of my power, we can stop him. As soon as he finished speaking, he showed fear at Siron's power. The golden sphere in Siron's hand grew larger. The light from that sphere became brighter and brighter. He held the sphere in front of them and said with a cold, angry gaze, "This is your last chance, release the students." Nid and Araki looked at each other in shock. The girl with black hair was just as startled as the other two. Kainis shouted with an angry look, "I am the representative of the Grand Mage. Even if I die, his will shall not fade away." Siron exclaimed, "I don't want to kill you. However, if everyone dies just because of your faith," his eyes revealed a determination to reclaim life for everyone. He continued his previous sentences still unfinished. Somewhere, a voice echoed, "The light is truly beautiful." A beautiful girl appeared, her brown hair tied up. Her blue eyes made her face look gentle and incredibly beautiful. A man with blonde hair saw her and realized he had been captivated by her without noticing. Both of them sat in a stunning flower garden, the palace before them. The fireflies, everything was beautiful. However, the words he spoke were anything but beautiful. The man with blonde hair looked very anxious and nervous. He replied hesitantly, "I understand. Why do you think the light is beautiful?" She looked up at the starry sky and said to him, "Light helps us see in the dark." He turned to look at her, and she continued to cheerfully gaze at the sky while saying, "We can see the night, thanks to the light, right?" A voice called sparkled with blue electricity. Two streams of energy intertwined. It wasn't opposition. "I get it now. I understand now," the man exclaimed, so beautiful simply. "It's very beautiful. Irina, so the girl with the beautiful face is named Irina." She looked back at him in confusion. He spoke in a tender tone to her, "Irina, I kneel on that beautiful flower carpet to confess my feelings. Will you be the light of my life?" The scene at that moment was very beautiful, unusually quiet. Pink petals floated up to the sky brilliantly. Thoughts emerged in his mind. How could I forget that day? That pure beauty. No matter how the world changes, that is a memory I will never forget. Those beautiful memories belonged to the principal. Back to reality, that was sweating profusely on his face and shirt. He was trying his best to use magic to save the principal from his imagination. It looked at him, appearing to be gradually exhausted, but he did not give up. That thought to himself, "The power of Kan Kwang magic is too strong." That tightly shut his eyes. Victor Axon cannot be. Can he really? The sound of someone's footsteps was gradually approaching him. He instinctively turned to look and wondered to himself, "What's happening?" Siron and Canis were both astonished at what was unfolding before their eyes. Canis weakly shouted, "Master!" A man with wrinkled skin and a long white beard. Around him was some dark energy. A man with white hair of a man lay motionless on the ground. Beneath his feet were ice rocks. Canis bowed his head in sorrow. "I'm sorry, master." He looked at him for a long time and then thought, "That damn fool right." After that, Canis's master looked down at Siron casting magic. He thought to himself, so it was the plan for this incident. Nid and Araki stared at his face. Their eyes showed a bit of surprise. He smiled with a sinister grin, his face becoming more cunning. "You're quite stubborn, aren't you?" Then he asked, "What's your name?" Siron shouted, "I won't tell a murderer my name." On the other side came him to stop controlling minds immediately and leave. He saw this and sneered. He continued, "Sorry, I can't do that." He stroked his long white beard, drenched in blood on the guy's face and shirt. He tried his best to use magic to rescue the principal from his imagination. It looked at him, appearing to be gradually exhausted, but he did not give up. Tightening his thoughts, the power of the radiant law is too strong. He shut his eyes tightly. Victor Axon can't be. Can he cast such magic? Principal, please wake up. On Siron's side, the sound of someone's footsteps gradually approaching him. He instinctively turned to look and wondered to himself, what's happening? Siron and Canis were both extremely shocked by what was unfolding before their eyes. Canis, exhausted, shouted, "Master!" A man with wrinkled skin and a long white beard. Around him was some dark energy. A man with white hair was standing above. Canis yelled, "Master!" His gaze was filled with fierce energy, his expression cold with a long white beard. He glanced down where a corpse of a man lay motionless on the ground. Beneath his feet were blocks of ice. Canis bowed his head in sorrow. "I'm sorry, master." He looked at him for a long time before thinking, that stupid bastard, right." Then Canis's master looked down at Siron casting magic. He thought to himself, "So it's all that brat's doing?" Siron shouted with an angry look, "You're the one who set up the plan for this incident, right?" Na and Araki stared at his face. Their eyes were somewhat surprised. He broke into a sinister smile, his face becoming more cunning. "You're quite stubborn, aren't you?" Then he asked. "What's your name?" Siron shouted. "I won't tell a murderer my name." On the other side, Canis and the black-haired girl both turned their gaze towards him. He began to order him to stop controlling his mind immediately and leave here. Seeing this, he sneered in disdain. He continued, "Sorry, but I can't do that." He stroked his long white beard, then told everyone present here that all students of Anpas must be punished. Of course, his eyes turned red, and his face showed a fierce expression along with words full of rage. "Which includes you." Then all three, after hearing this, were extremely shocked, especially Siron. He didn't hesitate and threw a powerful punch at him, creating a huge explosion. Siron was very surprised and panicked at this moment. Smoke from his attack filled the air, but the remarkable thing was that the Dark Master was still unharmed. He stood on a nearby rock, analyzing his attack within a radius of 52.7 meters. For his age, that amount of spiritual energy was quite significant. The three of them couldn't help but express their astonishment. He barely dodged Siron's attack, still refused to back down. He was preparing to launch another attack when a shout rang out, "Stop it, Siron!" They looked for the source of the voice and saw a woman coming out holding her injured arm. Siron was astonished when he saw the woman. They exclaimed, "It's you, Tongue." The Dark Master looked at them and said, "The loser dares to show up because you were lucky enough to survive. You should be ashamed." She was covered in injuries at this moment. She sincerely said, "I don't care about winning or losing. I just want to protect my students." At this moment, asked her curiously, "Hey, who is that guy? Why is he doing this?" Her face, Ethel, gradually became hurried and anxious, sweat pouring down. She replied with a strained voice, "His name is Ent Vitor." She began to continue, "He is a level 3 Grand Sorcerer." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. "To complain about your young students." Ia's gaze began to turn vacant. She spoke to him with difficulty. "You don't have the ability to be so relaxed." A number appeared 10. Fan Nan seemed to discover something. He thought to himself, "The Master's mental strength is currently only at 10 point. Havai then said to C, "Even so, that 10 point from the Grand Sorcerer is more than enough to wipe out those guys." Canis continued, "But we still haven't caught Anpas," just as he thought he should. Canis hadn't finished his sentence when the black-haired girl beside him spoke up. "Canis, what are you talking about?" Havai shouted. Loudly, that guy, Canis, his footsteps approached rhythmically. He shouted, "Master Canis," confidently said, "Leave this to me." A Vitor slowly turned his head, looking at him with a sinister gaze. "Leave it to you." The black-haired girl was grinding her teeth, thinking, "Canis, why are you trying so hard?" Axon Vitor narrowed his eyes, his mouth curling into a scheme. "Kid that guy." He asked Siron, "You're Anpas's disciple, right?" He replied firmly and decisively, "Don't call the principal's name like that." His eyes showed great anger. Compared to the principal, he began to recall the beautiful memories he had with the principal when he was young. The principal treated him very well. Then Siron shouted in anger, "A person like you doesn't deserve to be a sorcerer." He laughed maniacally upon hearing this. His laughter echoed, Asen Vitor laughing and saying, "Anpas for 40 years, how fake have you lived?" So, Iraqi was stunned, staring at him. Axon Vitor replied, "Canis, fine." He called out, "You Canis, fight that guy yourself." He bowed down and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Ia, over here, shouted, "Stop it, Siron!" Both faced each other, preparing for battle. Havai reminded him, "Canis, think again. It's better to leave this to ends." Despite the advice, he remained loyal to his master. He thought to himself, "I have disappointed my master once. I must defeat that guy, even if it costs me my life." Both looked at each other with terrifying eyes. "We will fight." Have, Canis's eyebrows furrowed. "Have, I'm going. We'll still fight." Siron had also prepared for battle. Energy radiated around him in a golden hue. Canis was flying towards him, but was targeted by his golden attacks. He thought to himself, "What is this? Jumping out from the cliff? Did he want to fight a battle like that?" Canis smiled wickedly. "You stupid jerk. He must think those shadows can't be used in the air, but the night sky is no different from a giant shadow." Siron flew high, the light from his body shining down, surprising Canis a bit. Everyone below was equally shocked. The black-haired girl looked up with fearful eyes while Siron was hovering in the air. He thought, "If I can't follow his movements, I just need to aim for his entire domain." Thousand golden orbs attacked Canis before he could react. He created a shield to protect himself. The light from those orbs grew brighter and more dazzling in the night, with streams of power of various colors shining down into the darkness. The beams of light pierced through the darkness. Many such beams successively penetrated with Canis's figure, trying to dodge. He gritted his teeth in anger. That jerk! He frowned, calculating that none of them were fake. In front of him was Siron, glowing brightly, the beams of light surrounding him, leaving him astonished. Considering, is he really casting hundreds of spells at once, and all of them are real? Siron's face was covered in wounds. Siron's powerful light straight at Canis. Ethel below suddenly exclaimed, "Since when did Siron gain that power?" Both Sen and Araki were left speechless. Is he a girl? He has entered the infinite realm. We'll still fight. Siron was also ready for battle. Energy of golden color radiated around him. Canis was flying towards him, but was targeted by his golden attacks. He thought to himself, "What is this?" Jumping out from the cliff. Did he want to fight a battle? Canis grinned wickedly. That stupid bastard. He must think those shadows can't be used in the air, but the night sky is no different from a giant shadow. Siron flew high, the light from his body shining down, surprising Canis a bit. The night sky is nothing but a giant shadow. Siron soared high, the light from his body shining down, surprising Canis a bit. Everyone below was equally taken aback. The girl with black hair over there, looking up with a fearful gaze while Siron hovered in midair. He thought to himself, if I can't follow his movements, I just need to aim for his entire domain. Thousands of golden orbs attacked Canis before he could react. He created a shield to protect himself. The light from those orbs grew brighter and more dazzling against the night, with streams of power in various colors shining down on the darkness. Beams of light pierced through the shadows. Many such beams shot through, with Canis's figure trying to dodge. He gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard! He frowned, calculating that none of it was fake. In front of him was a brilliantly glowing Siron surrounded by beams of light that left him astonished. He pondered, is he really casting hundreds of spells at once, and are they all genuine? Siron's face was covered in wounds, blood dripping his cold eyes, emitting a green light that made Canis ponder. How can an ordinary Ningyebdu unleash thousands of beams of Siron's power straight at Canis? Ethel below suddenly exclaimed, since when did Siron gain that kind of power? Both Sen and Araki were left speechless. Is he a girl? He has entered the realm of the infinite. Suddenly a sound from behind startled the two. What are you guys saying? Miss Ela spoke up, causing the two boys to break out in a sweat. Has Siron already stepped into the realm of immortality? Then she turned, her face to the sky to watch the battle. At this moment, the two boys finally breathed a sigh of relief. Countless beams of sparkling light filled the sky. She thought to herself that this must be the end. The dark force quickly swept through the beams of light. The power of Canis was too great. Hav, with an angry face, questioned, if we keep going like this, we're going to die. After a moment of distraction, he found himself caught off guard, gasping as he touched his wound. But he didn't feel anything at all. He wondered if he wasn't hurt. What just happened? He looked up at the sky. The guy wasn't directly targeting him. Sean, holding an energy sphere, prepared to throw it straight at the spot where he was standing. The sphere approached him, filling his mind with thoughts. The darkness was completely eliminating the shadows he could use to teleport. He anxiously looked up, goosebumps all over him. Is this psychic guy's mental power bottomless? The blinding light struck him. How embarrassing and unfair. He didn't want to die in front of his master. His gaze gradually became dull, losing all emotion. He thought he was about to die as a source of dark power surged into him. He was really annoyed. In his mind, he wondered, harvest. A huge explosion erupted, causing the ground to shatter. Canis suddenly felt an increase in energy. He screamed in pain, deeply questioning. Why was Canis's body overflowing with dark power? Have my mental power. The darkness shouted loudly, snapping back to focus from below. The ghost attacked Siron, forcing him to dodge immediately. Siron was stunned, astonished. Why were two different powers suddenly fighting fiercely? Have unleashed continuous attacks while Sean dodged without rest. He calculated the battle situation to his advantage suddenly. He was hit in the arm. He grimaced in pain, watching blood spray out in reverse. Then he landed on the ground, the ghost watching him. It also descended powerfully to the ground, debris flying toward him. His hand covered the wound, gritting his teeth in anger. Continuing to use the immortality power would be very dangerous. Isn't it strange that Siron is so alert his physical strength could withstand the light cannon? He attacked while pondering high intelligence, strong close combat ability, and speed from agility. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. He discovered a gap. Why didn't he do that from the start? Could it be that he was trying to overwhelm the ghostly power? The image of the dark monster and Hav's sharp gaze flashed through his mind. Was it draining his mental power? A piece of information crossed his mind. That's right. We are one entity. Ethel turned her head to look up, gritting her teeth in disgust. And you, indeed a ruthless guy. Anne also glared at her with angry purple-tinted eyes. She judged the old man with her gaze. The disciple was currently suffering. This made Aaron beside her worryingly call out. Not yet finished with his name, Aaron rushed to Canis shouting his name. But he was in a state of continuous vomiting. Thoughts racing through his head. Was the container just to help that ghostly creature move? Canis felt dizzy and whispered. Have the battle between the monster and Siron was incredibly intense, neither side backing down. The monster roared, and Siron quickly, without stopping. Got it, if the opponent has changed, his gaze became tense. No need to keep using physical attacks like the light cannon anymore. The answer he absorbed was the magical power above had a barrier. He gritted his teeth in anger, calculating it was the light cannon. A massive force flew toward the monster, hitting it and causing it to scream, "Damn you, monster hiding in the rocks!" Breaking free, it then released energy. Siron raised his hand to block in front of him, tense and anticipating this. Just as I thought, it's not easy at all. Even if I possess infinite mental power, I still can't surpass my own limits. Suddenly the creature shattered, and he realized what he had to do. The omnipotence. If so, there's no other way but to elevate my own omnipotence. The light in his eyes cracked open energy equal to the mass of the square, the speed of light. He gathered all his strength, launching this strike. He would convert all the mass into powerful energy advancing toward the monster, leaving it confused. What is this? By the time it reacted, it was too late. Its body was gradually being torn apart, the immortality pulse. Everyone below was terrified. Aaron was speechless in shock, while the old man frowned in Siron was still trying to maintain the attack, the source of power creating a hole in the monster's body. He yelled the monster's body was torn apart. His own body was being burned. Canis held his head and screamed while Aaron, beside him, kept calling out to him. She thought the pain of Harvest was being transferred to Canis. Harvest had reached his limit. Siron maintained the attack. The monster was terrified. If this continues, we will be annihilated. Losing its body, the monster bubbled, small explosions erupting within it. Ethel nervously watched the battle arrogantly. Sean turned to look at the cells in the monster swelling. He shouted, "It's too late!" Suddenly, a huge explosion caused everything around to be completely destroyed. "My name is Harvest." Turning back to Canis, the girl stood in front of Aaron. Touching the glass, she spoke, "Harvest, become my subordinate." The monster was trapped in a water tank. Looking at the two kids in front of him, he asked, "Why? Canis, do you?" Harvest denied. "That's not what I meant, but I would be more effective combined with Aaron." It recalled Aaron. A fleeting sadness on its face replied, "Aaron has lived in Ladu for 10 years, but besides Canis, no one has ever met her. But through that resistance, she has gained a high-level sense of mental power, and she sees things that ordinary people cannot." In his malicious gaze, he was referring to the disciple. Destruction. Losing his body, the monster bubbled with rage, small explosions erupting within him. Ethel anxiously observed the battle, proudly witnessing it. Eel felt something was off, hastily trying to stop Siron. Sean turned to look at the cells in the monster swelling. He shouted, "It's too late!" Suddenly, a massive explosion obliterated everything around. "My name is Harvest." Turning to Canis, the girl stood in front of Aaron, touching the glass, and spoke, "Harvest, become my subordinate." The monster was trapped in a water tank. Looking at the two children in front of him, he asked, "Why?" Anne beside him spoke up, "Don't you want?" Canis Harvest denied. "That's not what I meant, but combining with Aaron would be more effective." He thought of Aaron. A hint of sadness on his face replied, "Aaron has lived in Ladu for 10 years, but outside of Canis, no one has ever met her. But through that resistance, she has gained a high-level perception of power, and she can see things that ordinary people cannot." In his malicious gaze, he was referring to D. The mind's eye is a unique mental ability that allows one to perceive an object or entity as if it were their first encounter, through which a person can recognize the true form of the object or entity. Looking at the old man in front of him straightforwardly, thanks to sensing the overwhelming presence of Aaron, you found and brought her here. And you also brought Canis along, and quickly replied that it was not possible. The old man's face was full of a deadly aura. In a serious tone, Aaron was too gentle. Enter Canis, and deep down, Harvest understood something. The floating water bubbles were like that, the reason you handed Canis over to me from the start. You had already considered this. A minute ago, the explosion on the mountaintop blasted towards everyone standing below, leaving everyone astonished. Aaron shouted loudly, "It's flying, the monster," Harvest whispered. In Canis's mind, "I am about to explode." Canis weakly called out Harvest's name, regretting it. "I will destroy our contract." The green power within Canis burst forth, causing him pain. The monster. In the air, only Canis kept screaming at Have. "It's okay," remembering that day alone you answered Harvest's question. "You asked why I wanted power, huh, at this moment?" His face became firm along with his resolute words. "Because Aaron is my one and only light." His eyes radiated certainty. "I must protect her from this world," Harvest expanded. With a light chuckle, "What an interesting character," Harvest remarked. "You should keep living." "Making you suffer," he shouted loudly. At this moment, the old man turned away, not wanting to look. Harvest exploded. The ground shook with debris. After the explosion, the scene became silent. Sean observed the dark silhouette and spoke up. "You, brother," angrily shouted. "What have you done, teammate?" He was taken aback. He continued, "Answer me. Aaron is worried." Listening for Canis panicking, "You looked up. You intend to kill everyone here." "Why so cruel?" The wicked-looking Zen spoke up with a light. "Oh, that expression. No wonder I find you familiar." The old man mocked you. "It is the reflection of Anpas from 40 years ago." He angrily cursed. "Shut up." The old man laughed excitedly. "I know why that cunning phantom took you in. He kept mocking your brother. Damn. The intention also has the appearance of the entire light. Possessing, he intends to plot a sinister scheme against you. He was furious. What do you know?" At this moment, the old man replied with a serious face. "I know that Anpas, you revere, was originally my student." As soon as he finished speaking, your brother seemed stunned. "What?" He stood on the cliff, looking down at everyone, praising Anpas for being very intelligent, well-taught. He was very happy. The old man raised his scarred hand. But he was blinded by greed. The old man hated looking at his hand. "He threw me into hell and burned down my life's work while I had done everything I could to help him. His wife also died. Meaningless." Everyone was astonished. Can't help but be surprised. What did the principal do? Itel blocked the front speak-up. Zen looked up at the sky. The story from 40 years ago, the old man's eyes were contemplative. 40 years ago, Siron was attentive. "Listen closely. This is the record." The young old man was sitting on a chair. Anpas was trying to cast magic during the most remarkable time. He closed his eyes to relax in life. Anpas had a voice. Echoing the Golden Spell Award of this year, Mirror Anpas at that time. He was excitedly happy, raising the cup high, along with the applause of friends. Mirror Anpas, the award was given to the wizard who achieved the most outstanding achievement of the year, the Shining Medal. The Golden Spell colleagues surrounded, praising Anpas. He is a genius. Who would have thought that light possesses both particles and waveforms? But you, Chengdan, won't forget us. You are the light of the Mere Love family. The close friend hugged him joyfully. Anpas, dear friend, I thought you were a troublemaker. Come on there. I didn't expect you to accomplish something so great. You know we have to celebrate, right? Of course, but let me get home first. The market street had a luxurious carriage passing by. Anpas held. The reward hurriedly opened the door, frantically called out Irina's name. The girl peeked out from the kitchen, holding a ladle, happily said loudly, "You're back, hubby." He immediately approached his wife, excitedly pinned the badge on her. "This is for you, the golden spell. Look, it has the Empire's seal." Irina smiled brightly, tears of pride welling up. "It means the whole world has recognized your thoughts. Congratulations, congratulations to you. Hubby." He lifted her up, then said, "Since there's a party, I need to go. So why are you surprised, huh?" He carried her to the room, regardless of what she said. "Hubby, the bread will burn. Just let it burn." He also wanted to ignite himself. Anpas, at 23 years old, he became the most famous wizard on the continent. He received offers from all over the world. Nobles sent him invitations, but Anpas was not interested. He carefully selected offers for personal gain. Thanks to his abilities, his value kept rising. However, both families still opposed their marriage. Every morning, Irina stood in front of the house to say goodbye to him. Anpas sat in the carriage, pondering, just wait a little longer. Irina, I will soon become the best. Anpas stood before both families, speaking and laughing amicably. When that time comes, both the Myrer family and the Bastard family, his smiling face appeared. Will have to acknowledge us. When he went to work, there were footsteps standing at the door. Damn, how did it turn out like this? Therefore, Sarov and the two were confused. If he had reconciled earlier, it would have been better. Sarov scratched his head and replied, who would have thought it would turn out like this? That Anpas had such a great influence, his friend wondered. But does Anpas really live in a place like this? Just an ordinary house. Sar regretted, I should have brought a fruit along. He knocked on the door saying it's okay. It's not like just handing it to him. Then just forget the old conversation and it's done. The door opened, surprising the crowd. You're back. Hubby Irina shrank back in fear upon seeing the group of men in front of her. You guys are the ones thinking Bat Irina. The three men forced a smile, thinking this really is Anpas's house. Sarov raised his hand to his chest and introduced, we are friends of Anpas. Is he home? Irina gently replied, no, he went out. I continued to ask, do you know when he will be back? The girl said, I don't know. He hesitated, then the men in front of her smiled and asked, may we come in and wait for him? Waiting outside like this is a bit much. Irina thought of her husband and replied, yes, please come in. As night fell, the house lit up and Anpas's voice rang out, he's back. Irina apologized, I'm so late. He reached the dark front door and called out Irina's name, slowly approaching. In the brightly lit room, Anpas's voice exclaimed, that bastard! He was stunned to witness the scene before him at the dining table. Bottles of wine were scattered, and Sarov's group was drunkenly chatting happily. Meanwhile, his wife stood in a corner, hands clasped, singing. That guy only knows how to flirt and date, not even writing a thesis, just lucky to snag a good girl. Delicious girl, and he's hit the jackpot. You're drunk again. Laughter echoed throughout the house. Sarov turned to me and said, I'm right, aren't I? Irina shyly replied, I don't know. He still didn't know what was going on. Of course you don't know, he continued. Just keep singing, friend. He suddenly felt fear, and a strong punch landed squarely on his face, making him crash into the dining table. Anpas angrily shouted, you bastard! His friend screamed in panic. Sarov looked at this scene, feeling scared. Why use your fists? Sarov wiped the blood and apologized. No, it's my fault for not being sober. He helped his friend leave, saying, I will never let you embarrass yourself again. Anpas lost control and yelled at his wife. Why did you let them into the house? His wife, feeling wronged, replied, they said they were your friends. What kind of friends insult your wife like that? Anpas sobbed, tears streaming down his face. You didn't know what my friends looked like? I can't believe you said such hurtful things. Are you really that stupid? After finishing his sentence, Anpas covered his mouth, leaning against the wall, crying. His wife Irina stood there silent, feeling sad about the trouble she had unintentionally caused. At this moment, Anpas was calmer, but still turned his back to her. He spoke up to apologize for the inappropriate words he had said earlier. I'm sorry, just forget everything I just said. In his mind, he was still pondering that her intelligence was low. This meant her thinking was also stuck at the age of 5. Irina also spoke up, her head bowed, eyes glistening. I'm sorry, my love, I will never do that again. Anpas was still very angry. He was furious. However, the weaker side always had to let him leave his wife standing there amidst the broken things in the house to go outside and vent the anger that was burning inside him. I'm sorry, I need to go outside to breathe. The atmosphere was heavy as his wife was left alone in the house, silent and more sorrowful, but she held back. Anpas went to a nearby bar to drink and relieve himself. He took a gulp and slammed the glass down hard. He shouted out his frustrations. You filthy bastard, I really am a piece of trash. I can't believe I said that to someone who only knows how to look and follow me. Clum, a young man, sat across from him drinking and spoke up to comfort his friend. Hey, arguing sometimes is normal. Suddenly, Clum jumped up and offered a suggestion to his friend. Why not take this opportunity to have a baby? Your relationship will definitely improve. He replied, it's not that I haven't thought about it, but just go ahead and have a kid. You have to have a child to stabilize things. Clam boasted about his family drawings. I know, but the doctor told me he doesn't know if a person with the intelligence of a 10-year-old can handle the pain of childbirth. I shouldn't have said this, but you already knew from the moment you decided to get married. I know I don't regret it, but why does someone as smart as you act like this? Don't you have any other way? Listening to Clam Anpas suddenly thought of something. A glimmer of hope shone in his eyes, shifting to a dark area where an old man's hand was writing on paper. The ground seemed to shake. The old man spoke, "Not bad time after someone broke into the dungeon of the great mage Axon about 48 hours later." The old man turned back to praise the one who had broken in. "You managed to step foot here." Slowly the dungeon door opened, and the footsteps of the intruder echoed as he stepped inside. The intruder gradually revealed himself. It was Anpas. He was dragging his weary body with bleeding wounds as he entered to meet the great mage. He spoke with a tired breath. "You are Aunt Vitor. Oh, I didn't expect you to be alone." The great mage stepped forward to welcome the intruder, surprised by the young man's ability to overcome traps and monsters all by himself. "Who are you?" He was exhausted and slowly pulled something from his coat pocket. He introduced himself. "My name is Anpas Mir." He raised the bloodstained papers high for the great mage to see. The great mage was quite surprised by the research thesis on memory restoration. He smiled. "Interesting, a genius behind quantum light theory is interested in dark magic. I want to exchange my memories." At this moment, Anpas was almost exhausted, swaying, and about to faint, but still struggled to speak for his wife. He could only say this much before collapsing in front of the great mage. The papers scattered everywhere. After regaining consciousness for a while, Anpas suddenly woke up in a large water tank, gasping for breath. He didn't know what had happened or why he was lying here. Then he realized that all his wounds had healed completely. This was Axon now. "Quantum theory of light. Yet you are interested in dark magic. I want to give my memories." At this moment, Anpas was nearing exhaustion, standing unsteadily about to faint, still trying to speak to my wife. He could only say this much before Anpas collapsed, fainting in front of the great mage. The papers scattered everywhere because of that. After regaining consciousness for a while, Anpas suddenly woke up in a large water tank, coughing as he came to. He didn't know what had happened or why he was lying there. Then all his wounds had disappeared, and he was completely healed. This was Axon now. "I'm sitting here studying the stack of papers that Anpas brought down. I've read the notes you wrote in here. They're interesting." He's sitting in the armchair reading. "You want to use the power of dark magic to store memories. On the other hand, you also want to use light magic to create a virtual nervous system and use that system to assimilate and transfer the stored memories. Using dark power to influence from the outside, while also using light power to support from within for the brain. A dual combination of both light and dark. You want to use the power of light to transmit information, right?" Anpas just listened in silence. From across the room, the great mage closed the stack of documents, lowered his glasses, and praised Anpas's idea. "It's indeed a novel and wonderful idea. However, this is about transferring a person's entire life to another. It won't be easy. Not to mention the ethical issues. The other one wants Anpas to reconsider his decision, but he didn't hesitate, and replied firmly, "Take me as your disciple." He stood up immediately, resolute in his decision. "I will definitely make this happen. I want to protect my wife from this world." He wanted to ask Anpas for clarification before making a decision. "I have a question." He furrowed his brow and asked, "Has your wife agreed to this experiment?" Anpas stood there silently, looking at the great mage with a determined gaze. Going back to earlier, Clam was desperately trying to dissuade his friend from this crazy idea. "No way, that guy is a criminal. Why are you seeking him out?" At Anpas and his wife's home, Clam slammed the table and shouted, "You must be possessed. You want to implant memories into someone else's brain." "No way." Anpas turned away, avoiding his friend's angry gaze. Clem is the greatest scholar of dark magic on the continent, although he didn't know that, yes, I really am a fool. I may not be as smart as you, but at least I still have some awareness. Right now, you are trying to throw away all the blessings you have. If Din finds out, your position in the royal family will be revoked and your clan will abandon you. Anpas lowered his head in thought and said, "I don't need those things as long as Irina is happy. If I succeed, I will be even happier than I am now." In Anpas's eyes was a determination for his choice, and his wife, Irina, was incredibly surprised to hear that and looked at her husband's happiness. She slowly closed her eyes. "I will make you happy. Irina did not oppose Anpas's crazy idea. Clam was confused and surprised. Why isn't she opposing? Irina, wait. This is not something Clam can finish saying. Irina spoke up. I trust my husband. She smiled and nestled into her husband's arms. Anpas will help me be happy. Of course, he is the mage who received that golden ring, and he will immediately cure your weakness, and then you won't have to endure those disdainful looks anymore. Clam was stunned by the optimism of this couple. After that, Anpas sold all his assets to move to Axon's dungeon to live. In the dungeon with all the laboratories, Irina could live comfortably. Every week, Clam would stop by to bring food for both of them. From then on, Anpas stayed up every night researching ways to treat his wife. Clam was always on standby to watch over Irina, who was in bed. Images of everyone in the dungeon appeared one by one. The great mage Axon, his face haggard from Anpas's research, his wife Irina always looking at her husband with trust. Young Clam, his face full of worry for his friends. And just like that, 2 years passed. That day was the last day of the research project supporting memory for Irina, which was about to be completed. Clam stood anxiously beside Irina's bed, but still tried to encourage her. After today, you will have Anpas's memories, even the memory of when he wet the bed as a kid. You might even find out when he checks out girls. He laughed nervously. Irina lay on the bed, just smiling. Anpas came to his wife, gently stroking her cheek, encouraging, My love, what do you mean you should be the one who is grateful? Let's live happily together and have kids. He came closer to call him. Anpas, this way, he has now taken his position to prepare for the experiment. Proceeding to the final step, he thought to himself, magic techniques, biology, magic alchemy, light magic, dark magic. We have used all the most advanced technologies for clinical testing before, and there shouldn't be any issues. The success rate will be 100%. He and his wife were now both in position with countless wires connected through a huge machine. Starting the procedure, Axon flipped the switch to activate the machine. It started up immediately. The machine extracted Anpas's memories first, causing him to feel immense pain and scream. After sucking Anpas's memories out, the machine concentrated at one point and then moved to his wife. It began transmitting all of Anpas's memories and emotions for her into her brain, those feelings flooding into her completely pure. When Anpas smiled gently at her, his finger gently wiped her tear. No deceit, when Mr. Han Hoan awarded her a medal, Din Qian placed it on Irina's ring finger 1. They both danced. He held her in his arms, both calculating something very pure. All the images appeared in her mind from the moment they met. Smiled gently at her, that image faded and disappeared. That was love. Thank you, Anpas, my love. You have sincerely given everything to me. I'm glad I met you. Suddenly, the machine signaled, Danger, something is wrong. Anpas panicked, jumped up, and rushed to his master. How did the experiment go? Our experiment has succeeded. It's perfect. However, Anpas, smiling gently at her, that image faded away and disappeared. That was love. Thank you, Anpas, my love. You have sincerely given everything to me. I'm glad I met you. Suddenly, the machinery signaled, Danger, something is wrong. Anpas, startled, jumped up, leaped out of where he was lying, rushing to his master. How's the experiment? Our experiment has succeeded. It is perfect. However, Anpas, running back to where my wife was lying, I saw that she was not okay at all. Her face was gradually turning pale. I cried out of worry and asked Irina why she was like this. My love, she whispered, holding his hand, responding that the physical transfer was perfect. However, the nerves in my body were starting to resist it. Tears were streaming down her face. Unlike animals, humans must still have some existence that we do not know about. Clum stood nearby, terrified, trembling in disbelief at the current situation. Anpas didn't understand where he went wrong, but he had already achieved an incredible accomplishment. If his research just needed a little more, don't say any more. My love, I will redo everything to stop the pain that is destroying Irina's body from the inside, causing her to scream. Anpas saw his wife suffering in agony and cried his eyes out, worried. I'm sorry, my love, it's okay. Am I apologizing again? My love, I feel myself breaking down too. If I keep looking, I should have covered my face and turned away. Blood was gradually flowing from her lips. Her eyes began to close. Because you are too foolish about what I am, the fool here. I have been a fool from the very beginning. He cried out in heart-wrenching pain. It was his fault. My love, her happy tears were rolling down her cheeks. Thank you. Although brief, you have shown me the world you live in, a rational world full of wonders. Thank you for letting me see before I leave. My love, the cries of despair from Anpas echoed through that dark dungeon, the unbearable pain of losing the one he loved most, ready to do anything for her. Yet now he has lost the true love of his life, Irina. And thus, the failure of the experiment took Irina out of this life. The funeral of Irina was held with the participation of family members, while Anpas was not allowed to attend the funeral by the family. He could only kneel from afar, grieving for the loss of his wife. They were not registered as married, nor had children, so they were not recognized by anyone in the family. Just like that, they were separated like two strangers. Yin and yang apart, he knelt in that heavy rain, soaked to the bone head, bowed eyes lifeless on the day Irina died due to the experiment. Anpas had repeatedly slammed his head against the wall, despite Clam and Axon trying to stop him, but he was now like a madman who no longer wanted to live. Just like that, he threw himself. How could this be? Where there is light, there will be darkness. Irina taught us how to view life, so why do we try to change who she is to make her leave? He would forever be like this. The body of light. Mere I am just Anpas, full of arrogance. We dared to touch the forbidden things. Anpas, you're back. I'm very sorry about Irina. At that moment, Axon opened the lab door, coming out from there. He spoke while walking, encouraging Anpas' spirit. Now let's pull ourselves together physically and mentally, then we can. Before he could finish his sentence, his actions made Axon panic. Oh, in his hand was an empty oil can. The last drops were dripping onto the floor. Oh my God, you're cruel. You don't know what he's planning to do with oil everywhere, and countless documents scattered all around. Anpas shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Anpas threw the oil can away, simply replying, "Master, we shouldn't have conducted this research." He, after losing his love, had gone mad. Anpas shouted loudly to stop him. "Get a grip. I know you are heartbroken, but it's only temporary." The experiment was successful. Those who were, like Irina, those with unexplained psychological issues, we can heal them. Are you going to let her sacrifice go to waste? He just laughed maniacally. Sacrifice. The hands of Anpas created a fireball from fire magic. He dropped that fireball, creating a large flame that engulfed everything. Anpas stood there watching all his efforts, along with his master, being consumed by the flames, only smiling madly. Everything happened too quickly. Axon couldn't do anything, only screaming in despair. "No, this research is not just yours. It's the effort of my whole life." All the documents were now on fire, quickly burning up. You can do this to me." Everything was swallowed by the flames, spreading out and engulfing the entire dungeon in a sea of fire. Back to the present now, all his efforts were gone. He spoke, "Anpas, that bastard left me. You helped him both mentally and physically in the sea of fire to escape." The old man stood from the high cliff, recalling that angry memory. Not only that, he also made his wife sacrifice in vain. He abandoned thousands of people who could benefit from that research. Below, Iruki, Siron, Ethel all looked surprised at what he said about him. Anpas couldn't believe it. Did his principal really do that? Siron spoke up. The old man continued, "Of course, I understand that he is very heartbroken. However, his actions do not deserve that title." The old man slowly cast his deathly gaze down at the people below. "The reason I came here today is not just to seek revenge, but also to prevent any mage who thinks like him. Do you exist? Do you believe he is a good teacher?" the old man shouted. Iruki should take it seriously, both wary and afraid of that dark mage. He is a cunning, arrogant, and hasty person. Ela was like Irina, those with psychological issues without clear causes, we can heal them. Are you going to let her sacrifice be in vain? He just laughed maniacally. Sacrifice the heart of Anpas, created a fireball from fire magic. He dropped that fireball, creating a large flame that engulfed everything. Anpas stood there watching all his efforts along with his master being consumed by the flames, only smiling madly. Everything happened too quickly. Axon couldn't do anything, only screamed in despair, "No, this research is not just yours. It is the effort of my entire life." All the documents were now ablaze, quickly burning up. He raised his hand to try to save them, but was powerless. And just like that, Anpas left my life. All the documents were now on fire, quickly burning up. He raised his hand to try to hold on to them, but was powerless, leaving everything that was burning behind as he turned away. He didn't even care about his own master. You can do this to me." Everything was swallowed by the flames. It spread, causing the entire dungeon to be engulfed in a sea of fire. Returning to the present, all his efforts were gone. He spoke. Anpas, that bastard left me. You helped him, both mentally and physically, to escape in the sea of flames. The old man stood high on a cliff, recalling that furious memory. Not only that, he also caused his wife to sacrifice in vain. He abandoned thousands of people who could have benefited from that research. Below, Iruki, Siron, and Ethel were all surprised by what he said about him. Anpas couldn't believe it. Had his principal really done that? Siron spoke up, and the old man continued, "Of course, I understand that he is heartbroken. However, his act that he spoke about, Anpas couldn't believe it. Did his principal really do that?" Siron spoke up, and he continued, "Of course, I understand that he is very heartbroken. However, his actions are not worthy." He slowly cast his deathly gaze down at the people below. "The reason I came here today is not just to seek revenge, but also to prevent any mage who thinks like him. You all believe he is a good teacher," the old man shouted. "Iruki should be seriously cautious, feeling fear towards that dark mage to think like him." "Do you really believe he is a good teacher?" he said loudly. "Iruki should be seriously cautious, feeling fear in front of that dark sorcerer. He is cunning, arrogant, and hasty." Ela was shocked by his words. The old man angrily shouted, "He destroyed the great cause of saving people, a person like that." Before he could finish, Siron interrupted below, making everyone. "It's really surprising to see the master's actions truly unworthy of the title of master." He bravely stepped forward, and seeing this, I intended to run after him to stop him, but a hand quickly held me back. "It's Kiro Etla." She held my shoulder to prevent me from intervening. "Siron, from the perspective of someone betrayed, I can understand you." Siron continued to step forward and speak. "However, your choice is also not right." "What?" He glared at Siron. "A grand master, and that's all you can do." He bared his white teeth and smiled. "It's because I have power, that's why. I am allowed to do this." The pressure from him made the wind blow fiercely, affecting everyone, causing them to raise their hands to shield themselves. He unleashed his power, causing the earth and rocks around to crack. "Rise up and speak. What I mean is Judgment Day." He shot a beam of clean energy across Siron's face, making him bleed. "So a powerful being like you can't do anything more than be stuck." In the past, for 4 years, Siron's words made him furious, angrier. He shouted loudly, "You talk big and all, but in the end, you simply feel regret for that time. Right? Isn't that true, old man?" Zen glared at Siron, suddenly falling into deep thought, recalling the image of the first time he met Anpas's wife. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Irina. My husband owes everything to you." She gently bowed her head, politely greeting him. "Welcome. Please make yourself at home." Irina turned back and smiled at her husband. "You live alone in this vast place?" The master responded to his wife's question. "Anpas was confused, my dear. This is her." Ignoring her husband, she continued to smile and inquire. "To the old man, you feel lonely, right?" He was stunned by her question when he first saw the gaze of that girl. I sensed dread in those eyes filled with extreme purity, a gaze that could face the deepest darkness. Just like that, the source of light could cover all the darkness in this world. I could feel that gaze from this brave young man standing before me. The old man saw the image of that petite girl in the eyes of the one standing before him, so courageous. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter made everyone below feel worried and scared. Understanding and empathy are emotions everyone has. However, even though they are very human emotions, the moment they are pushed to extremes, they are no longer human. He leaned his hand on his forehead, his laughter becoming increasingly insane, his perception reaching a superhuman level, surpassing even the distinction between good and evil. Siron stood tall before the Dark Grandmaster without any fear. He stood there like a shining halo in the night sky. "Siron, is that you? You can predict cause and effect, right?" The old man maintained that posture and said, "It seems we will never be able to coexist peacefully." He slowly lowered his hand to reveal a cruel gaze. "You are a being that should not exist in this world." Suddenly, dark pillars surged from the ground, surrounding everyone below, causing panic. "What is this?" I thought he no longer had the strength to cast spells. The dark pillars shot straight up, forming a sphere in the sky. Siron was worried as he saw that he could continue to cast dark magic. How can you ignore the laws of fair exchange? Surprised, huh?" He raised his hand high, his fist clenched. The old man, Zen, laughed loudly, full of confidence. "That's how magic is extremely mysterious. Iruki stood below, looking up, speaking worriedly. Oh man, if that falls on our heads, we're done for. The old man's dark sphere absorbed earth and rocks, making it grow large like a meteor hanging over everyone's heads. Even Canis, who was lying unconscious with his head resting on his sister's lap, and his sister, upon seeing the dark sphere of the Grand Master, was also alarmed. The sphere was increasingly absorbing more dark energy, along with earth and rocks, making it larger. Suddenly, a beam of light from the infinite realm shone, dispersing the energy of the dark sphere. That light shone directly down near the old man Zen, dispelling the fog of darkness, illuminating a bright area. Everyone was confused about what was happening. The light from the infinite realm had also shattered the dark sphere of the old man Zen. From within, the light of the infinite realm shining down, someone stepped out behind the dark Grand Master. It was the guy who failed with Anpas. Everyone shouted in unison. Principal the Dark Master turned his back to look at the pillar of light with a cunning smile. The principal stepped out from the light with a serious face. The old man, Zen, crossed his arms, standing there, the sky around dark as night. Dark magic emanating from him. Sneering, he looked down. You're old now. Anpas didn't think you would fall for the memory sealing spell so easily. Anpas replied calmly, recalling the past is good. Images of the past gradually appeared on the canvas. It was the image of Irina, truly beautiful. I feel very grateful. Back to the battlefield, everyone had reached the old man and spoke up. Principal, he turned to look at his students, their bodies covered in wounds, saying, I'm sorry, thank you all so much for protecting everyone. Anpas placed his hand on his chest, facing the crowd, slightly bowing his head. I am very glad to have Professor Etla with you, thank you. She also stepped forward, her body having endured quite a bit of damage, speaking up, sir. Don't worry, I also feel guilty for not being able to protect the students. Siron ran up to the principal, wanting to ask him something. Principal, he asked Anpas about his condition. Your mental power has fully recovered, right? Siron was surprised that the principal knew about his situation. You already know the most powerful magic him. Your spirit power has fully recovered, right? Siron was surprised that the principal knew about his condition. You knew already the most powerful magic that Mage Ent created. It is indeed the abyss of magic, the magic that controls memories. He kindly smiled and explained bit by bit to him as he erased the memory of using his own memories. He also temporarily restored his mental power. So that method really exists. Remember my words, Siron? The principal gently patted him on the shoulder. If you don't have a trump card that can overturn the entire game in any situation during battle, you cannot call yourself a battle mage. Anpas began to seriously suggest, let old folks like us handle it ourselves. Don't act rudely and let the kids go. All right, if my former student has said that, then I agree. The old man chuckled and replied, letting them go is simple, but what will you do now? You can't be their principal anymore. Anpas grimaced in annoyance at the old man's words. Hundreds of students here have heard all about your crude past. Iruki shouted in extreme anger upon hearing the Dark One say that the one who revealed the principal's past was him. Everything had been calculated by him beforehand. The old man continued to mock and dig up things that weren't very pleasant from the past. What do you think about burning this place down like before? Anpas frowned in discomfort at him. This is not a matter to joke about. The old man raised his hand and shouted loudly towards the group of Sirens standing behind the principal, inviting them. Do you want to follow me? We will perfect the research on memory implantation. I have successfully implanted my own memories. Look at this magical creature. This is Halves, the dark creature that once protected Canis with its body. Now it is just a pile of mush, and Canis has been severely injured and is unconscious, being taken care of by his sister. This success is thanks to Irina's sacrifice. His words mentioning Ina pierced into Anpas's deep pain, causing the anger he had suppressed for so long to explode. Sacrifice. He glared at the one he had considered a teacher, recalling the scene when Anpas stood facing him amidst the sea of flames. Master, this research is all part of your plan. What, before lighting the fire, Anpas found a dangerous Echep document. What are you trying to create by taking away in pain upon discovering the secret behind the help of the one he considered a teacher? He held up a stack of documents high in front of him. Why did you create hundreds of these magical creatures? Do you want to conquer the world? Faced with his secret being exposed, the old man panicked and stammered. He no longer hid it, but displayed an evil face, laughing loudly. It's terrible to know the truth behind the story. Back then, everyone was quite horrified, so that's the reason you burned the research document. I believe that the magical creature has the memories of Irina and me. Am I right?" Upon hearing these words, Aaron was stunned, sitting still. The evil old man was so furious he couldn't say a word when his actions were exposed. There was no way he successfully implanted his own memories into the creature, as it was actually Anpas's and Irina's memories. Anpas's voice echoed the fact that it went too far to explode here, means it disobeyed his orders because it is just like me. From afar, Kindness is after the story. That year, everyone was quite panicked, so that's why you burned the research paper. I think that magical creature has the memories of Irina and mine. Am I right? Upon hearing these words, Aaron was stunned, sitting still. The evil old man was furious, unable to say a word as his actions were exposed. This Aaron was stunned, sitting still and motionless. The evil old man was speechless when his actions were exposed. There was no way he succeeded in implanting his own memories into the ghost creature. That substance is the memory of Anpas and Irina. Anpas's voice echoed the fact that it traveled all the way here, and exploded means it disobeyed his orders, because it's just like me. From afar, the younger sister of that guy. Canis also heard everything. "Don't tell me it's you!" She erupted with anger, draining the magic power of the nearby students. The dark power of her younger sister exploded fiercely, causing Iruki Annan to turn back in surprise. "Did you order Harvest to self-destruct? Are you planning to kill us all, including Canis?" She was furious while her face was still wet with tears, screaming. The evil old man felt no worry at all, only bowing down to shield himself while mocking everyone here. He slowly raised his aged arm and pointed, not knowing how to listen at all. He created a massive dark magic flow in the pitch-black sky. There it comes again. A huge meteorite imbued with dark magic is falling down. So Iruki looked up, spreading his legs into a fighting stance. The pressure from that thing is truly terrifying, blowing everything around away. It is heading towards the area where the students are fainting. Shouted for the principal. The old man shouted loudly, "What now? Anpas, run away!" He laughed loudly at the chaotic scene, leaving everything behind and running away by himself. Anpas's face showed worry upon seeing him act like that. The scene shifted to 10 years later, Irina's accident. The image of Clam appeared. "Are you going to die here?" Anpas looked haggard, his face gaunt and lifeless with a scruffy beard. He was eating rice. "I have been through a lot in the past 10 years to find you, going to many places and spending a lot of money. One day I received information that you were somewhere." Clam recounted the journey of searching for his best friend. Anpas interrupted. "Why did you come here to meet this trash that is me?" Clam sighed, pulling something out of his coat pocket. "I have something to give you." What he presented surprised Anpas, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You should have disappeared the next day." Her heartfelt words. Reading the letter, he couldn't contain his emotions. Tears fell onto the paper. "It was because I wanted to conduct this experiment." His emotions burst forth. He sobbed. If there was one last wish, Irina wrote this letter for her husband while he was pouring all his effort into researching a cure for her. "I wish you wouldn't be sad and continue doing the research you love. You are my unwavering light. Show the world that light." Anpas choked up and said to his friend, "Give me some money." Clam, he trembled and said, "I will build." The heartfelt words from her. Reading the letter, he couldn't hold back his emotions, tears falling onto the paper. "It was because I wanted to conduct this experiment." Overwhelmed with feelings, he choked up and cried. If there was one last wish, Irina wrote this letter to her husband while he was putting all his effort into finding a cure for her. "I wish you wouldn't be sad and keep doing the research you love. You are my unwavering light. Show the world that light." Anpas choked up and said to his friend, "Give me some money." Damn it, he trembled and said, "I will build a school. To ensure that fools like me no longer exist, I will dedicate my entire life to this school." Clum also breathed a sigh of relief, smiling because his friend was no longer as pessimistic as before, a hand reaching out, as if wanting to grasp that bright sunlight, the life that Irina allowed us to live. He regained his spirit, the source of light from the light magic of Principal Anpas illuminating the space. Everything around seemed to shine brightly amidst the dark night of the dark magic from the old man accent. That light illuminated everything from the leaves fluttering in the wind to the students lying unconscious. The dragonflies were flying close to the grass. Sean was amazed by the miracle that light brought. Time was gradually slowing down. The light magic in the principal's hands was enveloped. Along with the infinite halo, the energy sphere was pushed up into the sky by him, creating a magnificent scene, dispelling the darkness that was covering everything. Siron stood there watching the light. It flew straight up into the sky. Araki also looked up, following Canis's sister, who was sitting tending to her brother, also raising her head to watch Principal Anpas's magic ascend into the void. It shone brightly after shining, dispelling the veil of darkness. The full moon was no longer obscured by the mist, but shone down. The evil old Zen looked up confused as he didn't know what had struck. Dispelling the old man's dark power. What is this? A magic called Big Bang. Principal Anpas was exhausted, panting after accumulating too much for the previous magical blow, slowly explaining, reporting to the association. The Wizard of Magic only embarrassedly unleashed this harmless light, but I believe this farewell gift is more than enough. The evil old man slowly turned to look and said he never expected this to happen. Have you prepared magic to counter me? The fake fox? Suddenly, the evil Zen could no longer stand firm and knelt down on the ground. He leaned on the ground and began to cough up blood repeatedly. Perhaps he had reached the limit of his body's endurance. Even if he manipulated his contract to restore his mental power, it was just an illusion of the mind. If he pushed himself too far like that, his brain wouldn't be able to endure. His life would be in danger. You failed. It turns out you haven't rested for 40 years. After a bout of coughing and vomiting blood, he was panting from exhaustion. The evil old Zen still struggled. To speak, you have defeated the Grand Wizard. Your reputation will echo even more. Right, this is something I didn't think about. He still didn't understand why Principal Anpas stood before the old Tam and told him he was no longer a Grand Wizard. It was like that 40 years ago, but enough time has passed for a level 10 wizard to drop to level 2. The world has changed. We are all old. How long do you intend to pursue your childish ambition? The young generation of wizards is now standing behind the principal. Siron, Iraqi, and even that Lua. Although they had coughed up blood, the old man seemed to still not give up. You bastard! An empty barrel makes the loudest noise. You can't even be a grand wizard nor a genius or anything. You just know how to lecture others. The evil old Zen slowly struggled to stand up in pain. He continued to use magic. Dark magic to manipulate his own memories. The arrogant brat, he laughed arrogantly and unleashed even more magical energy. Principal Anpas panicked and shouted, "Are you crazy? Are you restoring your divine power that way? Are you really looking for a way to die?" In the principal's eyes was horror at the scene before him. The dark tendrils wrapped around the unconscious students. Suddenly, the old Axen was now frantically using dark magic uncontrollably. "I will do everything." He slowly floated up to defeat the teacher Anpas, who was worried for his students. Please spare the innocent. Is winning and losing that important? Don't be childish with that thought. Listen carefully. This is the last lesson I teach you. A wizard is forever a child. The old man has now gone mad, losing his humanity. Laughing in glee, the evil Zen absorbed all the unconscious students hovering in the air towards himself. The principal, seeing the situation getting worse, told everyone to scatter, move as quickly as possible. He also moved forward quickly to save. You go. Everyone quickly spread out, flying after the falling students, exhausting all their speed to catch up and save the students who were falling freely into the abyss. The guy used all his strength to create a blue light zone to catch those who were falling, while others were still falling. Siron, Iruki still struggled to fly down to save them. Our professors, although in class, they always nagging and scolding. This is a literature test, not a math subject. At this moment, the blood vessels dilated, causing the face to flush. Conversely, when the blood vessels contracted, the face would pale. Our friends sometimes have disagreements, envy, and jealousy towards each other, but they were all falling freely to the cold ground. Sean was trying his best to reach out, while he himself was also plummeting down to save. With all his might, he shouted with all his strength. Ami, the girl of his dreams, was also falling. The final destination was the chill of the soul. When hearing his name called loudly, she slowly woke up, opening her eyes, in a state of free fall into the abyss. Who called me? That voice is too familiar. It's me. She was still in a drifting state. It's me, Siron, the image of someone rushing towards her. It was him. Sean rushed to pull her out of her dream, helping her wake up. He managed to grab her hand. And me, Siron, only saw Siron in front of him. Siron, are you crying? I saw Siron. Was overjoyed to have saved Amy before she hit the bottom. When we meet again, let's compete. Fairly okay. The image of both of them appeared. From now on, don't call me senior anymore, because I've caught. He was on the verge of tears when he managed to save Ami before she hit the bottom. When we meet again, let's compete fairly. The image of both of them appeared. From now on, don't call me senpai anymore because I have caught up. I caught up with her. I think I can't keep my promise anymore. Sorry, what are you saying? Ami doesn't understand and doesn't know what Siron is planning to do. Wait, Siron, what are you going to do? What do you want to do? Thank you. Ami, don't go. Him. Slowly close your eyes. Tears are still falling, making her panic more as she hugs him tightly. Sean, goodbye, everyone. It seems he intends to do something extremely foolish as he looks up suddenly. However, Siron's whole body glows in the dark abyss. The light from his body gradually shines brightly, illuminating the entire area. The blinding light makes everyone cover their faces with their hands. The evil old man, Zen. After exhausting his dark magic energy one last time, he has now collapsed on the ground. He struggles to look towards the source of the light, which is accompanied by a glow. The infinite is shining straight up into the sky. That infinite aura pierces right up into the sky. He lies there gasping, pondering if this is called sacrificing oneself. Indeed, it's such an interesting world that even if I spent my whole life wandering here, I wouldn't want to leave. Right, Anpas? Master, do you think just dying is the end? You would leave us behind like this? Canis looks at him, his frail, suffering figure exclaiming in despair. Tears are streaming down his face, no different from a madman screaming in pain. I don't care if you see me as a tool or not. I just don't want you to abandon me. Aaron looks at him with worry. Canis is engulfed in intense emotions. Canis continues, but I'm wrong. It's all my fault. The dark magic envelops him once again. Please come back. Aaron, beside him, can't help but worry to the extreme, trying to raise her voice to reassure him. It's not your fault, Canis. But Canis's desperate wailing tone has drowned her out. She interrupts Aaron's words. It's all your fault. Everything is your fault. A sharp voice suddenly rings out. It must be all your fault. The two unconsciously turn to where the sound came. Harvest coldly speaks. If you hadn't messed things up, you would have lived and protected us. He continues, but now he's dead. We will all follow him. Canis's expression hardens. A glimmer of killing intent shines in his eyes as he glances at it. So what? Harvest taunts. If I say it's all your fault, would anything change? His dark, monotonous voice echoes in Canis and Aaron's ears as their gazes focus on their master once more. N has simply lived out his life. He has fulfilled his wish. At the old man's wrinkled face, Harvest says he has left contentedly. Now he's gone. What do you want to do? He asks. Canis's gaze slightly wavers. My desire. Canis slowly stands up. I've said it before. I still have the power to protect Aaron, so if you die here, it would be a huge problem. He stands tall on his 2 feet proud. I accept the contract. Aaron's eyes well up with tears. She panics, trying to stop Canis. You won't be able to endure with the little mental power you have left. Let me. Harvest coldly interrupts her. Sorry, but no. My master is Canis. The firm affirmation in his tone leaves everyone stunned. The slimy liquid gradually appears on Canis's face. Halves, if you dare betray me again, he raises his voice. I will not forgive you. With that, a stream of dark energy flows powerfully into Canis's body. Harvest mockingly replies, I remember now. Master, I like your arrogance, he thinks. At the same time, Canis's body has completely absorbed Harvest inside. As he gradually loses strength and unconsciously leans back, gentle hands reach out to support him. Aaron carefully holds Canis in her arms. Tears stream down her face. Let's create our own life together. Principal Anpas quietly observes the two from a distance. After a long time, he finally speaks. Professor Iya, I am a sinner. Miss Iya beside him replies. The first step to atone is to recognize your sins. She slowly continues. Anpas turns to look at her, but Iya seriously says, You do not hinder arrogance. Do you? A gentle smile appears on his face. Ha, I will accept my punishment. Anpas looks at the two young professors in front of him. More importantly, where is our hero? He joyfully exclaims. Unexpectedly, that kid can teleport more than 400 people at once. Anpas turns back, saying it's really impressive. His words are suddenly cut off by a shrill scream coming from a girl holding on to a boy, quickly attracting everyone's gaze and attention. Everyone rushes towards the two. Amy panics and screams. Is Siron dead? Horror and fear flood her tear-soaked eyes. After handling Anne's body, it took 8 hours to bring all the students back to the dorm. The sealed memories will gradually return, but until then, the school will be closed. At the infirmary, Ami and Araki are both with Siron. He lies motionless on the bed. Ami keeps sobbing, holding his hand tightly. Araki sits beside her, his face pale. In the distance, Araki quietly leans against the wall, observing. Tears are streaming down Ami's. Ami recalls the moment they first met in the dark alley. The encounters and arguments at the academy, haunted by the supernatural spirit that isn't real, and the letter. I haven't even said I'm sorry. Ami's petite figure trembles slightly. She sniffles and rests her head on Siron, still lying motionless on the bed. Seeing Ami in an unstable state, he can't help but. The school will be closed. At the infirmary, Ami and Hiroki were both with Siron. He lay motionless on the bed. Ami couldn't stop sobbing, gripping his hand tightly. Araki sat beside her, his face pale. In the distance, Araki quietly leaned against the wall, observing. Tears streamed down Amy's face. She gritted her teeth silently, blaming herself. I really am foolish. That day, I didn't recognize him when he came looking for me. Yet, Ami recalled the moment they first met in the dark alley. The times they met and argued at the academy, haunted by the non-existent supernatural spirit and the letter. I haven't even said I'm sorry. Ami's petite figure trembled slightly. She sniffled, resting her head on Siron. Still lying motionless on the bed, seeing Ami in an unstable state, he couldn't help but, You're worried you need to rest. If you keep this up, you'll get sick. Magic can't kill the caster, she cried, holding Siron's hand tightly without letting go. Why did he have to die after using the wide area teleportation? There's definitely something strange going on with Siron, Ami said, unable to hold back the tears streaming down her cheeks, but she still tried to stay calm and replied, You're right. Siron will definitely wake up if not. Araki's emotionless voice interrupted their conversation. This means there's still a chance that magic can kill the caster, so she looked over at him. Araki continued, Anne also died after using magic. Ami stubbornly retorted, N died because the energy in his brain was depleted. Siron is like this because he has completely unlocked the immortality jaw. She said those two things are different. Araki didn't care about Amy's emotional state and coldly replied, It doesn't matter whether he depleted the energy in his brain or the immortality jaw. Knowing the reason won't change anything. What matters is that Siron is already dead. You said his beside him didn't know when she stood up. Right now, you really are an annoying guy. She glared at Araki, her face showing a terrifying expression and a dangerous aura that made the atmosphere gradually heavy and tense. So you really believe Siron is dead? I don't, Araki said indifferently, but he's already dead. Without saying a word, Ami immediately grabbed the collar of his shirt with incredible strength, gently lifting Araki off the ground. Siron ended up like this because he saved us. And yet you... Ami growled, her fists tightening as she prepared to swing hard at Araki. Ami's hand on his collar tightened even more as she forcefully swung her fist toward Araki's face. But contrary to the impulsiveness driven by emotions like Ami, he calmly watched the fist that was about to hit his face. Suddenly, Ami's clenched hand stopped hovering just inches from his nose. Araki's expression was as if nothing had happened. He casually tilted his head to the side and said, Phew, that's a relief. Ami looked at Ruki's smug expression and got even angrier. You know I would stop, right, you annoying jerk? Do you know why I stopped? She glared, tears streaming down her face again. Because someone like you doesn't deserve to have friends. So on one side, both shocked and worried, looking at the two, Araki immediately shouted back defiantly, Then use your brain. His heart has stopped beating, and he has also stopped breathing. At that moment, he was no different from a wild beast, fiercely responding to Ami trying to bring him back from the dead. She's just pretending to be pathetic and rambling. Ami couldn't help but roll her eyes, her whole body freezing at Araki's burning words. So behind them fell into silence. Magic cannot resurrect the dead. Araki, those words made Araki's cold gaze even more ferocious. His brows furrowed tightly. He forcefully pushed Ami away from him without mercy. That's the limit of a human. After a period of intense tension in the room, only Ami and he remained. You can punch him, but you should speak up. Ami sniffled, wiping her tears. How can I do that? She weakly bowed her head. He was Siron's friend. In the pitch-black corridor where only the dim moonlight from the window filtered in. Araki angrily walked away. They are truly pathetic. You're right, they are pathetic. Right. A mysterious voice suddenly echoed. In the corridor. Araki coldly glanced at the source of the sound. You guys, how dare you come here? He stared at Ken and Aaron casually standing by the window. We just came to offer our condolences. He didn't die fighting me, as the person said. It's a pity he sacrificed himself after saving you. However, I'm no longer interested. His words made Araki's expression darken. Just as you said, they are indeed pathetic, Canis repeated. They keep making a big deal out of whether someone is really dead or not. Don't you think so? His words only added fuel to the fire. Inside Araki, you just keep praying that Siron is still alive. The sudden change in his tone made the expressions on Canis and Aaron's faces somewhat confused. In Araki's eyes, a blue hue appeared as he unleashed his magical power. Because the only person in this world who can stop me is Siron. A powerful magical force surrounded Canis from head to toe. The ominous voice of Harvest echoed, reminding Canis, you've been locked on as a target. He lightly broke out in a sweat. Yeah, but Harvest continued, it's very dangerous. His calculation speed is unusually fast. If he uses that magic, he said this whole place will be wiped out. The initial scene was a dot of light flashing before Canis. Then it suddenly exploded from a corner of the corridor, the range spreading throughout a building on campus. A deadly silence enveloped the dark corridor as both sides remained silent, eye to eye. Harvest, how can he calculate? Wiped out, Canis curiously spoke up. He slowly replied. Simply put, he's fast enough to analyze everything happening in this city within 3 seconds. Harvest explained. Canis didn't take his eyes off the opposite side, even if he has savant syndrome, so what is it possible? He questioned doubtfully. I don't know, Harvest replied, looking at Araki before him. They still stood still, unmoving, but what I'm sure of is that his brain cells can't hold out much longer. As soon as his words ended, Araki had already entered attack mode, with magical rays constantly fluctuating in his eyes. If Siron has to die like this, a determined glint shone in Araki's eyes. I will definitely kill you. On the other side, Canis's body remained stiff in the retreating magical force. Keep his eyes on the opposite side. So what if he has savant syndrome, can he? He asked doubtfully. I don't know, Harvest replied, looking at Araki in front of him. They stood still, unmoving. But one thing I'm sure of is that his brain cells can't hold out much longer. As soon as his words ended, Araki went into attack mode as the magic rays continuously fluctuated in his eyes. If Siron has to die like this, a determined glint shone in Araki's eyes. I will definitely kill you. On the other side, Canis's body remained stiff in the retreating magic flow. The Harvest hurriedly warned him that he would blow up as soon as you stepped into the spirit realm. Just when he didn't know how to proceed, another voice immediately interrupted, but that meant Canis glanced at Aaron behind him. Her tone was a bit shaky. You don't really think Siron is dead, do you? Araki slowly raised his hand. You'd better choose your words carefully. He reached out, ready to cast magic at any moment. Canis panicked and quickly tried to stop Aaron, but she ignored him and continued to move forward. I can't see the condition of the objects, but instead I can see inside a person, she said. Araki roared in anger. So what? The current situation was extremely tense, causing Canis to shout, Aaron, Aaron. She still ignored the warning call and continued, if you really believe he's dead. Araki's face grew darker. A deadly glare shot across, his eyes a burning sensation, as if thousands of blades were piercing through the opponent. Aaron, on the other hand, instinctively covered her face, her eyes filled with fear and confusion as tears streamed down her face. There's no way you'd cry with such a terrified expression. Aaron stared in shock at Araki standing still, surrounded by streaks of blood red mixed with darkness. For a moment, Araki unconsciously looked back at the room where Siron was lying. He then withdrew his magic, stopping his hand's movement. In the silent night enveloping the academy, only the bright full moon sparkled in the darkness. Returning to the infirmary while keeping watch over Siron, Nay had fallen asleep against the wall from exhaustion, while Ami had dozed off on the chair. The school would fall into chaos after a few days. Araki said he approached the bed where Siron was lying. If we hold a funeral, it will be too late. Araki's gaze fell on Siron's face, which looked like he was sleeping, then shifted to the sharp blade. If you don't stop me, I won't be able to move forward. A familiar image from memory appeared when Siron held Iraqi's hand and firmly said, "If that happens, I will stop." "You." Raising the knife in his hand, Iraqi continued, "So Siron, I will save you." He lowered the blade towards his arm. Iraqi paused for a moment as he felt the tip of the knife touch Siron's skin without hesitation. He pressed the blade against his flesh. At the Anfis Academy of Magic, students must live in dormitories because this academy is where the children of high-ranking nobles in the kingdom are nurtured, so the security of the academy is of utmost importance. However, the academy had been infiltrated by 4 unidentified were dealt with, and the boy managed to save the students and the professors. The remaining professors present in the council fell into deep thought as Professor Nam continued to recount the story. But unfortunately, our shining star Ariane Siron has passed away. Principal Anpas maintained a calm expression while listening to the professor. If the outside world finds out about this, the academy will not be able to escape responsibility for this serious issue. A male professor wearing glasses immediately stood up to interject. "We must hold a funeral for Siron as soon as possible." He continued, "We must inform the parents." Another male professor across the room reacted, "Do you think we don't know that? Why are Siron's friends insisting on his funeral?" That professor continued, "His body is still in the infirmary instead of the morgue. Look, I can't understand their reasoning." He said, "That's just how it is." An elderly professor spoke up, but in reality, he was just trying to buy time so the principal's reputation wouldn't be affected. The other professors on the opposing side protested, "How can you say that? I'm saying we need more time to think." The side of the professor with glasses and the elderly professor continued to argue. "The longer this drags on, the worse public opinion will become. Forget about the school's reputation. The school could be shut down. We need to act quickly. We don't even know the whereabouts of the students." The debate between both sides failed to yield a resolution, causing the glasses-wearing professor and the elderly professor to anxiously look at old Anpas. "Dear principal, please make a decision. The student council has been summoned today. This is not a normal student council meeting, saying that we should wait." He sternly looked down at the council. Anpas's statement caused the professors to exclaim, "Principal." In the meeting room, he silently observed the ongoing conflicts. The conflict in the debate, as the professors mentioned the environment, would face greater, recalled the image of Siron casting magic to save everyone in the academy, and the image of him lying motionless in Ami's arms. Did Siron really die? He placed his hand on his chest where his heart was beating. Am I thinking rationally about this? Or have I thought that Siron was special? Both Professor That and Sienna bowed their heads in silence during the council's quarrel. Anpas silently pondered this question at times, but those vague feelings refused to disappear. His gaze flickered with a golden hue as he thought of that function of immortality. It was a realm we were completely unaware of. Ia spoke up clearly in this battle. Siron made an extreme decision to unleash his immortality function. The room quickly fell silent as the professors listened to her, recalling the images of when Siron cast spells to save everyone in the academy and the image of him lying motionless in Ami's arms. Did Siron really die? He raised his hand to his chest where his heart was beating. Am I thinking rationally about this, or do I think Siron is special? Both Professor Shit and Sienna bowed their heads in silence during the council's argument. Anpas thought to himself that sometimes I ask myself this question, but those vague feelings won't go away. His eyes flickered with a golden glint when he thought of that, the function of immortality. It is a field we are completely unaware of. Ia spoke clearly in this battle. Siron made an extreme decision to unleash his immortality function. The room quickly fell silent as the professors listened to her. Speaking in common terms, this phenomenon is defined as nirvana. Etha explains that nirvana is a state different from life. So just because he has reached nirvana doesn't mean he has died. Some professors in red robes are confused. I don't understand. Some are even pulling their hair out. This is the Academy of Magic, not a regular ceremony. The silver-haired female professor stands up and looks up. I understand what the principal is saying. There is a possibility that the Siron who unlocked it is still alive. She says, I completely understand this. However, there is no guarantee that the boy will wake up while waiting for the Siron without knowing when he will wake up. We may have to face the worst-case scenario. Principal Anpas interjects, and what is that? The professors in red robes look at him with extremely horrified expressions. Of course, that would mean the school would be closed. Anpas quickly denies it. No, that's not it. His face darkened seriously. The worst-case scenario is that all students and professors are wiped out. The entire hall falls silent at Anpas's words. He continues, "Without the siren, no one will survive, including you all." Anpas's tone is calm, neither fast nor slow. Is there no possibility? Even just a fraction of it, he bows his head, unable to see the expression on the face of the child who sacrificed his life for us, the professors of this Academy of Magic. Shouldn't we at least try? Each word from Anpas makes the red-robed professors hold their heads in silence. If we take responsibility and are punished, the school won't be closed. So for that child, shouldn't we also sacrifice ourselves like that? Why does he say that? That morning, the campus is still crowded as usual. In the corner of the school's infirmary, the siren still lies motionless on the bed. Ami and No are tirelessly watching over him day and night. Ami gently places her hand on his forehead. It doesn't matter how long it takes. It could be many years or decades. She whispers, "I will wait for the day you return." Yet beside her, she can't hide the worry and pain on her face, while Ami continues to murmur, "So just say that you will come back." She can't help but feel crushed by the suffocating silence. Using two hands to wipe her face, "Say something already," Ami pleads. The siren remains with his eyes closed and unmoving. Not long after, his eyelids gently lift to reveal his blue irises. Sean slowly sits up, but strangely, he has no clothes on. Sean looks around with a dazed expression. Where am I? He unconsciously steps forward. Suddenly, he remembers memories flash back. He embraces a girl falling off a cliff to save everyone. At that moment, he had unleashed his immortality to the extreme. He raises his hand to observe. This is the next life. It seems I still haven't forgotten the memories of when I was alive. Suddenly, he discovers something. But why is the siren standing alone in the void? No matter where I go, the scenery remains the same, as if all my senses are completely numb. He steps forward, his mind racing. Don't tell me his foot stepped on something. The siren steps onto an invisible staircase. Suddenly, he realizes he is stunned. I knew it. Sean is still wandering like before, just the same. His face is blank. The distance does not exist. He imagines himself waving to another self far away. One can only measure distance if there are two objects as reference points. The disappearance of one reference point makes him fumble around in search. If one of the two reference points does not exist, then the concept of distance disappears and space does not form. The siren glances, thinking, that means no matter where I go here, it's as if I haven't moved at all. A voice speaks up. Excellent. I didn't expect you to understand the meaning of space. I know you have the right to be here. Sean wonders, looking up. Who is that? Am I dead? His eyes widen. There is a pink hole of light above, surrounded by many colorful rays. The source of power grows, making him cover his eyes because of the brightness. The power envelops the entire void. He is surprised. From within that magical current, a beautiful girl with green hair steps out. She approaches the siren and speaks. I have been waiting for you. Siren, precisely Siren. Huang Mang asks, who is that? The girl with green hair smiles softly, raising her hand to her chest to introduce herself. I am the goddess at the 5th level when Siren passed away. Outside the campus, it is quiet. Sunlight shines down on the school's roof. Due to the recent tragedy, the professors have taken a risk and postponed all remedial measures. However, the students refuse to attend the student council meeting. The students are sitting in the classroom observing. Behind the student council members, there is a blackboard with the content written. Do you agree with the remedial measures that the professors deem appropriate after the meeting? The students feel as if the principal they trusted has betrayed them. Suddenly, a young man with black hair slams the table and shouts, everything that happened stems from the principal's mistake 40 years ago. He stands below, facing the student council, presenting the principal's charges that must be resolved on another day, and Siren's funeral must also be postponed to another day. They simply do not want to take responsibility. The president of the student council, Amira from the 2nd class, irritably clasps her hands and says, the student council must definitely intervene in this matter. The entire audience cheers. Yes, yes, the principal must take responsibility for this incident. Punish him, punish him. Suddenly a hand is raised in protest. Wait, everyone is misunderstanding. Sorel jumps up and replies, I am Sorel from the 5th class. Everyone is assuming that Siren has left forever, but no. The whole truth is not like that. The girl explained Siron's heart has stopped beating, but his body has not yet decomposed, causing everyone below to murmur, "Really, is that true?" Sorel continues. The professors made their decisions based on this suspicion. Amira hurriedly asked if that was true. Sorel, if he's not dead, then why did his heart stop beating? Sorel closed her eyes in thought while Amira urged her to please tell them. The reason is, Sorel, her expression resolute hands clasped in front of her chest, answered the result of unlocking the immortality ability. Her eyes widened, analyzing that immortality is a concept that does not directly affect a person's life. Thap Nga was still discussing it, and the room had now fallen silent. Her voice was timid. It's a mysterious topic. So before she could finish, the students below whispered, "What is the immortality ability? I heard it's the highest realm a mage can achieve, but knowledge creates magic, right? So what?" Suddenly she was astonished, frightened by the whispers below, sweat pouring down her face, turning pale. She thought to herself, "Wait, why are they reacting like this?" At this moment, Amira was also thinking, it's a mysterious topic that not every gifted mage can decide after thinking about an issue multiple times. Why did Sorel glance around in panic? I get it. She imagined the kids. We are still not mages, but just students. Little kids who only acknowledge what they truly see and feel. She couldn't stop imagining the delinquents who had no goodwill towards the principal, while the upperclassmen were biased because they hated the principal. They lacked that luxurious rationality. What does that have to do with those accusations? Sorel speculated about the scene of the principal being arrested while Siron lay in a coffin full of flowers. Then he would be buried. With this crowd, she held her head and cried out, "They're going to bury Siron. They really will. What should we do?" Suddenly, another hand raised and spoke, "I'm Mark from Class B." My angry Mark placed his hand on his heart, his voice calming down. "However, we know that the one who helped us realize what a true mage is." The students sitting below gradually became enlightened. Mark continued, his large hand gesturing forward. "You have given us love." The principal's figure playing with the kids appeared when we were still children. Everyone below changed their minds. "That's right. They taught us to be human." Sorel's eyes sparkled with admiration. "That's right, Mark. If logic doesn't work, then we will hit them right in their emotions." The girl sitting next to Amira saw her banging the table. With a dazed expression, Amira revealed her calculations. "If we vote now, the result will be 5 against 5. On the board filled with words, the students below were restless, some crying, some laughing. Amira was very clever. At this rate, they won't press the accusations. What should we do? A hand raised high, speaking, "Adino for me, Class 1. A guy stood up, all eyes turned to him. Sorel huffed. "Why is Phi standing up? He's standing up for the ceremony, everyone. I forgot to mention an important thing. We owe our lives to Siron. Is there anyone here who isn't sad that he sacrificed himself?" The expressions of the students below turned somber, making Sorel look down worriedly. For he said, "Sorel." Sorel nervously countered, "Wait, hold on, honor his soul, but Siron isn't dead." Foamy calmly replied, "Really, according to what I know." He smiled coldly. "They are using chemicals to preserve Siron's body. If he's alive, then why are they doing that?" The whole room was astonished. Amira asked if that was true. The member of the council. Then Amira turned to question the council member. "Do you know about thinking?" "I'm sorry, Amy." Amira immediately waved her hand. "Now we will start voting." As predicted, the votes were in favor. Sorel quietly blamed, "It's all that jerk Phi's fault." In the schoolyard, a series of students protested from the front. "Go Anpas, go, be interrogated." Leading was Ami, shouting, "Let's hold a ceremony for Siron. Stop preserving the body of the deceased." Ami and a guy were in the observation room below, surprised. Not good. Anpas is using magic on Siron's body. Sadly, it seemed they realized we were using magic to slow things down. Then the old man's face looked sad. "We don't have much time left." God, turning back to Siron in front, was God. God spoke, "Do you not believe me?" Just like the objects that humans Chiron was astonished, dazed. God gently raised his hands, calmly calling Siron. A beautiful face with tearful eyes and long, gentle hair spoke, "Will you create a world with me?" Siron was confused, taking a step back. "What?" He clearly showed his bewilderment, now stammering, "With me." Siron suddenly realized he was naked, feeling embarrassed, trying to cover himself with his hands while explaining, "I'm sorry this is too sudden. I'm not that kind of cursed person." He was so embarrassed. Admiringly, "That's right, Mom. If logic doesn't work, then we will hit them right in their emotions." The girl sitting next to Amira saw her banging the table. With a dazed look, Amira revealed her calculations. "If we vote now, the result will be 5 against 5. On the board filled with writing, the students below were restless, some crying, some laughing. "What are the accusations? Please forgive the teachers." Hoping these kids in this first grade class agree to oppose the overwhelming expectations. That's why I said we need to separate the votes. Amira was very clever. At this rate, they won't push the accusations through. What should we do? Here, a hand shot up high, speaking out, "Adino for me, first grade." A guy stood up. All eyes turned to him. Surreal grunted. "Why is Phi standing up? He stood up for the ceremony, everyone. I forgot to mention an important thing. We owe our lives to Siron. Is there anyone here who isn't sad because he sacrificed himself?" The expressions of the students below darkened, causing Sorel to look down worriedly. Fori said, "Sorel in the front is restless, so we shouldn't continue to oppose." Phi, with a wicked face, called out, "For our savior, we must fight to honor Siron's soul." Sorel nervously countered, "Hey, wait. Honor his soul. Siron isn't dead yet." Fomi calmly replied, "Really? As far as I know," he smiled coldly. "People are Siron's body if he's still alive. Then why are they doing that?" The whole room was astonished. Amira asked if that's true. The serial member, then Amira turned to question the serial member. Control Siron's body if he were still alive. So why did they do that? The whole room was surprised. Amira asked if that was true. The members of the PH team, then Amira turned to question the serial team. "Member, do you know about this?" She tried to remain calm before the inquiry. "Please tell us, serial member." She trembled, tears streaming down her face. "I refuse to provide information self-incriminating myself." Thinking to herself, "I'm sorry, Amy." Amira immediately waved her hand. "Now we will start voting." As predicted, the votes were in favor. Serial quietly blamed, "It's all that bastard Phi's fault." In the schoolyard, a series of students protested from the front, "Go Anpas, submit to questioning." Leading the charge was Ami, shouting, "Let's hold a memorial for Siron. Stop preserving the body of the deceased." Ami and a guy were in the observation room below, surprised. Not good. Anpas is using magic on Siron's body. Sadly, it seems they realized we used magic to slow things down. Then the old man's face briefly showed sadness. "We don't have much time left." God turning back. Siron in front was God. God spoke. "You don't believe me, just like the objects that humans create will carry the thoughts and shapes of humans, then everything God created has characteristics similar to God. From this, it can be inferred that you resemble God the most." Chiron was surprised and dazed. God gently raised his hands, casually calling Siron. The beautiful face with water-drop eyes and long, gentle hair began to speak. "Will you create a world with?" Siron suddenly realized he was naked, feeling embarrassed. He tried to cover himself with his hands while explaining, "I'm sorry, this is all too sudden. I'm not that kind of person." He was so embarrassed. His eyebrows furrowed together. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Siron exclaimed in horror, "The ability of immortality." One hand of God rested on the farmer's shoulder. "That's right." Immediately, a spell was cast. God tilted his head. The words were unclear, sweat pouring down his back. The goddess waved her hand and laughed at Siron's adorable embarrassment. She had just used magic to conjure a robe to cover him while telling him not to be shy. "This is not your world." Her eyes squinted as she smiled, saying that your body still exists in your world. Siron fell silent, looking up at her, hesitantly addressing the girl who called herself a goddess. "I know. Already is this the other world?" She raised one hand to her side, slightly tilting her head to respond. "No, this is a different place from where you live." She pointed a finger right in front of her eyes. At the tip of her finger was a small, round black dot. One dot represents a soundless dimension. Two surfaces a round black dot in the midst of a blinding white seam. The deeper you go, the more you realize this black dot is not as small as it seemed from the outside. It looked like there was no space. And the more you zoomed in, the clearer it became that there was space where Siron was standing talking with the goddess, but in reality, it was condensed together. He looked down at his two hands, silently thinking of a dot with the distance between his hands, or in other words, his body was in a three-dimensional form. Siron looked at his hands while saying, "There is a three-dimensional world inside a dot." The goddess smiled gently and remarked that your perspective is truly special. From an angle, it was impossible to see the goddess's expression right now. She confidently asserted that indeed, that is the essence of time and space. Even a world seen from afar looks like a dot. The goddess brought the dot on the tip of her finger closer to her eyes and stared straight into it. But if you come closer to look, it is an infinite world. Siron was stunned, and the goddess was the one who created that world. How do you are feeling regret? He immediately interrupted the goddess and denied it, saying that's not it. I understand very well. Siron awkwardly spoke up. Can I ask one more question? The goddess laughed and replied, Of course, you can. His pupils contracted. He asked, Why did you lie? This question from Siron seemed to hit the goddess's sore spot. She was extremely surprised the surface of the water where she was standing rippled slightly. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. The goddess does not lie. No, there is no need to lie. The goddess's eyelids drooped, her lips still curled into a constant smile. Because if we believe it does not exist, then it will not exist. Siron's expression darkened, his eyes dimmed, and just one lie like that made the goddess's face turn gloomy, her gaze no longer bright as before. He suddenly asked, Are you really a goddess? The goddess fell silent, unable to respond immediately. After a moment, the goddess's eyes looked up sharply. She said, There seems to be a misunderstanding here, as our definitions of goddess are different. I will show you what a goddess is. Siron stood still, waiting. The scene shifted to a small village nestled among countless rolling hills under a clear blue sky. Gentle sunlight shining on the villagers holding sickles to harvest ripe rice by the corner of a house. In the shade, two women were standing there chatting with each other, while children ran down to the fields to catch dragonflies. Everything around Siron looked so real, making him stare in awe. It was as if you were seeing this world as a replica. He turned to look at where the goddess was standing. She was holding a globe in her arms. However, we can move that farmer. One hand lifted the globe, while the other rested on top of it, pointing at the farmer from that small village. The goddess's two fingers gradually penetrated the upper layer of the globe, or rather the sky, in this replica world. At the same time, where Siron was standing, a large shadow suddenly appeared and enveloped him. From his perspective, looking up at the high sky, he could see how magnified the goddess's two delicate fingers were. Those two fingers grasped the back of the farmer's shirt and lifted him high, a distance away from Siron. Saying that the space has changed means that time has also changed. The goddess lifted the globe in her palm, for time and space are one. He suddenly exclaimed the words, time-space, immediately receiving agreement from the goddess. That's right, some hand is lifting the knight up. Similar things exist in your world, right? If you move a knight in your world, the knight that was just lifted is now placed in a different position. 1 unit of time has passed on the chessboard, meaning you are manipulating time-space. The lower dimension is called the chessboard. Siron directed his gaze to the goddess's back. While she spoke, the goddess is not the champion and superior being, as your faith suggests. In the golden fields of ripe rice, dragonflies fluttered in the blue sky. They are merely designers, capable of creating a lower dimensional space compared to where they are. Since when has the goddess's footsteps been close to that farmer? But their creations think that the goddess is an absolute entity. The goddess stood behind the farmer, watching his back while saying, because they have powers that the creations cannot possess, and the goddess can manipulate them without them knowing. The face of that farmer was magnified. It was just a piece of wood with 2 holes drilled to make eyes. This farmer did not know how he had moved, nor did he know that this world was a replica. He showed a terrified expression upon hearing this from the goddess. The goddess still smiled, her bright blue eyes looking at Siron. There is only one way for him to know. His pupils contracted, his brows furrowed together. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Siron exclaimed in horror the ability of immortality. One hand of the goddess rested on the farmer's shoulder. That's right. Immediately a spell was cast. The goddess tilted her head to look at him while the farmer gradually began to dissolve into sparkling particles. It is the ability of immortality. Siron and the goddess looked up at each sparkling particle rising into the high sky. The goddess continued the ability of immortality as looking at him while the farmer gradually faded into sparkling particles. It was the ability of immortality. Siron and God looked up at the sparkling particles rising into the sky. God continued, the ability of immortality is, at the farthest end, capable of catching up with time. That infinite star circles the Earth, which is the foundation of the stasis spell, returning to the present after absorbing knowledge from the words of the spell, Amin. A sense of perception shapes the entire world of those sparkling particles that continuously follow each other up into the vast blue sky. Those sparkling particles scatter across the corners of the high sky, but in the end are still blocked by the glass of the sphere. The Lord holds the sphere in the palm of his hand, and his beautiful face suddenly becomes enchanting at this moment. Even the world of that farmer still resides within this glass sphere. He cannot comprehend the entity in the higher dimension. Siron is terrified looking at that glass sphere. Do you understand now? Siron, the Lord moves the glass sphere to one side. I have brought you one who has liberated the ability of immortality and has almost been torn apart to this special area. He remains silent for a moment, cautiously observing the opponent before asking, "What do you want from me?" The Lord, while using magic on the glass sphere, replies that the glass sphere, under the influence of the Lord's magic, immediately transforms into a small black dot. Siron cannot take his eyes off it, a drop of sweat rolling down the corner of his eye. A dot in the time dimension that I have created. Go, Siron, and create another time dimension. The time dimension of one dot gradually transforms into a smaller dot, and within it another time dimension and another one. If we keep repeating it, the Lord looks up at the infinite space filled with bright stars, smiling brightly and saying that it will become a perfect universe. This is called the time-space matrix. Meanwhile, Siron's face darkens. He doesn't say anything, just stands silently listening. Suddenly Siron says, "I can't." The Lord then questions, "Why not? Surely you have no reason to refuse." The Lord asks again, "Don't you like my offer?" He slightly bows his head and replies, "It's not bad. I think becoming a god to create a new world is also good, and your plan to create a perfect universe sounds good too." Siron's gaze suddenly becomes sharp. "But if I enter your time dimension, another person like me must sacrifice." The Lord's bright blue eyes dim, slightly shining, with a glimmer in the dark corner of his face. The Lord extends a finger forward and raises his voice as if giving an order. "I do not give you a choice. If you refuse, I will have to tear you apart." Yet the expression on Siron's face remains steadfast and unchanged. "I won't do it." The Lord says, "We will know soon enough." At the same time, he unleashes magic to attack him, causing the water around to ripple violently. The Lord maintains his posture while casting magic, his expression calm, as if he has done nothing wrong. But that calm expression disappears in an instant, replaced by surprise. "Now I understand over there is water." Siron stands there completely intact, not a single wound or scratch on him. His hair flows in the wind, and his eyes shine with a shade of blue, a dot of the time-space matrix. "You speak like the divine realm." One hand of Siron raises forward, and here he raises one hand high to unleash his own magic. The divine realm of Siron directs red magic towards the girl who claims to be the Lord, meaning his gaze is now more resolute than ever. He confidently asserts that she is a sorceress. Siron stands there with red magic facing her. She slowly backs away and adds, "Siron, don't do something you'll regret." He remains standing there pondering what her intentions are. The goddess is silent but begins to unleash magic around herself. "Do you think you can defeat me?" Siron is quite worried about his current situation, realizing he definitely cannot win. She is someone who has reached the level of calling herself a god. Perhaps even stronger than a god. But no matter what, he is certain of his choice and speaks up assertively. This is not a place to be. Siron recalls the earlier image of the goddess with the man. He realizes that when the farmer unlocked the ability of immortality, his body vanished without a trace. But she has her body existing in another world, so I can return. Right. The goddess answers his question. Yes, you can return. However, there's no way you will succeed. You will just die again. She is trying to convince Siron to reconsider. Even then, I will still try. He firmly rejects her, and she decides not to turn back. She contemplates, caught in between. It's not the issue, but the problem is its maximum energy. The goddess looks anxiously at the red energy in the palm of Siron. If so, this space will be destroyed. After a moment of reflection, she begins to unleash her power. Siron appears quite worried, not knowing what she is planning. The goddess raises her arm, creating a black hole that sucks in the red energy of Siron. The ground is now filled with water from who knows where. After casting her magic, she continues. This place is a junction of time and space. The moment you step in, you will experience the process you went through to get here in reverse. Siron is not very convinced when the goddess agrees to let him return. You really will let me go back. But before letting him leave, she sets a condition. Promise me one thing. If you return to the original world and fail, you must come back here and do as I say. Siron remains skeptical along with the worry of whether he will truly be able to return. I repeat, you will not succeed. He looks at the portal back the deep dark night. He turns back to thank the goddess. Thank you for letting me return. It's still too early to thank me. It's not easy for a pure and sacred being to return to a complex physical body, not to mention a human body filled with terrifying components. The goddess has some kindness and reminds Siron before he leaves. If you can overcome it, you will become a strange being, no longer human. If you want to give up, then come back this way. She still wants Siron to think and stay. But he is certain I will not give up. Goodbye. He gradually steps into the portal to return to his body, wishing for a safe journey. The goddess gives her final blessing to Siron. He moved step by step into the pitch-black gate. He groped his way forward, thinking that if he passed through this path, he could return to Sean. Just keep moving ahead. Even though it was pitch dark around him, he kept going forward, but couldn't. Everything around him remained the same. The darkness enveloping everything made him walk in despair. Now he panicked and looked around. This place was exactly like the White Room from before. Looking back, he was confused to see the gate still there, the goddess still standing there watching him. Siron now fell silent and thought to himself. Looking back, he realized there were many strange things. Why did she give up on him so easily? He remembered the goddess's earlier words, "You won't succeed." Siron panicked. When he realized he had fallen into the goddess's trap, he was trapped in a timeless prison. He recalled a memory from 2 months ago when he was at Uncle Amin's house. That's right, Siron was the stasis spell. Uncle Amin's figure gradually appeared, speaking to him. Siron was in a classroom scene with his classmates standing still. If it was stasis, then it was the highest level magic when time mages could move faster than the speed of light. Are we moving at the speed of light? Smart kid. That's right. So when it appears, time seems to stop. He looked up high and continued speaking. The light was quite strange in the sky with stars flying across. The light could make a mage faster after a certain level. The stars flew faster and showed an infinite color behind, possibly catching up with time. That infinite star flew around the earth. That was the foundation of the stasis spell. The extreme back able to catch up with time. That infinite star circled the earth, which is the foundation of the stasis spell. Back to the present. After absorbing knowledge thanks to Amin's incantation, Siron began to sink into thought. If this is a timeless space stuck within the speed of light, I can escape from here once I understand it. He opened his eyes. If he was faster than the speed of light, but how superluminal speed, a type of speed that only exists in theory, completely unreal. Suddenly the goddess's words suggested to Siron, the moment you step in, you will go through the process that has been done to get here in reverse. He slowly stood up, understanding now. He used the magic of faith. The ability of immortality spread throughout the universe instantly. Right now, I am just a soul without a body, not knowing if going faster than light is possible. Destruction, his eyes radiated determination and confidence. Even knowing he might fail, he still had to try. I will not give up. He began to race against the light. Sean moved extremely fast, creating a long purple light behind him. Success. Just like that, his soul ran so fast that only the purple lights were seen moving. He could see his body lying motionless on that bed. Thus, with a long purple light heading towards his own body, where he had been before, back to where his friends were. His body lay on the bed where hands were focusing on magic. Healing him. The one healing him was Principal Anpas. Transitioning back to the real world 8 days after Siron died, the principal was sitting beside the bed watching over Siron's body. Behind were Miss Sienna, Miss Eaton, his friend and friend Iraqi sitting on chairs waiting, and friend Ami leaning against the doorframe. Suddenly, friend Sorel spoke up, making Ami nearby pay attention and look. Look over there. Outside, someone is holding a petition, raising it high and making noise as a representative of the students of Anpas Magic Academy. We are submitting this petition to all the professors. There is a crowd causing a commotion led by a white-haired girl, Student Council President Amira. The principal of Anpas should surrender and be interrogated by the Magic Association. Students not participating in the protest voiced their concerns, saying, "Seniors, please calm down." Ms. Zena, full of anger, pushed the door open and questioned why the student council was inciting other students and causing chaos in the school. The white-haired girl stepped forward, holding the paper high, had fallen into a coma, just a coma. If the person's heart is still beating, she cannot deceive us by saying that his body hasn't decomposed. Isn't that enough to hold the principal accountable? We also have Siron's death as testimony. However, the old school doesn't want to collapse just because of this. She apologized for deceiving them, but this was the best decision the teachers could make. And we will take responsibility for this. Can the teachers really bear the responsibility for their actions? The white-haired girl thought nervously. What reason does she have to say that? Is there really something we missed? What the heck? I read the entire report. It seems this girl is hesitating. The guy, Phi, nearby looked at her seriously, thinking to himself, Amira, she will participate in the parade. It will be very troublesome. If she turns her back more precisely, it will be very inconvenient for my plan. In his eyes, there was a calculating look. I don't want to get involved. He smiled friendly, offering, let's do this. Let us see Siron's condition. We will decide after we see him with our own eyes. Hearing that suggestion, Miss Sienna shouted loudly, we cannot allow that wait for our school. Friend Maria and some others tried to stand up to stop them, but were pushed aside by the crowd. You can't be lucky. There was a friend, Mac, who caught Maria and shouted loudly, you guys are too much. We'll take responsibility for this. Can the teachers really bear the responsibility for their actions? The white-haired girl thought anxiously. What made her say that? Is there really something we missed? What the heck is going on? I read the entire report, and it seems this girl is hesitating. The guy named Phi, standing nearby, looked at her seriously, thinking, Amira, she will participate in the parade. It will be very troublesome. If she turns her back more accurately, it will be very inconvenient for my plan. His eyes were full of calculation. I don't want to get dragged into this. He smiled friendly, suggesting, let's do this. Let us see Siron's condition. We will decide after seeing him in person. Hearing that suggestion, Miss Sienna shouted loudly, we cannot for our school. Mariah and some others tried to stand up to stop them, but were pushed aside by the crowd. You can't be lucky. A guy named Mac caught Maria and shouted loudly, you guys are too much. Cannot be allowed. Wait until everything is settled. Hearing Miss Sienna speak, the crowd seemed to be stirred. No way. How can we believe that? Get inside. We have the right to know to fight for our school. My friend Maria and a few others tried to stand up to stop them, but were pushed aside by the crowd. You can't be lucky. A guy named Mac caught Maria and shouted loudly, you guys are too much? That's enough. Another student's life is in danger. The crowd keeps pushing forward without hesitation. Suddenly, a dark figure bursts out from the treatment room for Siron. He charges out, shattering the window glass, causing those below to stop in shock. He lands right in front of the building entrance, blocking the crowd from rushing in. That's why he stands right at the door and shouts. He unleashes a surge of energy magic swirling around his body. You can save him if you want, but if you do, you'll die. He radiates a deadly gaze, promising to strike down anyone who dares to step forward. At this moment, the students are divided into two groups, one protesting and the other trying to stop them. Amira wonders aloud, looking slightly shocked, her face a bit strained. She asks if we should treat him well because he can do something. And this is how you talk to your seniors. Everyone around looks just as angry. Na stands up, his body radiating power like small bolts of lightning. Then, in a serious tone, I wonder if I should say it again. The power around him expands, a massive energy spreading out as he observes the situation before him. The people facing him begin to tremble, their faces filled with disbelief as they exclaim, wait, no way. Amira's face also pales. It's impossible to have such enormous magical power unleashed. The electric sparks surrounding his classmates suddenly make them exclaim, that's plasma magic. They wonder, isn't he just a 5th grader? Even at our school, only the top students can use that. His teammates watch from above, their faces also filled with panic. Ami exclaims, that's real destructive magic. Sorel adds, has he been hiding this magic? Only Oroki seems to have known it would be like this. He stands with his arms crossed in a corner, leaning against the wall, thinking about that bastard using that magic to see the scene of struggling, making him contemplative, even knowing what would happen if he did that. Siron isn't dead yet. His face is out of control, furious, threatening. I'll kill all the trash that dares to touch Siron. Meanwhile, Siron lies on the bed, a wave of purple power approaching him. Deep down, he feels himself returning back to where everyone is. Suddenly, small fire sparks like spirits appear from the source of power. A hand reaches out as if wanting to touch those sparks. Then an image of Siron's body appears in a transparent form. He is trying to escape because he knows something is clinging to him. Many voices echo in his head, causing him immense pain as he clutches his head and collapses. A voice is ringing in his head. What is this? While Siron is holding his face, that voice continues to echo. In the lowest survival instinct, he hears these words, his eyes widen. Not stopping there, the voice continues, a person always has a strong will to survive. Siron seems to realize everything, so that's how it is. He remembers the words that the Lord said, it's not easy to merge a pure thing with a spirit entity to return to a more complex physical body than a human body filled with disgusting elements. He recalls those words, and now they exist in his mind. What she said, he can't help but scream, no, I will return. That voice echoes around him, saying, there's nowhere that welcomes you. When that voice says the next line, the only thing waiting for you is death. This successfully triggers Siron's rage. He holds back his anger, shouting, shut up! He tries to run toward his body, avoiding the streams of red light. I will return to my world. He raises his hand forward and yells, get away from me, right now. At the school, Amira is criticizing No. Why can't you accept that your friend is dead? The foolish junior says, her eyes lighting up, her hands clenched, as she uses magic to create dense black smoke covering the area. No, this is weather magic that can absorb everyone. Behind her, others are also preparing to cast spells, their eyes lighting up. So you really think the sky is filled with bubbles? He looks up. At that moment, Amira's voice rings out again. You can defeat all of us, right? Suddenly, footsteps and a voice sound out incredulous. You got caught in a fight you can't control. Uku strolls over to him, coldly asking, do you need my help? And jumps in surprise, calling Iraqi's name. En glances over and questions him. Do you think Siron is dead? Then he yells, aren't you on their side? Everyone is stunned, whispering, what is he talking about? Only, Iraqi calmly replies, of course not. His expression suddenly becomes determined as he looks at the crowd ahead, continuing, I don't want them to do as they please and take Siron away. Amira is becoming more and more frantic, screaming and grinding her teeth in anger at the bastards. Right now, Siron is still unconscious, lying on the bed. Beside him, a voice sounds, seemingly Anpa, sadly looking down, saying, this is the end. Ami, hearing this, turns in confusion. What are you talking about, the end? Are you planning to bury Siron? Yes, she can't believe it, and questions, is that what you mean? Next to her are Sienna and Itala with sorrowful faces. Anpas tells her Ami, look outside. He looks through the window, seeing his students preparing to battle, feeling extremely sad, telling the kids to unleash deadly magic and try to kill each other. He murmurs, if this continues, it will lead to another tragedy. Ami hears this and tears up. She holds Anpas's hand, stopping him, saying, no, Siron isn't dead. She sobs. You know that, right? He can only close his eyes and let it go without answering a word. Ami lowers her head, shedding tears of sorrow, calling out Siron's name. In another place, Formio smiled. He woke up lying on the bed. Next to him, a voice sounded seemingly sad, looking down, speaking, this is the end. Ami was startled and turned to him in confusion. What are you talking about, the end? Are you planning to bury Siron? Yes, she couldn't believe it, and questioned him like that. Beside her were Sienna and Itala with sad faces. Anpas said to her through the window and saw his students preparing to battle, feeling extremely sad, telling the kids to unleash deadly magic and try to kill each other. He murmured, if this continues, it will lead to another tragedy. Ami, hearing this, was in tears. She held Anpas's hand, trying to stop him. Siron isn't dead yet. You know that, right? He just closed his eyes and let it go without answering. Ami bowed her head, shedding tears of sorrow and calling Siron's name. In another place, Formio, this situation will lead to another tragedy. Ami heard this and shed tears. She held Anpas's hand, trying to stop him, saying that Siron wasn't dead. She sobbed, knowing that was true. Right. That old man just closed his eyes and let it go without saying a word. Ami bowed her head, shedding tears of sorrow and calling out Siron's name. In another place, Formio smiled wickedly, feeling pleased with the fear he instilled in him. Looking at En and Iraqi, calculating, we will become the ones hunting you down. Amira is a bit worried and wonders if this is really true. The students are preparing deadly magic to confront each other. Thinking about this, she suddenly speaks up. You're Iraqi, you have the genius syndrome. Iraqi's expression doesn't change at all upon hearing those words. She continues, you're colder than anyone else. Are you acting based on emotions? Amira leans forward and shouts, do you really believe Siron is still alive? Iraqi, without any emotion, replies, I only have one answer, he says in a very assertive tone. Siron is not dead. Hearing this makes everyone extremely surprised. What? Suddenly, Amira's face darkens as she scoffs. Is that so? You're crazy to think you're right. I guess you've prepared a logical explanation to convince us. He bluntly replies, of course. This answer makes everyone widen their eyes in confusion. What? Iraqi continues, I have evidence. Hearing this, Amira quickly retorts, show us the reason why you think Siron is still alive. He starts to explain. The first reason is... He raises his hand to the sky. It's 4 o'clock now. I'll let you all see for yourselves. Everyone upon hearing this collectively looks up at the sky with curious expressions. They think the bell looks like a spiritual explanation. What's happening? So next to him confused, he starts counting. But while everyone is wondering what's going on, Amira speaks up. I understand, I get it now. Suddenly she goes crazy and shouts, we will confirm Siron's status ourselves no matter what. Iraqi, holding a stack of documents high, says loudly, Amira, stop shouting. Do you think you can stall for how long before graduation? At this moment, Canis appears and says, this is quite amusing. Can I join? Amira angrily scolds. How dare you come here without any fear? In front of her stands Canis, casually next to Aaron. Annoyed, she thinks, this time I will catch you, remember my words. Canis, uninterested, replies, go ahead if you can. Iraqi is still rummaging through the documents. You're 27 seconds late. Canis crosses his arms, pouting, whatever. Now I'm going to repay Siron, so just watch my friend flip through the confusing pages. Iraqi asks, what is this? Iraqi calmly pulls out a notebook from Long, exclaiming in shock, what? Iraqi nonchalantly replies, I've diagnosed Siron's illness and sent off the collected samples. He remembers the scene of using a knife to cut Siron's hand. At that point, he panics, realizing that he did this within 5 days from the capital. Canis stands there, causing Aaron next to him to feel confused. Then Amira speaks up. How long? What kind of scam is this? Do you think the name Miodin will change everything? Iraqi calmly replies, don't worry, I used a pseudonym. If I used my real name, my father would be more disturbed. Don't you think what's written in this document is more important? She shouts, so what? It contains a magic that can bring the dead back to life, right? Iraqi doesn't deny it, saying it has a name, analysis of immortal potential and comatose status. As soon as he finishes, everyone is surprised and turns to look at their friend. Iraqi explains, based on the cellular analysis of the subject, they are in a state of suspended activity. Everyone in the room looks down to observe the collected samples. 24 hours after the subject dies, the functions of the organs remain unchanged. He reviews the data in the document stating, based on the data obtained, the subject's body is in a state of suspended activity, but we cannot conclude that the body's functions. People start whispering, making Amira feel anxious. Isn't there something different? Does that mean he's not dead? Iraqi continues analyzing. Long has classified 3 types of circulatory suspension, 1 complete heart failure, 2 temporary heart failure when I mention it, and 3 the heart is not functioning, but is in a... He flips the pages quickly. This is important. Listen carefully to the image of the heart appearing. He explains while observing a being experiencing cardiac arrest. Based on the immortal body, there may be 2 new cases. In front of everyone, he calmly states, Case 1, if the autonomous ability is hindered for a special reason until the brain concludes it is possible that the body will temporarily suspend its functions. Case 2, even if the subject's autonomous ability has ended. Iraqi holds a watch. The perception of time for the observer may differ. Moreover, while the body's functions are normal. Hearing this, Amy feels relieved, leaning against Sorel as he analyzes that an outsider cannot observe this activity due to the time-space barrier. He continues flipping pages. Based on some magical logic, the subject passes through, saying, anyway. Ami is shocked by his words, convinced while lying in the recovery room. Arian looks at Siron with concern in her eyes. The conclusion of the document is a red stamp. Iraqi concludes with the last sentence, cannot be considered dead, and tears have fallen without him realizing it. Iraqi asks, what now? I found Iraqi's face bright full of hope, smiling as he says how to revive the dead. In front of everyone, he calmly stated the first case. If it is a case where self-controllability is hindered for a special reason until the brain concludes, it is possible that the body will temporarily suspend its functions, and the second case is that the subject's self-controllability has expired. Iraqi holding a watch that can perceive time may differ for the observer. Moreover, while the body's functions are normal, hearing this, Amy felt relieved. Leaning against Sorel, he analyzed that an outsider cannot observe this activity due to the time-space barrier. He was still flipping through some magical logic, the subject gliding through, returning anyway. Ami was terrified by his persuasive words while in the hospital room. Ariane looked at Siron with worried eyes. The conclusion of the document was a red stamp stating that he cannot be considered dead. Some magical logic, the subject glided through anyway. Ami was terrified by the words he convinced her with while in the recovery room. Ariane looked at Siron with worried eyes. The end of the document was a red seal from Iraqi. The final sentence cannot be considered dead, so tears had fallen without her realizing it. Iraqi asked how I found Iraqi's face full of brightness, overflowing with hope, smiling, and saying how to revive someone dead.